Section 51 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 17. Purgatory, the third ring. Anger. Instances of punished anger. The angel of peace. Love.
Reader, remind thyself if e'er a fog o'ertook thee on a mountain, one through which thou couldst not see in any other way than moles do through the membrane o'er their eyes. How, when the damp, thick mists begin to thin, the sun's orb feebly pierces them, and quickly with thine imagination come to see how I first saw the sun again, which now was at its setting. Thus, as I mine own was matching with my teacher's trusty steps, from such a cloud I came into the beams, already dead upon the shores below. O thou imagination, which at times dost steal us so from outer things, that though 1,000 trumpets blow, one hears them not, what moveth thee, if sense contribute naught? A light which takes in heaven its form impels thee, freely, or by a will which sends it down. The vision of her cruelty, who changed her form into the bird, which most delights in song, appeared in my imagination. And hereupon my mind was so shut up within itself that nothing that was then received by it came to it from without. Then into my high fantasy there reigned one crucified, contemptuous and proud in aspect, and as such he met his death. Around him were the great Ahasuerus, Esther his wife, and righteous Mordecai, who so whole-hearted was in word and deed. And as this picture of its own accord broke up, as doth a bubble when it lacks the water it was formed withal, a maid rose in my vision next, who bitterly was weeping, and was saying,
Why, O Queen, didst thou through anger wish to be no more? Lavinia, not to lose, thyself hast slain, and now hast lost me. Mother, this is I, who, ere I mourn another's loss, mourn thine.
As sleep is broken, when unwonted light strikes closed eyes suddenly, and being broken quivers before it wholly dies away, even so did my imagining break up, as soon as on my face there smote a light brighter by far than we are wont to see. I turned around to notice where I was, when lo, a voice which said,
The ascent is here.
From every other interest turned my mind, and made my will so eager to behold the speaker that when such it never rests until it sees its object face to face. But as before the sun which whelms our eyes and veils its figure through excess of light, so likewise here my visual powers failed.
A godlike spirit this, who, though unasked, is pointing out to us our upward path, and with his own light is himself concealing. With us he deals as one would with himself, for he that waits till asked, when seeing need, inclines already meanly to refuse. To such a bidding let us now accord our feet, and try to climb ere darkness come, for later one could not, till day returned.
Thus said my leader then, and I with him turned toward a flight of stairs our feet, and I, when on its first step, near me felt, as 'twere, the motion of a wing, and on my face a fanning, while a voice said,
Blessed are the peaceful, who are free from evil wrath.
So high above us now were those last beams which by the night are followed, that the stars were coming out on many sides. And, oh, my strength, why dost thou fade away so fast? I to myself was saying, for a truce I felt was set the powers of my legs. We now were where the flight of stairs went up no further, and as motionless we were as is a vessel when the shore is reached. And for a while I waited to find out if aught upon the new ring could be heard. Then toward my teacher turning round, I said, Say, my dear father, what offence is purged in this ring, here where now we are? Although our feet keep still, let not thy talking cease. And he to me,
The love of good, when scant of what it should have been, is here atoned. Here beats again the ill-retarded oar. But now, in order that thou understand more clearly still, turn thou thy mind to me, and some good fruit thou'lt gather from our stay. Neither creator,
he began,
nor creature was e'er devoid of either innate love or that which conscious is, and this thou knowest. The innate love is always free from error, but the other kind can err through evil aim or through deficient or excessive strength. While well directed toward the primal goods and toward the secondary self-restraint, it cannot be the cause of sinful pleasure; but when it turns toward evil things, or runs to good with more or less zeal than it ought, the creature then against his Maker works. From this, then, thou canst understand that love must be the seed in you of every virtue, and every deed that merits punishment. And now, since love can never turn its face from its own subjects' welfare, from self-hate all are secure. And since one cannot think of any self as being from the first divided and existing of itself, all hearts are thus debarred from hating him. It follows that, if I in arguing judge well, one's neighbour's is the harm one loves, and this is borne in three ways in your clay. There's he who on the abasement of his neighbour his hope of rising sets, and only longs that from his greatness he may be brought low; and he who fears the loss of power, favour, renown, and honour, should another rise, and grieves so that he loves the contrary; then he who by injustice seems so shamed that greedy he becometh for revenge; and such must needs prepare for others' harm. This triform love is wept for here below. But now I'd have thee hear about the other, which runs to love in a corrupted way. All apprehend confusedly a good wherein the mind can rest and long for it, and therefore every one attempts to reach it. If slothful be the love impelling you to see or win it after just repentance, this present cornice tortures you for that. Another good there is, which never makes man happy. It is not real happiness, nor the good essence, fruit and root of all that's good. The love that yields too much to that is wept for in three rings above us here. But why it's reckoned threefold I say not, that thou mayst seek the reason for thyself.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 17. Section 52 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 18. Purgatory, the fourth ring. Sloth. Love and free will. Instances of punished sloth.
The lofty doctor, having ended thus his argument, was looking in my eyes, eager to see if I seemed satisfied, and I, who by new thirst was still spurred on, was silent outwardly, and in me said, My many questions trouble him perhaps. But that true father who perceived the wish, which being shy did not disclose itself, by speaking first emboldened me to speak. Hence my vision, teacher, in thy light becomes so keen, that clearly I discern all that thy talk implieth or unfolds. I therefore beg of thee, sweet father dear, explain to me why thou ascribest to love every good action and its contrary.
Direct thine understanding's sharpened eyes toward me,
He said,
and clear to thee will be the error of the blind who pose as guides. The mind, which is created prone to love, inclines toward everything that pleases it, when roused by pleasure to activity. Your faculty of apprehending draws an image from a reality, and so displays it in you that your mind is caused to turn to it. And if thus turned your mind inclines thereto, that tendency is love, is nature bound in you again by pleasure. Then, just as fire, by reason of its form, moves upward, being made for mounting thither, where in its element it longer lasts, even so the captive mind begins to yearn, a motion of the soul, and never rests until the thing it loveth gives it joy. Apparent to thee now can be the extent to which the truth is hid from those that claim that each love in itself deserveth praise, because, perhaps, its object in itself seems always to be good, and yet not good is every seal, though good may be its wax.
Thy words, together with my heeding mind, I answered him, have shown me what love is. But this hath made me bigger with a doubt. For if love from without us is born in us, and if the soul can do naught else, her doing or right or wrong is no desert of hers. And he,
What reason sees here I can tell thee. For aught beyond its ken, look thou alone to Beatrice, for that's a work of faith. Every substantial form which is distinct from matter, and is also joined with it, hath in it a specific power collected, which, save in operation, is not seen, and only shows itself in its effects, as life doth by its green leaves in a plant. None knows, however, whence the understanding of first cognitions comes, or whence the bent toward those first appetites which are in you, as zeal for making honey is in bees. This first will, hence, deserves nor praise nor blame. Now, that all others be conformed to this, the power which counsels inborn is in you, and ought to hold the threshold of assent. This is the source, whence comes the ground of merit in you, as it gathers in, and winnows out, your good and guilty loves. Those who in reasoning attained the bottom perceived this inborn liberty, and left the world the teachings of morality. Supposing then that every love that flames within you rises of necessity, within you lies the power to master it. This noble virtue is by Beatrice called freedom of the will. Hence see that thou recall it, should she speak of it to thee.
the moon in rising, close to midnight late, and looking like a bucket all on fire, was causing now the stars to seem more rare. As, counter to the heavens, it coursed the paths the sun inflames, whene'er the Roman sees it setting between the Sards and Corsicans. And now that noble shade, whence Pietola hath greater fame than any Mantuan village, had put aside the load I laid on him. Hence I, who, as an answer to my questions, had reaped his clear and easy talk, remained like one confused because of drowsiness. But suddenly this sleepiness of mine was taken from me by a crowd of people, who back of us were circling toward us now. And as Ismenus and Asopus once along their banks saw maddened throngs at night, whene'er the Thebans needed Bacchus, such were those who, sweeping scythe-like round that ring, were coming on, from what I saw of them, by good will ridden and by righteous love. And soon were they upon us, for the whole of that great crowd was moving at a run, and two ahead in tears were crying out,
Mary proceeded to the hills in haste.
and
Caesar, in order to subdue Ilerda, struck Marseille, then hurried on to Spain.
Quick, quick, lest time be lost through lack of love.
cried those that came behind them.
So that zeal in doing good may make grace green again.
O folk, in whom keen fervour now redeems, perhaps, the negligence and slowness shown by your tepidity in doing good. This man who lives, and truly I lie not, desires, when sunlight once returns, to mount, hence tell us where the nearest opening lies.
These were my leader's words, and one of those same spirits said,
Come on, behind us then, and thou wilt find the hole. So keen we are to keep on moving that we cannot stop. Forgive us then if lack of courtesy thou deem what we consider righteousness. I was San Zenos abbot at Verona, under the rule of worthy Barbarossa, of whom Milan in sorrow talketh still. And he has one foot in the grave already, who soon will for that monastery weep and grieve, because he had it in his power. For he his son, in body wholly sick, worse still in mind and also ill begot, has had installed in its true shepherd's place.
I know not if aught else he said or ceased, so far had he run past us now, but this I heard, and I've enjoyed retaining it. Then he who was my help in every need said,
Turn in this direction, and behold two coming on, who give a bite to sloth.
Moving behind them all, they said,
The folk for whom the sea was opened up were dead before the Jordan had perceived their heirs, and those who with the son of Anchises could not endure to toil unto the end, gave themselves up to lead inglorious lives.
Then, when those shades were separated from us so far that they no longer could be seen, a new thought made its way into my mind, whence many other different thoughts were born. And I between them so confused became, that wandering to and fro I closed mine eyes, and changed what I had thought into a dream.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 18. Section 53 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 19. Purgatory, the fourth ring. Sloth. Dante's second dream. The Angel of Zeal. The fifth ring. Avarice and Prodigality.
Within the hour when, vanquished by the earth, or even at times by Saturn, daytime's heat can warm the coldness of the moon no longer, when geomancers see their greater fortune rise in the east ere dawn, and on a path which doth not long stay dark for it, a female approached me in a dream with stammering tongue, with eyes asquint and crooked on her feet, with hands lopped off and pallor on her face. I fixed my gaze on her, and as the sun brings comfort to cold limbs which night-time chills, even so my looking at her freed her tongue, and afterward, in but a little time, completely straightened her, and gave that hue to her discoloured face which love desires. As soon as she had thus unloosed her speech, she then began to sing in such a way that from her I could hardly take my gaze.
I am,
she sang,
the lovely Siren, she who in mid-ocean mariners bewitches, so much I please whoever heareth me. I turned Ulysses from his wandering course to hear my song, and who gets used to me seldom departs, so wholly I content him.
Her mouth had not yet closed, when lo, a holy lady at my side appeared, who ready was to put her to confusion.
"O Virgil, Virgil, who is this?"
she cried in scornful tones, whereat he then advanced with eyes set only on the modest one. She seized the other, opened her in front, and rent her garments, showing me her belly. This woke me with the stench that issued from it. I turned my eyes, and my good teacher said,
I've called thee thrice at least. Arise and come. We'll find the gate through which thou mayst ascend.
I rose, and all the holy mountain's rings were with the high day's light already filled, as with the new sun back of us we moved. While I was following him, I held my head like one who, having it bowed down by thought, makes of himself a half arch of a bridge. And then I heard,
"Come on, the pass is here,"
uttered in such a gentle, kindly way as in this mortal land is never heard. With outspread wings, which seemed the wings of swans, he who thus spoke directed us on high 'tween the two side walls of the granite rock. He moved his pinions then, and fanning us, affirmed that those who mourn are happy, since possessed of comfort shall their spirits be.
What aileth thee, that only on the ground thou gazest?
Said my guide, when past the angel both he and I had climbed a little way. And I, a recent dream which to itself inclines me, makes me with such doubt advance, that I cannot refrain from thought of it.
Thou hast perceived,
said he,
that ancient witch, who henceforth o'er us is alone lamented, and seen how from her one is freed. Let that suffice thee. Strike thy heels upon the ground, and turn thine eyes up toward the calling lure the eternal King whirls with the mighty wheels.
As is the falcon, which at first looks down, then turns around when called, and spreads his wings, keen for the quarry which attracts him. Such was I, and thus as long as ere the rock was cleft, to make a path for those that climb, I went along to where the circling starts. When out upon the fifth ring I had come, people therein I saw who, shedding tears, were lying wholly prone upon its bed.
My soul hath cloven to the trodden ground,
I heard them saying with such heavy sighs, that what they said could hardly be made out.
O ye elect of God, whose sufferings here justice and hope are making less intense, direct us toward the steps that lead on high.
If ye are come exempt from lying down, and wish to find the path with greatest speed, let your right sides be always outward turned.
Thus asked the poet, and not far ahead, thus was the answer given. Hence as he spoke, I noticed where the other speaker hid, and then I turned mine eyes unto my lord, whereat he granted with a cheerful nod that which the looks of my desiring asked. When I was free to act as I inclined, I came and stood above the soul, whose words had made me notice him at first, and said, Spirit, who by thy tears art ripening that without which one cannot return to God, for my sake stay a while thy greater care. Say who thou wast, why ye hold up your backs, and whether thou wouldst have me get thee aught from there whence I, a living man, set forth. And he to me,
Why toward itself the sky is turning here our backs thou'lt know. But first, know thou that I once sat in Peter's chair. 'Tween Siestri and Chiavri there descends a lovely mountain stream, and from its name my race's title takes its greatest boast. For 1 month, and a little more, I felt how much the mighty mantle waits on him who keeps it from the mire, for all loads else seem feathers. My conversion was, alas, delayed. But when Rome's shepherd I was made, I came to know how false the world's life was. I saw that in it hearts can find no rest, nor could one in it higher rise than I. The love of this life, hence, was kindled in me. Till that time I had been a wretched soul, cut off from God, and wholly given to greed. Now, as thou seest, I'm punished for it here. What avarice doth is here made manifest in this purgation of converted souls, nor hath this mount a penalty more bitter. And as our eyes were never upward turned, because intently fixed on earthly things, so justice here hath turned them to the ground. As avarice quenched our love for all good things, until well-doing had completely ceased, so here doth justice hold us in restraint, bound fast and fettered in our hands and feet, and here will stay, stretched out and motionless, as long as it shall please the righteous Lord.
I had knelt down and wished to speak, but just as I began, and he was made aware by listening only of my reverence.
What cause,
said he,
hath bent thee downward thus?
And I to him, because of your high rank my conscience troubled me for standing up.
Straighten thy legs, my brother,
he replied,
and rise. Err not. With thee and with the rest, a fellow servant of one power am I. If thou hast ever fully understood those holy gospel words, they neither marry, well canst thou see why I am speaking thus. And now begone, I'd have thee stay no more, for, lingering here, thou hinderest the tears, wherewith I ripen that which thou hast said. A niece I have up yonder, called Elijah, good in herself. So be it that our house by its example do not make her bad, and she is all that's left me up there.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 19. Section 54 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 20. Purgatory, the fifth ring. Avarice and prodigality. Instances of liberality and of greed. The earthquake.
A will fights weakly 'gainst a stronger will. Hence I, myself displeasing, him to please, out of the water drew my sponge unfilled. I started, and along the space left clear close to the rocky cliff my leader moved, as 'neath its battlements one hugs a wall. For those who through their eyes pour drop by drop the evil which pervadeth all the world, approach too closely to the outer edge. Be thou accursed, thou ancient wolf, that prey far greater hast than have all other beasts, by reason of thy hunger's endless depth. O heaven, through whose revolving some it seems believe that here below conditions change, when will he come through whom this beast shall leave? As on we went with slow and scanted steps, and I was listening to the shades I heard weeping and uttering piteous lamentations, by chance I heard in front of us a voice cry out,
"Sweet Mary!"
in the tearful tones wherewith a woman cries in childbirth's pangs, and this was followed by,
"As poor thou wast, as by the hostelry may be perceived where thou didst lay thy sacred burden down."
Next after this I heard,
O good Fabricius, with virtue thou didst poverty prefer to great possessions with iniquity.
So pleasing had these last words been to me, that further on I moved, that I might know the spirit from whose lips they seemed to come. He now was speaking of the generous gift bestowed by Nicholas upon the maids, to guide their youth into an honoured path. O soul, that speakest of such worthy deeds, say who thou wast, said I, and why alone thou thus renewest this deserved praise. Thy words will not remain without reward, if I return to end that life's short course which flieth onward toward its final term. And he,
I'll tell it thee, though not for help, that I may look for yonder, but because grace shines so brightly in thee, ere thy death. I was the root of that malignant plant, whose shadow darkens all the Christian land, so that good fruit is seldom picked from it. But if Douai, Lille, Ghent, and Bruges could, vengeance would soon be wrought for this, and I of him request it, who is judge of all. Yonder my name was Hugh Capet. From me have sprung the Philips and the Louises, who have in recent ages governed France. A Paris butcher's son I was, when all the ancient kings had passed away save one, a grey-robed monk. Tight in my hands I found the bridle of the kingdom's government, with so much power of recent gain, and such a host of friends, that to the widowed crown was raised the head of mine own son, with whom the line of their anointed bones began. As long as its great dowry of Provence had not deprived my family of shame, its worth was small, but still it did no harm. With that began its theft by force and fraud, for afterward, to make amends, Ponthieu it ceased, with Normandy and Gascony. Charles came to Italy, and there to make amends, a victim made of Conradin, and then, to make amends, drove Thomas back to heaven. A time I see, not very long from now, which out of France will bring another Charles, to make both him and his the better known. He issues thence alone, and with no host, but with the jousting lance of Judas. This he thrust so, that he burst the paunch of Florence. As a result not land, but sin and shame he'll win, of so much greater weight for him, the lighter he accounts such loss. I see the other Charles, once captured from his ship, his daughters sell and haggle for the price, as corsairs do with slave girls not their own. What more, O avarice, canst thou do with us, since thou hast to thyself so drawn my race, that even for its own flesh it careth not? That future ills and past ones may seem less, I see Alagna by the lily entered, and, in his vicar, Christ a prisoner made. I see the latter mocked a second time. I see the vinegar and gall removed, and him I see 'mong living robbers killed. And this new Pilate I behold so ruthless, that, not content with this, he lawlessly into the temple bears his greedy sails. O when, my lord, shall I rejoice to see the vengeance in thy secret counsel hid, which now avails to make thine anger sweet? What of the Holy Spirit's only bride? I said just now, and thereby made thee turn to me for explanation, serves as answer to all our prayers, as long as daylight lasts. But soon as night returns, instead of these, we utter words which sound the opposite. We thereupon rehearse Pygmalion's story, And how of him his greedy lust for gold a traitor made, a thief, a parasite, and avaricious Midas' misery, which followed from his covetous request, and at which one will always have to laugh. Next, foolish Achan every one recalls, who stole the plunder, so that even here the wrath of Joshua seems to bite him still. We then accuse Sapphira with her husband. We praise the kicks which Heliodorus got, while Polymnestor circles all the mount in infamy, who Polydorus killed. And finally our cry is, "Tell us, Crassus, for thou dost know it, what's the taste of gold?" Aloud at times speak one, another low, as each one's feelings spur him on to speak, in stronger now, and now in weaker tones. Hence I, in speaking of the god, which here is talked about by day, was not alone, but near us here none other spoke aloud.
Already had we gone away from him, striving to make our way along the path as fast as was allowed our powers, when I, like something falling, felt the mountain quake. Then such a chill took hold of me as he is wont to have who goeth to his death. Delos indeed shook not so terribly before Latona made therein her nest, in order to give birth to heaven's two eyes. Then such a cry arose on every side, that close to me my teacher drew, and said,
Be not afraid, while I am guiding thee.
Glory to God.
They all said,
In the highest.
as far as I could understand from those near by, where what was being shouted could be heard. Both motionless and in suspense we stood, as stood the shepherds who first heard that song, till when the trembling stopped, the shouting ceased. Thereafter we resumed our holy journey, watching the shades that lay upon the ground, returned already to their wonted plaint. No ignorance had ever with as great anxiety made me desire to know, unless in this my memory go astray, as that which, as I thought, I seemed to have. I neither dared to ask, because of haste, nor could I see there anything myself. So on I went, timid and lost in thought.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 20. Section 55 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 21. Purgatory, the fifth ring. Avarice and prodigality. Statius, the cause of the earthquake.
The natural thirst, which can never be quenched, save by the water asked for by the lowly young woman of Samaria as a boon, was troubling me, while hurry spurred me on behind my leader o'er the cumbered path, and I was grieving for the just revenge. Then lo, as Luke records for us that Christ, when risen from the burial cave, appeared before the two upon the road, a shade appeared, and came behind us as we watched the crowd which lay around us at our feet. But we perceived him not, hence he spoke first, and said,
May God, my brethren, give you peace.
We turned at once, and to this greeting Virgil replied with that which corresponds to it. Then he began,
Within the blessed assembly mayst thou be set at peace, by that just cord which in eternal exile bindeth me.
What?
He replied, as quickly on we went.
If ye are shades whom God deigns not on high, who guided you so far along his stairs?
My teacher then,
If thou regard the marks which this one bears, and which the angel draws, thou'lt see that with the good he needs must reign. But whereas she, who spinneth night and day, had not as yet drawn off for him the flax which Clotho lays and packs for every one, his soul, which sister is to thee and me, could not in climbing here come up alone, because it seeth not as we. Hence I out of the ample throat of hell was drawn to show the way to him, and I shall show it, as far as e'er my school can lead him on. But tell us, if thou knowest, why the mountain shook so just now, and why all seemed to shout with one accord down to its oozy base.
Thus by his asking he had threaded so the needle's eye of my desire, that merely with hope my thirst had come to be less craving. The former then began,
Nothing exists which this mount's sacred government can feel, that void of order is or 'gainst its wont. From every change this place up here is free, Whate'er heaven's self from its own self receives can be the cause of it, and nothing else. For neither rain, nor hail, nor snow, nor dew, nor frost falls any higher up than lies the little stairway of the 3 short steps. Clouds neither dense or rarefied appear, nor lightning flashes, nor yet Thomas' daughter, who often changes quarter in the world. Dry vapour goes no higher than the top of those 3 steps whereof I spoke to thee, and on which Peter's vicar had his feet. Below, perhaps, it trembles more or less, but never quakes up here because of wind concealed, I know not how, inside the earth. It trembles here whenever any soul feels pure enough to rise, or starts to climb, and such a cry as this endorses it. Of purity the will alone gives proof, which, seizing on the soul, now wholly free to change its company, by willing helps it. It wills this from the first, but that desire, which gains the will God's justice turns toward pain, as it was once toward sin, allows it not. And I, who have 500 years and more lain in this woe, felt only now within me a free volition for a better sphere. That's why thou didst the earthquake feel, and hear the pious spirits on this mountain praise that Lord, who soon, I pray, will send them up.
He thus addressed us, and since one in drink delights, according as his thirst is great, I could not say how much he did me good. And my wise leader,
Now I see the net which holds you here, and how it opens, why it trembles here, and why ye all rejoice. Now who thou wast be pleased to let me know, and also let thy words include for me, why thou hast lain so many centuries here.
At that time, when, helped by the Most High King, good Titus took due vengeance for the wounds, from which came forth the blood by Judas sold, I was in great renown.
That spirit said,
Up yonder with the name which longest lasts, and honours most, but not as yet with faith. So sweet my song, that, though to loosen, Rome drew me to herself, where I deserved to have my temples crowned with myrtle wreath. Statius they call me still up there, of Thebes I sang of great Achilles next, but 'neath this second load I sank upon the way. The seeds of my enthusiasm were the sparks which warmed me, of that fire divine wherewith more than 1,000 poets are inflamed. I mean the Aeneid, which my mother was and nurse in poetry, and lacking which not by a drachm's weight had I stirred the scales. And to have lived on earth when Virgil lived, to one son's period more would I consent than what I owe to issue from my ban.
These words turned Virgil toward me with a look which silently,
Be silent,
said, and yet the power that wills cannot do everything. For tears and laughter follow so the passion, from which they each take rise, that least of all do they obey the will in those most truthful. I only smiled like one who winks, whereat the shade kept still, and looked into my eyes, wherein expression is most fixed, and said,
So mayst thou bring unto a happy end so great a toil? Why was it that thy face showed me just now the flashing of a smile?
I now am caught on one side and the other. One asks for silence, the other conjures me to speak. I therefore sigh, and by my teacher am understood.
Be not afraid to talk,
The latter said to me,
but speak, and tell him what he so eagerly desires to know.
I therefore said, Perhaps thou marvellest, O ancient spirit, at the smile I gave, but I would have still greater wonder seize thee. This spirit here, who upward leads mine eyes, that Virgil is, from whom thou didst of old derive the strength to sing of men and gods. If thou hast given my smile some other cause, leave it as not the true one, and believe it was the words thyself didst say of him. Already was he stooping to embrace my teacher's feet, but he said,
Brother, no, for thou a shade now dost a shade behold.
Rising, he said,
Thou now canst understand the sum of love which warmeth me toward thee, since I forget our disembodied state, and act with shades as if they solid were.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 21. Section 56 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 22. Purgatory, Statius, the Angel of Justice, the Sixth Ring, Gluttony, Instances of Temperance.
Already was the angel left behind, the angel who had toward the sixth ring turned us, after erasing from my face a wound. And he had said to us that those are blessed whose longing is for justice, and his words, with nothing further, ended this with thirst. Hence, lighter now than at the other passes, I so advanced that I, without fatigue, was following up the spirits who were swift, when Virgil thus began:
A love that flames, by virtue kindled, always lights another, if but its flame be outwardly revealed. And therefore, from the hour when Juvenal, who let me know thy love for me, came down among us in the borderland of hell, my good will hath been such toward thee, that none e'er bound me more to one I had not seen. These stairs will, therefore, now seem short to me. But tell me, and forgive me as a friend, if too great confidence relax my rein, and as a friend converse with me henceforth. How was it avarice could find a place within thy breast together with such wisdom as that wherewith thou by thy zeal wast filled?
At first these words made Statius smile a little, and then he answered,
Every word of thine is of thy love for me a precious proof. Things of a truth quite frequently appear, which offer one false arguments for doubt, because the real occasions are concealed. Thy question makes me sure of thy belief, due maybe to the ring where I was found, that I was in the last life avaricious. Know then that avarice was too far from me, and that this lack of temperance on my part thousands of courses of the moon have punished. And were it not that I corrected me when I had understood thee in thy cry, indignant, as it were, with human nature, why dost thou not, O virtue's love of gold, govern the appetite of mortal men? I now, by rolling, feel the wretched jousts. I then perceived that hens could ope their wings too much in spending, and repented me of that, as well as of my other sins. How many from the grave shall hairless rise, through ignorance which, in life and at the last, deprives them of repentance for this fault? Know, too, that any fault which of a sin is just the opposite, together with it drieth its green leaves here. If therefore I, to purge myself, have been among the folk who avarice bewail, to me it happened because of what was contrary thereto.
When thou didst sing then of the cruel strife between the two afflictions of Jocasta,
said he who sang bucolic songs,
by that which Clio singeth with thee there, the faith without which doing good is not enough, had not, it seems, yet made thee a believer. If this be so, what sun, or else what candles, lightened thy darkness so that thou thereafter didst set thy sails behind the fishermen?
Thou first didst send me to Parnassus' slopes to drink,
he said to him,
and then the first thou wast who next to God illumined me. Thou didst like him who, when he walks by night, a light behind him bears nor helps himself, but maketh those that follow after see, when thou didst say, the age renews itself, justice returns, and man's primeval times, as down from heaven a new-born race descends. Through thee a poet I became, through thee a Christian. But that thou mayst better see my sketch, I'll set my hand to colour it. Pregnant already with the true belief, sowed by the eternal kingdom's messengers, was every portion of the whole wide world. And now thy words, to which I've just referred, with these new preachers harmonized so well, that I became accustomed to frequent them. Thereat so holy did they come to seem, that when the mission persecuted them, their lamentations did not lack my tears. And while I still remained in yonder world, I helped them, and their upright mode of life caused me to treat with scorn all other sects. And ere in poetry I led the Greeks to see the streams of Thebes, baptized I was, and yet through fear, a secret Christian only, I long pretended faith in paganism. This lukewarmness around the fourth ring moved me till far beyond the fourth centennial year. Thou, therefore, that didst lift the covering veil which hid from me the good whereof I speak, tell me, while we have still a little more to climb, where our old Terence is, and where Cecilius, Plautus, Varro, if thou know. Tell me if they are damned, and in what ward.
Both they and Persius, I and many others,
My leader answered him,
are with the Greek, who more than any else the Muses nursed, in the first circle of the sightless prison. And frequently we talk about the mount which always hath our nurses on its slopes. Euripides and Antiphon are there, with us Simonides and Agathon, and many other Greeks, who once adorned their brows with laurel. There of thine own folk Antigone is seen, Deiphyle, Argia, and, as sad as once, Ismene. There too may she be seen who showed Langia. There is Tiresias' daughter, Thetis also, and with her sisters there Deidamia.
And now the poets both of them were silent, intent again on looking round, since free from climbing up and free from walls, and while 4 handmaids of the day had dropped behind, the 5th was at the sun-car's pole, still upward pointing its burning horn, whereat my leader,
I think that it behooves us now to turn our right sides toward the outer edge, and circle the mountain as our wont it is to do.
Thus was our custom, our instructor there, and with less doubt we started on again, because of that deserving soul's ascent. In front they went, and I behind, alone, listening the while to what they had to say, which gave me understanding for my verse. But soon their pleasant talk a tree broke off, which in the middle of the road we found, with fruit agreeable and sweet to smell. And as a fir tree tapers up from branch to branch, so likewise this one tapered down, in order, I believe, that none may climb it. And on the side on which our path was closed, down from the lofty cliff a limpid stream was falling, and spraying upward o'er its leaves. Then toward the tree the 2 bards turned their steps, and from among its leaves a voice cried out,
Of this food there will be for you a dearth.
Then,
More did Mary think of honouring the marriage feast and making it complete, than of her mouth, which pleadeth now for you. The ancient Roman women were content with water for their only drink, and Daniel thought little of his food, but wisdom gained. The primal age was beautiful as gold. With hunger it made acorns sweet to taste, and nectar every little brook with thirst. Honey and flying locusts were the food which fed the Baptist in the wilderness. Hence he is now as glorious and as great as by the gospel is revealed to you.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 22. Section 57 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 23. Purgatory, the 6th ring. Gluttony. The punishment of gluttons. Forese donati.
While I, as likewise he is wont to do who wastes his life in hunting little birds, was piercing thus the green leaves with mine eyes, my more than father said to me,
My son, come on now, for the time assigned to us should be more usefully distributed.
I turned my face, and no less soon my steps, behind the sages, who so talked that walking they caused to be of no expense to me. Then lo, in tearful and in singing tones, was heard in such a way that to delight and sorrow it gave birth. O gentle father, what is that I hear? said I, and he then,
Shades who, moving on, loosen perhaps the knot of what they owe.
as pilgrim travellers do, who lost in thought on meeting unknown people on the road, turn round to look at them, but do not stop. Even so behind us, though more quickly moving, there came a band of souls, who as they passed, devout and silent, gazed at us in wonder. Each was expressionless and hollow-eyed, pale in his face, and lacking so in flesh, that of his bones his skin assumed the shape. I do not think that even Erysichthon became so withered into utter skin, because of fasting, when he feared it most. Thinking within myself, I said, Behold the people who once lost Jerusalem when Mary thrust her beak into her Son. The sockets of their eyes seemed gemless rings, and he that Omo reads in human faces would surely there have recognized the M. Who would believe the perfume of a fruit and odour of a water could so act and cause such craving, if he knew not how? I still was wondering what so famished them, because the reason of their being lean and of their wretched scurf was not yet clear, when lo, a shade from deep within his head, turning his eyes toward me, looked hard, and then cried out aloud,
What grace is this to me?
I never should have known him by his face, but that to me was in his voice revealed, which in itself his aspect had suppressed. That spark rekindled all that I had known of that disfigured countenance, and thus I recognized it as Phorese's face.
Prithee, heed not the dried-up scab,
he pleaded,
which discolours thus my skin, nor any lack of flesh that I may have, but tell the truth about thyself, and who those two souls are who bear thee company. Refrain no longer from addressing me.
I answered him, Thy face, which once as dead I mourned for, gives me now no smaller cause for weeping, that I see it so disfigured. For God's sake tell me, then, what strips you thus? Make me not talk and wonder, too, for ill can he converse who longs for something else.
A virtue from the eternal will,
he said,
comes down into the water and the tree we left behind, whereby I thus grow lean. And all these people who in tears are singing, because of following unchecked love of food, are here re-sanctified in thirst and hunger. The pleasant odour issuing from the fruit, and from the spray which o'er the verdure spreads, kindles in us the wish to eat and drink. And not once only is our pain renewed, as on this floor we move around. Our pain, I say, though solace ought to be my word, for to the tree doth that same longing lead us, which once led Christ in happiness to cry, My God, when with his blood he set us free.
And I to him, Phoreese, from the day when thou didst for a better life change world, 5 years have not yet rolled away till now. If power of sinning further ended in thee before the coming of that happy hour of sorrow, which re-weddeth us to God, how is it thou art come up here? I thought that I should find thee still below, down there, where time restores itself by means of time, whence he to me.
My Nella, with the tears which streamed from her, enabled me to drink the pleasant wormwood of this pain so soon. She, with her pious prayers and with her sighs, hath drawn me from the hillside where one waits, and freed me from the other lower rings. So much the dearer a delight to God is my poor widow whom I loved so much, the more alone she is in doing right. For far more modest in its women is the wild Barbagia region of Sardinia than the Barbagia which I left her in. O my dear brother, what wouldst have me say? I have, e'en now, a future time in sight, to which this hour will not be very old, when from the pulpits shameless Florence women will be prohibited to go abroad showing their bosoms with the breasts exposed. What Barbary women or what Saracens e'er needed spiritual or other laws to keep them covered up when going out? But if the shameless ones were sure of what a swiftly moving heaven prepares for them, their mouths for howling would be open now. For, if my foresight here deceive me not, they'll grieve, ere that one's cheek grows hair who still is hushed with lullabies. Now, brother, see, I pray, that from me thou no longer hide. Thou seest that not only I, but all these people gaze where thou dost veil the sun.
Hence I to him, If thou recall to mind what thou with me wast once, and with thee I, still grievous will our present memory be. Who goes before me turned me from that life the other day, when that one sister round was seen by you, and at the sun I pointed. Through the deep night hath he conducted me, and from among the truly dead, still clothed in this real flesh, which follows in his steps. Thence his encouragements have drawn me on, as up I climbed, and circled round the mount, which straightens you whom crooked made the world. He says that he will make me his companion, till there I am where Beatrice shall be. Up there without him must I needs remain. Virgil is he who tells me so, at him I pointed, and this other one, the shade, because of whom just now on every slope your realm, which from itself removes him, quaked.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 23. Section 58 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 24. Purgatory, the sixth ring. Gluttony. Instances of gluttony. The angel of temperance.
Speaking slowed not our gait, nor did our gait our speaking. But still talking, we went on apace, as by a fair wind driven, a ship. The shades, meanwhile, who looked like things twice dead, drew wonder through their hollowed eyes at me, when they perceived that I was still alive. And I, continuing my talking, said, He, for another's sake, is going up more slowly than perhaps he else would do. But if thou know, say where Picarda is, and whether I see any here worth noting among these people who so gaze at me.
My sister who, 'tween fair and good, was most, I know not which, on high Olympus triumphs, happy already in the crown she wears.
This he said first, and then,
We're not forbid to name each here, since by our abstinence our aspects are so greatly milked away. This Bonajunta is.
His finger showed him.
The Luca Bonajunta, while the face beyond him, more embroidered than the rest, had in his arms the Holy Church. Of Tours he was, and now, by fasting, expiates Bolsena's eels and rare Vernaccia wine.
And many more he named me one by one, and all, when named, seemed satisfied. Hence I, because of this, saw not a gloomy act. Using their teeth through hunger, though in vain, I saw both Ubaldino della Pila and Boniface, who pastured with his crook much folk. I Ser Marchese saw, who once had time to drink less dryly at Forlì, yet such he was, that he did not feel sated. But as one looks, and more of one man thinks than of another, so did I at him of Lucca, who, it seemed, most wished to know me. He murmured, and I heard I know not what about Gentuca, uttered where he felt the wound of justice which consumes them so. O soul, that seem'st so fain to speak to me, said I, so do that I may understand, and with thy words appease thyself and me.
There is a woman born,
he then began,
nor weareth yet a veil, who, howsoever it be reproached, shall cause my town to please thee. With this provision shalt thou now go on, and if by what I murmured thou wast led astray, events shall make it clear to thee. But tell me whether him I here behold, who those new rhymes produced, which thus began, Ye ladies, who well know what loving is.
And him I answered, I am one who heed when love within me breathes, and outwardly express myself as in me love dictates.
O brother, now I see,
said he,
the bar which kept this side of the sweet new style I hear, the notary, Guiton, and myself. I clearly see that your pens closely follow in the dictator's wake, which certainly was not the case with ours, and he who further sets himself most to look between these styles perceives no other difference.
Whereupon, as if content with this, he ceased to speak. As birds that spend the winter along the Nile form in the air at times a flock, and then with greater speed fly on, and in a line advance, so likewise all the people there quickened their steps with faces turned around, since through their leanness light, and through their will. And as a man who wearies of running lets his companions go, and only walks, until the panting of his chest has ceased, even so Forese let the holy flock pass on, and saying,
When shall I again behold thee?
Came along behind with me. I know not, I replied, how long I'll live, but I shall not so soon return that sooner I shall not with my will be on the shore, because the place where I was set to live strips itself further day by day of goodness, and now to dismal ruin seems ordained.
Now go,
said he,
for him I see who most hath blame for this, behind a beast's tail dragged down to the vale, where none e'er frees himself from fault. The beast with every step goes faster, and ever faster, till it hurls him down, and leaves his body in disgraceful plight. Those fears have not much further to revolve.
He raised his eyes toward heaven.
Ere clear to thee will that become which my words can explain no more. Stay now behind, for in this realm so precious is our time, that, coming thus at even pace with thee, I lose too much.
As at a gallop from a riding troop a horseman issues forth at times, and goes to win the honour of the first encounter, so he with longer strides departed from us, and on the road with those two I remained, who of the world such mighty marshals were. When he had gone so far ahead that now mine eyes became such followers of his form, as of his words my mind, the heavy laden and living branches of another tree appeared before me not so far away, since toward it I had only then turned round. Beneath it folk I saw with upraised hands, who toward the foliage cried I know not what, like eager children who in vain beseech, while he, to whom they pray, replieth not, but with a view to make their longing keen, holds what they long for up, and hides it not. They then departed as if undeceived, and thereupon to that great tree we came, which turns away so many prayers and tears.
Pass on without approaching. Higher up a tree there is, which bitten was by Eve, and this one is an offshoot sprung from that.
Thus said I know not who among the branches. Hence Virgil, I, and Statius, close together, advanced along the side which rises up.
Recall,
he said,
those cursed cloud-born creatures, who gorged with food and drink, gainst Theseus strove with double breasts. The Hebrews too recall, who at their drinking showed that they were soft, whence as his fellows Gideon had them not, when he on Median down the hills advanced.
Thus, hugging close one margin of the ring, we passed, and heard of gluttonies, which once were followed by distressful gains. Then, spreading out across the lonely path, more than 1,000 steps had borne us on, in contemplation each, without a word.
What think ye three, as thus alone ye go?
A voice cried suddenly, whereat I started, as scared and sluggish beasts are wont to do. I raised my head to see who this might be, and ne'er were metals in a furnace seen, or glass as red and bright as one I saw, who said,
If ye are pleased to mount above, ye must in this direction turn aside. This way goes he who goes in quest of peace.
His aspect had bereft me of my sight. I therefore turned and stepped behind my teachers, like one who guides his feet by what he hears. And as when heralding the light of dawn the breeze of May sheds fragrance as it stirs, all redolent of grasses and of flowers, so 'gainst my brow I felt a zephyr's stroke, and well perceived the motion of the wing which made me scent ambrosian odours there.
Blessed are they whom so much grace illumes,
I heard one saying,
that the love of taste stirs not too great a longing in their breast, but always hunger only as is right.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 24. Section 59 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 25. Purgatory, the seventh ring. Lust. Sensuality punished. Instances of chastity.
The hour was when ascent brooked no delay, because the sun had left the noontime ring to Taurus, as to Scorpio had the night. Therefore, as doth a man who, whatsoe'er appear to him, stops not, but goes his way, if spurred by goading of necessity, so, one before the other, through the gap we entered in, and took the flight of stairs, which by its narrowness parts those who climb. And like the little stork which lifts its wings, because it longs to fly, but ventures not to leave its nest, and lets them droop again, even such was I, with kindled and with quenched desire to ask, when coming to the act of one who starts to speak. Nor, though our pace was fast, did my dear father check himself, but said to me,
Discharge the bow of speech, which to the arrowhead thou now hast drawn.
With confidence I opened then my mouth, and said, How can one possibly grow lean, where need of nourishment doth not obtain?
Shouldst thou recall,
he said,
how, when the brand was burning, Meleager was consumed, this would not be so difficult for thee. And shouldst thou think how, at your quivering, your image quivers in the looking-glass, that which seems hard to thee would easy seem. But that thou ease thee to thy heart's content, lo, here is Statius. Him I call and beg that he be now a healer of thy wounds.
If I unfold for him the eternal view when in thy presence.
Statius then replied,
Be my excuse that I cannot refuse thee.
He then began,
If, son, thy mind shall hear and understand my words, they'll prove a light for thee unto the how which thou dost ask. The perfect blood which by the thirsty veins is never drunk, but stays as doth the food which from the table thou dost take away, gets in the heart a power informative for all the human members, being that which floweth through the veins to form the same. When redigested, it flows down to parts whereof more seemly silence is than speech. Then on another's blood it trickles thence into the natural vessel. There both meet, passive the one, the other active, since perfect the place from which it was distilled. Joining the former, it begins to work, coagulating first, then quickening that which it had formed as matter for itself. The active virtue now become a soul, as of a plant, though so far differing from it, that this is on its way and that arrived. So worketh next, that now it moves and feels like fungi of the sea, then undertakes to organize the powers whose germ it is. That virtue, son, now spreads and now extends, which from the generator's heart derives, where nature on all members is intent. But how from animal it comes to be a child, thou seest not yet, a point so hard it led a wiser man than thou so far astray, that in his teaching from the soul he parted the potential intellect, because he saw no organ it assumed. Open thy mind unto the coming truth, and know that when the brain's organization is in the fetus to perfection brought, the primal mover, glad of such a work of nature, turns toward it, and breathes therein a spirit new and full of powers, which draws into its substance what it active finds therein, and so becomes a single soul, which lives and feels, and on itself reflects. And that the less thou wonder at my words, consider how to wine the suns he turns when joined to juices flowing from the vine. When lachesis hath no more thread, the soul frees itself from the flesh and bears away, potentially, the human and divine. Mute one and all the other faculties, with memory, intelligence, and will far keener in their action than before. Then, without stopping, of itself it falls in wondrous way to one or other shore. Here first it learns its road. As soon as place has circumscribed it there, the forming virtue raised round it in the same degree and way as when the members were alive it did. And as the air, when fully charged with rain, is by another's rays, which it reflects within itself, adorned with many hues, so here the neighbouring air takes on the shape the soul, which settled there, impresses on it, as would a seal, by its own forming power, and afterward, as doth the little flame, which follows fire where'er it changes place, so the new shape accompanies its spirit, which, since it hence takes visibility, is called a shade, and therewith organizes each of the senses up to that of sight. By means of this we speak, by means of this we laugh, and by this means we make the tears and sighs thou mayst have heard upon the mount. As our desires and other passions move us, our shade takes shape accordingly, and this the reason is of what thou wonderest at.
We now had reached the final circling place, and to the right hand having turned our steps, intent we were upon another care. The bank here outwardly shoots forth a flame, while upward from the ledge below a blast is breathed, which drives it back and keeps it off. Hence one by one along the open side we had to walk, while I on one hand feared the fire, and on the other falling down. My leader said to me,
Along this path a tight rein must be kept upon one's eyes, for one might very easily go wrong.
Oh, 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 God of highest clemency.
I then heard sung within the bosom of the fire, whose glowing no less made me wish to turn, and spirits moving through the flame I saw. Hence at their steps I looked, and at mine own, lending my eyes to each from time to time. After the lines with which that hymn concludes, aloud they shouted,
I know not a man.
Then in low tones began the hymn again. They cried again, this ended,
To the woods Diana kept, and thence drove Elike, for having known the taste of Venus' poison.
Then they resumed the song, and then proclaimed the names of wives and husbands who were chaste, as virtue and the marriage state enjoin. And this course, I believe, suffices them for all the period during which the fire is burning them, and such the care and diet wherewith the wound is finally sewed up.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 25. Section 60 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 26. Purgatory, the seventh ring. Lust. Instances of natural and unnatural lust.
While thus, one for the other, long the edge we went, and my good teacher often said,
Attention pay, and let my warning help thee.
The sun, which with its rays was changing now from azure all the western skies to white, was on my right side striking me, and I was with my shadow giving to the flame a brighter red. I noticed many shades give heed to this small sign as on they moved. This was what started them to speak of me, and they began to say among themselves,
That one seems not to have an unreal body.
Then some of them, as far as possible, drew near to me, though always with due care not to come out where they would not be burned.
O thou that goest on behind the rest, though not from sloth, but from respect, perhaps reply to me, who burn with thirst and fire, nor is by me alone thine answer needed, for all these here have greater thirst therefore than Indians or Ethiopians for cold water. Inform us how it is that with thyself thou makest thus a wall against the sun, as if thou hadst not entered death's snare yet.
Thus one of them addressed me, and at once had I declared myself, had I not heeded another novelty which then appeared. For through the middle of the flaming road folk with their faces turned the other way came on, and made me stop to gaze at them. There all the shades on every side I see make haste, and without stopping kiss each other, with this short form of greeting satisfied. Thus one ant from among its dark host touches its muzzle to another's, to obtain, perhaps, directions as to path or fortune. As soon as they leave off their friendly greeting, and ere the first step has been taken there, each struggles to outcry the other shade. The new-come band shouts,
Sodom and Gomorrah!
The other,
And the cow Pasiphae reclines, that to her lust the bull may run.
Thereat like cranes. If some of them should fly toward the Riphean heights, and toward the sands the rest, these shunning ice, and those the sun, one band departs, the other comes along. And weeping to their previous song they turn, and to the cry which best befitteth them. Then those same shades who had entreated me drew near to me, as they had done before, with eagerness to listen in their looks. And I, who twice had seen what they desired, began, O souls, who now are sure of having, whenever it may be, a state of peace, my body's members have not stayed beyond, either unripe or ripe, but with their blood and with their joints are really with me here. I hence go up to be no longer blind. On high a lady wins us grace, whereby I carry through your world my mortal part. But so may your best wish be soon fulfilled, in order that that heaven may shelter you which full of love is amplest in its spread. Tell me, that I may rule more paper for it, both who ye are, and what is yonder crowd which onward goes its way behind your backs. A mountaineer becomes not otherwise confused, nor looking round grows dumb, when rough and wild he enters first a town, than each shade did in its appearance there. But when set free from that astonishment, which soon diminishes in high-born hearts, the one who questioned me before resumed,
Happy art thou that shippest thus experience of these our bounds, that better thou mayst live. The people who come not along with us, in that offended, for which Caesar once, when triumphing, heard Queen cried out against him. From us they therefore separate with cries of Sodom, and by self-reproach assist, as thou hast heard, the burning by their shame. Our sin was intersexual, but since we, by following our appetites like beasts, fail to conform ourselves to human law, to our confusion, when we leave the others, her name we cry, who bestialized herself, by lying in the beast-resembling frame. Thou knowest now our deeds, and what our guilt. If who we are thou'dst know, perhaps by name, there is no time to tell, nor could I do it. As to myself, I'll rid thee of thy wish. I'm Guido Gwinetzelli, and purge me now, because of grieving well before the end.
As in Lycurgus' anguish those two sons became, when they again beheld their mother, even such did I, though I went not so far, when him I heard self-named, who father was to me and others, better men than I, who e'er made sweet and graceful rhymes of love. Hence, lost in thought, nor hearing aught or speaking, I moved, and long I gazed at him in wonder. But for the fire no nearer drew to him. When I, with looking, had been fully fed, I put myself entirely at his service with those assurances which win belief. And he,
Thou leav'st in me a memory from what I hear, so great and plain, that Lethe can neither wipe it out nor make it dim. But, if thy words swore what was true just now, tell me, why hast thou by thy speech and looks revealed to me that thou dost hold me dear?
and I to him, 'twas those sweet rhymes of yours, which, while the modern form of speech endures, will e'er endear to me their very ink.
Brother,
he said,
he whom I indicate,
he pointed at a spirit on a head,
was of his mother tongue a better smith. In love songs and in stories of romance he vanquished all. Hence let those fools talk on, who think the Limousin excelleth him. To rumour, rather than to truth, they turn their faces, forming their opinions thus, ere art or reason have by them been heeded. Thus with Gritoni many ancients did, giving, from cry to him alone the prize, until with most the truth prevailed. If now so amply privileged thou art, that lawful is thy going to the cloister, where Christ is abbot of the brotherhood, a paternoster say to him for me, or all of it that we in this world need, wherein no longer it is ours to sin.
and then perhaps to yield his place to one near by him there, he vanished through the fire, as to the bottom would a fish through water. Toward him who had been pointed out I moved a little way, and said that my desire was for his name a gracious place preparing.
Your courteous question,
he unurged began,
delighteth me so much that I cannot, nor do I wish to, hide myself from you. Arnaut am I, who going weep and sing, with sorrow my past folly I behold, and see with joy the hoped-for coming day. Now, by the power which guides you to the top of this short flight of stairs, I beg you, be mindful in due time of this my pain.
Then in the fire refining them he hid.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 26. Section 61 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 27. Purgatory, the seventh ring. Lust, the angel of purity. Dante's third dream. Virgil's last words.
As when he sends his earliest quivering beams where his Creator shed his blood, while Ebro 'neath lofty Libra falls, and Ganges' waves are being scalded by the heat of noon, so stood the sun. Daylight was, hence, departing, when God's glad messenger appeared to us. Outside the flames, upon the bank he stood, and in a voice far clearer than his ours, was singing,
No further may ye go, ye holy souls, until the fire have burned you. Enter it, and be not deaf unto the song beyond.
He told us next, when we were near to him. Hence I, on hearing him, became like one who in the grave is laid. Clasping my hands together, over them I bowed, and watched the fire, while vivid images I formed of human bodies I had once seen burned. Toward me my kindly escorts turned around, and Virgil said to me,
There may, my son, be pain here, but not death. Recall to mind, recall to mind. If even on Gerion's back I safely led thee, what shall I do now that nearer God I am? Assuredly believe that, if within the centre of this flame thou shouldst for even 1,000 years remain, it could not make thee lose a single hair. And if, perchance, thou think that I deceive thee, draw near to it, and make thyself believe with thine own hands upon thy garment's hem. Lay now aside all fear. Turn round toward me, and come ahead, assured.
And yet, though 'gainst my conscience, I moved not. On seeing me still motionless and firm, somewhat disturbed, he said,
Now see, my son, this wall remains 'tween Beatrice and thee.
As Pyramus, when dying, at the name of Thisbe oped his eyes and looked at her, what time the mulberry became vermilion. Even so, my stubbornness becoming weak, I turned to my wiser leader when I heard the name that ever wells up in my heart. Thereat he shook his head and said,
What's this? Do we on this side wish to stay?
Then smiled, as one does at a child an apple wins. Then entering the fire in front of me, Statius he begged to come behind, who erst had over a long road divided us. When once inside, I would have thrown myself, that I might cool me, into boiling glass, so without measure was the burning there. My tender father, to encourage me, talked, as we moved, of Beatrice alone, and said,
I seem to see her eyes already.
A voice that sang upon the further side was guiding us, and we, on it alone intent, came forth to where the ascent began.
Ye blessed of my father, come,
was said within a light there, such that I thereby was overcome, and could not look at it.
the sun is setting, and the evening comes.
It added,
Tarry not, but hasten on, while yet the western sky has not grown dark.
Straight upward went the pathway through the rock in such direction that in front of me I cut the low sun's rays. Not many stairs had we yet tried, when I and my wise leaders were, by my shadow's vanishing, aware that back of us the sun had gone to rest. And ere in all of its unmeasured range the horizon had assumed one single tone, and night had everywhere diffused itself, each of a step had made himself a bed. Because the nature of the mount deprived us rather of power to climb than of desire. Like goats, which, swift of foot and wanton once when on the mountain heights, ere being fed, grow tamely quiet when they ruminate, all silent in the shade, while yet the sun is hot, and guarded by a herd who leans upon his staff, and serves them as he leans. And like the shepherd in the open living, who calmly spends the night beside his flock, and keepeth watch lest some wild animal should scatter it. Even such all three of us were then, I like a goat, and they like shepherds, by the high rock hemmed in on either side. But little of the outer world could there be seen, but through that little I perceived the stars more bright and larger than their wont. While I was ruminating thus, and thus was gazing at them, sleep o'ertook me, sleep which oft receiveth news of future things before they are, at that same hour, methinks, when Cytherea, who it seems e'er burns with fires of love, beamed first upon the mount from out the east, dreaming I seemed to see a lady, young and fair, who, gathering flowers, was walking through a field, and as she sang, said,
Know who asks my name that I am Leah, and that I move my lovely hands about to make myself a wreath, to please myself when at my mirror I adorn me here. But never doth my sister Rachel leave her looking-glass, but sits there all day long. Her pleasure is to see her lovely eyes, as mine is to adorn me with my hands. Seeing contenteth her, and doing me.
And now before the splendid beams of dawn, which rise with greater thanks from travellers, as coming home they lodge less far away, the shades of night were fleeing everywhere, and with them sleep. Hence I arose and saw that my great teachers had already risen.
That pleasant fruit, which on so many boughs the care of men is ever looking for, shall give thine every hunger peace to-day.
These were the very words which Virgil used when turned toward me, and never were there gifts which in their sweetness could have equalled these. Such longing upon longing overcame me to be above, that at each step thereafter I felt my pinions growing for the flight. When all the stairway had beneath us passed, and we were standing on its topmost step, on me then Virgil fixed his eyes, and said,
The temporal and the eternal fire, my son, thou now hast seen, and to a place art come where I can of myself no further see. I have brought thee here by genius and by art. Henceforth as leader thine own pleasure take. Forth art thou from both steep and narrow paths. Behold the sun there shining on thy brow, behold the tender grass, the flowers and shrubs, which here the soil yields of itself alone. Until in happiness those lovely eyes appear, which, weeping, made me come to thee, thou mayst be seated, or among them walk. From me expect no further word or sign. Free, right, and sound is thine own will, and wrong were not to act according to its hest. Hence o'er thyself I crown and mitre thee.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 27. Section 62 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 28. Terrestrial Paradise. The Divine Forest. Matilda. The River Lethe.
Keen now to look within and round about the wood divine, whose foliage dense and green was tempering for mine eyes the new day's light, waiting no longer there I left the edge, and entered very slowly on the plain, across a soil which everywhere breathed fragrance. A pleasant breeze, unvaried in itself, smote me upon the forehead with a stroke no greater than a gently blowing wind, whereby the branches trembling readily were all of them in that direction swaying, where first the holy mount its shadow casts. Yet ne'er deflecting from their upright state so much, that on their tops the little birds should give up practising their every art. But singing with full gladness they received the earliest breezes 'mong the leaves, which sang in undertone a burden to their songs, like that which gathers strength from bough to bough throughout the grove of pines on Chiassi's shore, when Aeolus has set Scirocco free. My slow steps now had carried me so far inside the ancient wood, that I no longer could see whence I had entered it. Then lo, a stream deprived me of advancing further, which with its little waves was toward the left bending the grass which sprang upon its bank. All waters which are purest here on earth would seem to have within themselves some mixture, if they should be compared to that one there, which hideth naught, though very darkly flowing 'neath the perpetual shade, which ne'er allows the rays of sun or moon to shine on it. I checked my feet, and with mine eyes passed on beyond the little stream, to gaze upon the great variety of flowering trees. And there, as when aught suddenly appears that turns through wonder every thought aside, a lady all alone appeared to me, who singing went her way and picking flowers, wherewith her path on every side was painted. Prithee, fair lady, thou that in love's beams art warming thee, if outward looks I trust, which use to be a witness to the heart, let it thy pleasure be, said I to her, to draw thee forward toward this stream so far, that I may understand what thou art singing. Thou makest me recall both where and what Proserpina was at the time when her mother lost, and she the flowers of spring. As turns around a lady who while dancing her feet together keeps and on the ground, and hardly sets one foot before the other, so on the little red and yellow flowers turned she toward me, no otherwise than would a virgin lowering her modest eyes, and satisfied my prayers, for near to me she drew in such a way that her sweet tones reached me with all of their significance. As soon as she was where the grass is bathed by that fair river's wavelets, she conferred on me the gift of raising up her eyes. Nor do I think so bright a light shone forth from under Venus's eyelids, when transfixed, wholly against his custom, by her son. As smiling on the other bank she stood, her hands kept picking other bright-hued flowers, which without seed the highland there brings forth. The river kept us still 3 steps apart, but even the Hellespont, where Xerxes crossed it, a bridle still to every human pride, endured no greater hatred from Leander, because it surged 'tween Sestos and Abydos, than this from me, because it then oped not.
Newcomers are ye,
she began,
and hence, because I smile in this place, which was chosen for human nature as its nest, some doubt, perhaps, still keeps you wondering here. And yet the psalm called Delectasti gives you light, which from your minds can drive away your mist. And thou that art in front, and didst entreat me, say whether thou wouldst hear aught else, for I came ready for thine every question's need.
The water and the music of the wood, said I, impugn in me a recent faith in what I heard, which contradicted this, when she,
I'll tell thee how from its own cause proceedeth that which makes thee wonder now, and clear the mist obstructing thee, the good supreme, which only by itself is pleased, made man both good and apt to good, and gave him this place as earnest of eternal peace. Through his own fault he but a little while stayed here, through his own fault, for tears and toil exchanged he honest laughter and sweet play, in order that the trouble which below the earth's and water's exhalations cause by their own trend, which is to follow heat as best they may, should wage no war on man. This mountain rose up toward the sky thus far, and free from them it is from where it's locked. And now, since all the atmosphere revolves and circles with the sphere of primal motion, unless its whirling round be somewhere broken, such motion strikes against this eminence, which in the living air is wholly free, and makes the forest, which is dense, resound, and so much power hath the stricken plant, that with its virtue it imbues the air, which by revolving scatters it about. The other land, as able of itself, or through its climate, next conceives and bears the diverse qualities of diverse trees. If this were heard, it would not seem to be a wonder yonder, when a plant takes root without there being evidence of seed. And thou must know that all this holy plain, where thou art now, is full of every seed, and fraught with fruit, which yonder is not picked. The water thou beholdest wells not up from fountains fed by mists, condensed by cold, as doth a stream which gains and loses breath, but issues from a sure and constant fount, which by the will of God regains as much as, open on both sides, it poureth forth. On this side with a virtue it descends, which takes from men all memory of sin. On the other it restoreth that of all good deeds. On this side it is Lethe called, on the other Eunoe, and worketh not, till tasted both on this side and on that. This greater is than are all other savours, and though thy thirst might be completely sated, should I reveal no more to thee, I'll give thee a corollary as further grace. Nor do I think my words will be less dear to thee, should they extend beyond my promise. Those who in ancient times sang of the age of gold, and of its happy state, perchance dreamed on Parnassus of this very place. Here was the root of mankind innocent. Spring's flowers and every fruit are always here. The nectar this, whereof all poets speak.
Thereat I turned around, and having faced my poets, I perceived that they had heard this last interpretation with a smile. Then toward the lady beautiful I turned my face.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 28. Section 63 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 29. Terrestrial Paradise, the River Lethe, the mystic pageant of the Church.
Singing as an enamoured lady would, when once her words were ended, she went on,
Blessed are they whose sins are covered up.
and like the nymphs who used to go alone through woodland shades, desiring one to see, the other to avoid the sun, she then moved counter to the stream's course, going up along its bank, and I at even pace, matching her little steps with steps as small. Her paces were with mine not yet 100, when both the margins equally were bent in such a way that toward the east I faced. Nor had we yet as far again moved on, when round toward me the lady wholly turned, and said,
My brother, look and listen now.
And lo, so bright a lustre suddenly traversed the mighty wood in all directions, that I of lightning was compelled to think. But since this ceases as it comes, while that, the longer it endured, the brighter grew, within me I kept saying, What is this? And through the illumined air was running now a gentle melody. Hence righteous zeal made me reproach the hardihood of Eve, who, while both earth and heaven obedient were, the only woman, and but just created, could not endure to stay beneath a veil; 'neath which, if she had but devoutly kept, I should have tasted those unspeakable delights before, and for a longer time; while I, mid such first fruits of bliss eternal, was going all enrapt, and eager still for further joys. In front of us the air 'neath the green boughs became a blazing fire, and that sweet sound was now known as a song. O Virgin sacrosanct, if I have ever been hungry, cold, or sleepless for your sake, good reasons spur my claiming a reward. For me now Helicon must pour her streams, and with her choir Urania give me help to set in verse things difficult to think. A little further on, the lengthy space still intervening 'tween ourselves and them, showed falsely what appeared 7 trees of gold. But when I'd drawn so near to them that now the common object which deceiveth sense, because of distance lost no attribute, the virtue which prepares discourse for reason perceived that they were candlesticks, and heard Hosanna in the voices of the song. Above, the fair array flamed far more brightly than in unclouded skies the midnight moon, when at the middle of her monthly course. Filled with astonishment, I turned around to my good Virgil, and he answered me with looks no less with wonder fraught. I then gazed back again at those exalted things, which toward us moved so slowly, that outrun they would have been by newly wedded brides. The lady chided me.
Why dost thou gaze so ardently at those bright lights alone, and dost not look at that which follows them?
I then saw people who were coming on, as if behind their leaders, clothed in white, and never was such whiteness here on earth. The water was resplendent on my left, and like a mirror, if I looked in it, reflected back my body's left to me. When I was on my bank so placed, that now only the river kept me at a distance, I checked my steps that I might better see, and I beheld the little flames advance, leaving the air behind them bright with colour, and look like strokes a painter's brush had drawn; so that, above, the air remained marked out by 7 long bands, all in the hues wherewith the sun his bow, and Delia makes her belt. These standards further to the rear extended than I could see. As far as I could judge, the outermost 10 paces were apart. There now were coming 'neath as fair a sky as I describe here 24 elders, 2 at a time, and crowned with fleurs-de-lis, and all of them were saying,
Blessed be thou 'mong Adam's daughters.
Ay, and blessed be throughout eternity thy beauty's charms.
After the flowers and other tender blooms in front of me upon the other bank had been set free from that elected folk, as in the sky star follows after star, so after these 4 living creatures came, each with a wreath of verdant foliage crowned. And each of them was feathered with 6 wings, their feathers full of eyes, and these were such as, were they living, Argus's eyes would be. I'll waste no more rhymes, reader, to describe their forms, for other spending so constrains me, that I in this one cannot be profuse. But read thou in Ezekiel, who depicts them, as from the sky's cold parts he saw them move, accompanied by wind, and clouds, and fire. And such, as in his pages thou wilt find them, such were they here, except that, as to wings, John is with me, and disagrees with him. The space extending 'tween the 4 contained a triumph chariot moving on 2 wheels, which came along drawn by a griffon's neck. Both of his wings the latter stretched on high 'tween the mid-banner and the 3 and 3, so that by cleaving it he injured none. So high they rose that they were lost to sight. His members were of gold as far as bird he was, and white the others mixed with red. Not only Rome ne'er with so fair a car made Africanus or Augustus glad, but even the suns were poor compared with this. The suns, which, when it lost its way, was burned in answer to the suppliant earth's request, when Jupiter inscrutably was just. At its right wheel 3 ladies in a ring came dancing on, the first so red, that hardly would she be noticed if in fire she were, and such the second was, as if her flesh and very bones were made of emeralds. The third one looked like newly fallen snow, and now led by the white one they appeared, now by the red, and from the latter's song the others took their time, both slow and fast. Upon the left hand 4 in purple clothed were making glad, according to the gait of one of them with 3 eyes in her head. Behind the whole group I have here described, 2 old men I beheld, unlike in clothes, but like in mien, both dignified and grave. One showed himself a pupil of that great Hippocrates, whom for the animals she loves most dearly nature made. The other revealed the opposite intention with a sword so glittering and sharp, that though I stood on this side of the stream, it caused me fear. Then 4 I saw who were of humble mien, and back of all an aged, keen-faced man, advancing by himself, and lost in sleep. These 7 were robed in garments which resembled those of the primal company, though on their heads they wore not lily garlands, but were crowned with roses and with other crimson flowers. A distant sight of them had made one swear that all on fire they were above their brows. And when the chariot was abreast of me, thunder was heard, whereat those worthy people appeared to have advance forbidden them, and stopped there with the standards in their van.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 29. Section 64 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 30. Terrestrial Paradise. Lethe. Appearance of Beatrice. Disappearance of Virgil.
When the septentrion of the highest heaven, which never either setting knew or rising, or veil of other mist than that of guilt, and which was causing every creature there to know his duty, as the lower one makes him who turns the helm to reach a port, stopped suddenly. The people of the truth, who first had come between it and the griffin, turned around toward the car, as toward their peace, and one of them, as though from heaven sent down, sang thrice aloud,
Come thou from Lebanon, my spouse.
and all the rest sang after him. As at the last trump call, each of the blessed will quickly rise from out his tomb, and sing the Hallelujah with a voice regained. Even so there rose upon the car divine, at such an elder's voice, 100 servants and message-bearers of eternal life. They all were saying,
Blessed be thou that comest.
And strewing flowers on high and all around,
O scatter forth your lilies with full hands.
I've seen ere now, when day began to dawn, the eastern skies all rosy, and the rest adorned with beauty and serenity. And then the sun rise with its face o'ershadowed in such a way that, through the tempering of mists, the human eye could long endure it. So likewise standing in a cloud of flowers, which rose from angel hands, and fell again within and out the car, a lady crowned with a wreath of olives or a pure white veil appeared before me, neath a cloak of green, clothed with the colour of a living flame. My spirit hereupon, which for so long a time had not been trembling in her presence, or felt itself all broken down with awe, with no more knowledge of her by mine eyes, but through a hidden virtue issuing from her, felt the great power of the olden love. As soon as that high virtue smote my sight, which formerly had pierced me through and through, ere I had passed beyond my boyhood's years, round to the left I turned me with the trust wherewith an infant to its mother runs, whenever terrified or in distress, to say to Virgil, Less now than a dram of blood remains in me that is not trembling, I feel the tokens of the olden flame. But Virgil now had left us of himself deprived, Virgil, my dearest father Virgil, to whom for my salvation I had given me. Nor yet did all our ancient mother lost avail to keep my cheeks, though cleansed with dew, from turning dark again because of tears.
Dante, though Virgil leave, weep thou not yet. Weep thou not yet, for thou wilt need to weep by reason of another sword than this.
Even as an admiral who both on stern and prow comes to behold the men that serve on the other ships and urge them to do well, so likewise on the left side of the car, when I had turned around me at the sound of mine own name, which here must needs be mentioned, I saw the lady who had first appeared concealed beneath the angels' festival, direct her eyes toward me across the stream. Although the veil, which from her head hung down, encircled by Minerva's olive leaves, did not allow her to appear distinctly, she went on royally, still stern in mien, as one doth who, when speaking, holdeth back his warmest words.
Look at us well, for we indeed are Beatrice. How wast thou able to approach the mountain? Didst thou not know that man is happy here?
My lowered eyes fell on the limpid stream, but when I saw myself reflected there, I drew them to the grass, so great the shame that weighed my forehead down. As to her child a mother seems severe, so she to me, for bitter tastes the savour of harsh pity. Silent she kept, then suddenly the angels chanted, Ye
it my trust.
But further than my feet they did not go, even as the snow among the living beams grown on the back of Italy is frozen, when blown and hardened by Slavonian winds, and then, when melting, trickles through itself, if but the land that loses shadows breathe, and thus seems like a fire that melts a candle. Even so was I with neither tears nor sighs, before the song of those who ever tune their notes to music of eternal spheres. But when I heard in their sweet harmonies the sympathy they had for me, far more than had they said, "Why, lady, shame him so," the ice bound tightly round my heart was turned to breath and water, and through mouth and eyes issued with anguish from my inmost breast. Then she, still standing motionless upon the same side of the car, addressed those sympathetic creatures with these words:
Ye keep your watches through the eternal day, so that nor night nor slumber robs from you one step the world may take upon its course. My answer hence is made with greater care, that he who yonder weeps may understand, in guilt and sorrow of one measure be. Not only through the work of those great spheres, which to some end directly guide each seed, according as the stars are its companions, but through the bounty of the grace divine, which for its reign hath clouds so very high our eyes cannot approach them. This one here was such potentially in early life, that all right dispositions would have had wondrous results in him. But all the more malign and savage doth a soil become, when sown with evil seed and left untilled, the better and more vigorous it is. I for a while sustained him with my face, and showing him my youthful eyes, I led him along with me, turned in the right direction. But when the threshold of my second age I reached, and changed my life, he took himself away from me, and gave him to another. And when from flesh to spirit I had risen, and beauty and virtue had increased in me, less dear and pleasing was I then to him, and o'er an untrue path he turned his steps, following deceitful images of good, which not that they have promised pay in full. Nor yet did it avail me to obtain the inspirations, wherewith both in dreams and otherwise I called him back, he cared so little for them. So low down he fell, that short were now all means for his salvation, save showing him the people that are lost. I visited the gateway of the dead for this, and unto him who guided him up hither, fraught with tears, my prayers were borne. God's high, fate-ordered will would broken be, if Lethe should be passed, and should such food be tasted, without paying first the scot of penitence made manifest by tears.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 30. Section 65 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 31. Terrestrial Paradise. Dante's Confession. His Immersion in Lethe. Beatrice Unveiled.
O thou that art across the sacred stream!
Toward me directing with its point her speech, which even edgewise had seemed sharp to me. Continuing, she began without delay.
Say if this be true, to such a charge must thy confession be united now.
My strength was so confounded that my voice began to move, and wholly died away, ere by its organs it had been released. A while she bore it. Then,
What thinkest thou?
She said,
Reply, for thy sad memories are not extinguished by the water yet.
Perplexity and fear together mixed extorted such a yes from out my mouth that eyes to hear its utterance were required. Even as a crossbow breaks its cord and bow, whenever with too great attention shot, and with less force the arrow strikes its mark, so 'neath that heavy burden I broke down, and as I poured forth gushing tears and sighs, my voice more slowly through its passage came. Then she,
Across the paths which I desired, and which were leading thee to love the good, beyond which there is nothing one can wish, what trenches didst thou find, or hindering chains, for which thou thus must needs despoil thyself of hope of further progress on thy way? What luring charms or what advantages displayed themselves upon the brows of others, that thou shouldst pay thy passing court to them?
Thereat, when I had heaved a bitter sigh, I scarcely had the voice to make an answer, and painfully my lips gave form to it. Weeping, I said, Things of the present turned with their delusive joy my steps aside, as soon as e'er your face was hid from me.
Hadst thou been silent, or hadst thou denied,
said she,
what thou confessest, no less clear would be thy guilt, since known by such a judge. But when self-accusation of one's sin from one's own cheek breaks forth, in this our court the wheel is turned to blunt the sharpened edge. And yet, that for thy fault thou mayst be now the more ashamed, and that, when thou again shalt hear the sirens, thou mayst stronger be, desist thou now from sowing tears, and hark! So shalt thou hear o'er what a different path my buried body should have moved thy feet. Nature ne'er showed thee, nor did art, such beauty as did the pleasing members which enclosed me, and which are scattered now, dissolved in earth. Hence, if the highest pleasure failed thee thus by reason of my death, what mortal thing should afterward have drawn thee to desire it? At the first arrow of deceitful things, thou surely oughtest to have risen up to follow me, who was no longer such. Thy wings, at least, should not have been weighed down to wait for further blows from some young girl or other vain thing of as brief a use. A young bird waits for 2 blows or for 3, but for the eyes of fully feathered birds a net is spread or arrow shot in vain.
As children who are silent when ashamed, and with their eyes upon the ground keep listening, and conscience-stricken and repentant are, so I remained, and she,
Since thou art grieved because of hearing me, lift up thy beard, and thou from seeing shalt receive more grief.
with less resistance is a sturdy oak uprooted, either by our native wind, or by the wind that blows from Java's land, than I at her behest raised up my chin. And when by beard she asked to see my face, I well perceived the venom in her words. Thereafter, when my face was raised again, I saw that those first creatures were at rest from strewing flowers. And thereupon mine eyes, which were as yet but partially assured, saw Beatrice turned toward the animal which in 2 natures one sole person is. Though 'neath her veil, and across the stream, it seemed to me that she surpassed her old-time self, more than she did all others when on earth. So pricked me now the nettle of repentance, that of all other things what turned me most unto its love became to me most hostile. Whereat such great contrition gnawed my heart, that overcome I fell, and what I then became she knows who gave me cause for it. Then when my heart restored my outward strength, I saw the lady I found alone, above me, saying,
Hold on to me! Hold on to me!
Into the stream she had already borne me up to my neck, and dragging me behind her, light as a shuttle o'er its top was moving. When I was near the blessed shore, I heard,
Purge me with hyssop,
said in tones so sweet, that far from writing I cannot recall it. The lovely lady, stretching out her arms, embraced my head, and plunged me in the stream so far that I was forced to drink its water. Drawing me thence, she set me, when thus bathed, within the dance-ring of the lovely four, and each of them embraced me with her arm.
Nymphs are we here, and in the sky are stars.
Ere Beatrice came down into the world, we were ordained to be her maids.
We'll lead thee to see her eyes.
But for the joyous light, there in the 3 upon the other side, who more profoundly gaze, will sharpen thine.
Thus singing they began, and thereupon they led me with them to the griffin's breast, where, turning toward us, Beatrice remained. And,
See to it that thou spare not thine eyes,
they said,
before the emeralds we have set thee, whence love of old against thee drew his shafts.
1,000 wishes hotter far than flames bound mine eyes fast to those resplendent eyes, which on the griffin set their steady gaze. As in a glass the sun, not otherwise the twofold animal was gleaming in them, at first in one, then in another way. Think, reader, if I wondered when I saw that it was keeping quiet in itself, while in its image it was changing form. While, glad and with amazement filled, my soul was tasting of the food which, while it sates, still causes thirst and hunger for itself. Proving themselves to be of higher rank by reason of their deeds, the other 3 came dancing to their angel roundelay.
Turn thou,
Their song was,
turn thou, Beatrice, thy holy eyes upon thy faithful one.
Who hath, to see thee,
ta'en so many steps.
Kindly do us the favour to unveil thy mouth to him,
that he may thus perceive the second loveliness which thou dost hide.
O splendour of eternal living light, who 'neath Parnassus' shades e'er grew so pale, or from its cistern e'er so deeply drank, as not to feel bewildered in his mind, should he attempt to paint what thou didst seem, when, symbolized by heaven's own harmonies, thou didst reveal thee in the open air.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 31. Section 66 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 32. Terrestrial Paradise. Vicissitudes and transformation of the car. The harlot and the giant.
So steadfast were mine eyes, and so intent on gratifying their decennial thirst, that all my other senses were asleep, and both on this side and on that a wall of heedlessness they had. The holy smile so strongly drew them with the olden net, when forcibly my face was toward my left turned by those goddesses, for from their lips I now was hearing a
"Too steadfastly."
Thereat the state of vision which exists in eyes but newly smitten by the sun caused me to be a while deprived of sight. But when my eyes were to the small accustomed, I say the small with reference to the great resplendence whence perforce I turned away, I saw that on the right the glorious host had wheeled, and was returning with the sun and with the sevenfold flame in front of it. As to protect itself a troop revolves beneath its shields and wheeleth with its flag, before the whole of it can change direction, even so the heavenly kingdom's soldiery who forward were had wholly passed us by, before its pole had made the chariot turn. Back to the wheel the ladies then returned, and so the Griffin drew his blessed burden, that though he moved, no feather of him shook. The lady fair, who through the ford had drawn me, Statius, and I, were following the wheel which made its orbit with the smaller arc. As thus we crossed the lofty wood, unpeopled because of her who trusted to the serpent, a song angelic kept our steps in time. A liberated arrow in 3 flights, perhaps, as great a distance would have gone, as we had moved, when Beatrice alighted.
Adam!
I then heard murmured by them all. They circled then around a tree, despoiled of flowers and other leaves on every branch. Its crowning boughs, spread out in greater width, the higher up they are, would for their height be wondered at by Indians in their woods.
Thou, Griffin, happy art, since with thy beak
thou tearest not this pleasant tasting wood, because
one's
one's
belly
belly
rises
rises
in
in
pain
therewith.
therewith.
Thus round the sturdy tree the others cried, whereat the double-natured animal
Thus is the seed of all just deeds preserved.
Then turning toward the pole which he had drawn, he dragged it forward to the widowed tree, and 'neath it left that part of it tied up. As our plants swell when falls the great light, mixed with that which shines behind the heavenly carp, and as each thereupon renews itself in its own colour, ere the sun yokes up his racing horses 'neath another star, even so, a hue revealing, not as bright as that which roses have, and more than that of violets, that tree renewed itself, whose branches once had been so bare of leaves. I understood not, 'tis not sung on earth, the hymn which thereupon that people sang, nor did I bear to hear the whole song through. If I could picture how the unpitying eyes, on hearing Syrinx's story, sleepy grew, the eyes to which much waking cost so dear, as doth an artist who from models paints, would I describe how I then fell asleep. But let whoever will feign sleeping well. Hence to the point I pass when I awoke, and say a splendour rent my slumber's veil, and then a call,
Arise! What doest thou?
as Peter, John, and James were led to see some of the early blossoms of the apple, which makes the angels eager for its fruit, and causes endless marriage feasts in heaven, and overcome recovered at the word whereby far greater slumbers had been broken. And even as they perceived their company diminished both by Moses and Elias, and all the raiment of their master changed, so I, recovering, near me standing saw that pitying lady who before had been the leader of my steps along the stream. But where is Beatrice? All lost in doubt I said. when she...
Behold her sitting there, beneath the tree's new leaves, upon its roots. Behold the company surrounding her. The rest on high behind the griffin go, with songs of sweeter sound and deeper theme.
I know not if at greater length her words were poured, because now in mine eyes was she, who hindered my attending to aught else. On the bare ground she sat, and all alone, left there to be the guardian of the car, I saw the biformed animal tie up. Circling, the 7 nymphs with their persons formed a hedge for her, those lights held in their hands, which safe from Auster are, and Agnolo.
Here for a while shalt thou a woodman be, then without end with me a citizen of that Rome whereof Christ a Roman is. Hence, for the world's sake, which lives badly, keep thine eyes upon the car, and what thou seest be sure to write when once on earth again.
Thus Beatrice, and I, who now was wholly devoted at the feet of her commands, whither she wished turned both my mind and eyes. Fire ne'er descended with so swift a motion out of dense clouds, when from the highest region the rain is falling, as I now beheld the bird of Jove swoop down upon the tree, and break not only its new budding leaves and blossoms, but its bark. With all his might he smote the chariot next, whereat it reeled, as in a storm a ship, when by the waves to starboard now, and now to larboard driven. And then a she-fox, which from all good food seemed fasting, I perceived, hurling herself against the bottom of the triumph car. But for her ugly sins upbraiding her, my lady put her to such speedy flight as was permitted by her fleshless bones. Thereafter, whence it first had come, I saw the eagle down into the chariot's ark descend, and leave it feathered with his plumes. And such a voice as from a suffering heart comes forth was that which came from heaven, and said,
My little ship, how badly thou art laden!
Between both wheels the earth seemed opened then, and forth from it I saw a dragon come, who upward through the chariot thrust his tail, and like a wasp which draweth back its sting, withdrawing his bad tail, he drew away part of its floor, and keen for more went off. That which remained reclothed itself again, as rich soil doth with grasses, with the plumes, offered perhaps with wise and kind intent. Then one wheel and the other and the pole were covered up so quickly that a mouth is open kept much longer by a sigh. When thus the holy structure was transformed, it put forth heads upon its members, 3 upon its pole, and at each corner 1. The first were horned like oxen, but the 4 had on their foreheads but a single horn. Never had such a monster yet been seen. Sitting thereon, as boldly as a fort is seated on a lofty mountain top, a shameless prostitute appeared before me, with eyebrows that were quick to wander round, and then to see that none should take her from him, I saw a giant standing at her side. At times they kissed each other there, but since she turned her greedy fickle eyes on me, that cruel lover scourged her from her head unto her soles. Then filled with jealousy, and cruel in his wrath, loosing the monster, he dragged it through the wood so far away, that with this last alone he shielded me against the harlot and unnatural beast.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 32. Section 67 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 33. Terrestrial Paradise. Beatrice's Prophecy. Dante's final purification in the river Eunoe.
Oh God! The heathen folk are come!
Now 3, now 4 alternately, and shedding tears, the ladies a sweet psalmody began. And Beatrice with sighs of sympathy was listening to their words with such a look, that Mary at the cross changed little more. But when the other maids had given way that she might speak, she rose upon her feet, and coloured with the hue of fire, replied,
A little while, and ye shall not behold me. And then again, beloved sisters mine, a little while, and me ye shall behold.
All 7 she thereupon before her placed, and merely by a nod behind her moved me and the lady, and the sage who stayed. She thus was going on, nor do I think her 10th step had been set upon the ground, when with her eyes she forcibly met mine. Then with a tranquil face she said to me,
More quickly come, that, if I speak to thee, for listening to me thou mayst be well placed.
As soon as I was with her as I ought, she said to me,
Why, brother, dost not venture to question me, now that thou comest with me?
As unto those who show excessive reverence when speaking in the presence of their elders, and therefore draw no clear voice to their teeth, to me it happened that with imperfect tones, Madonna, I began, my welfare's needs you know, and that which may be good for it. And she to me,
From fear and bashfulness I wish thee now to extricate thyself, that thou mayst speak no more like one who dreams. Know that the vessel which the serpent broke was and is not. But let whose fault it is, believe God's vengeance fears not human sops. Nor shall the eagle airless for all time remain, who left his feathers on the car, whence monstrous it became and then a prey. For I see well, and therefore tell it, stars now near, and from all checks and obstacles secure, which for us shall a time obtain within which a 510 and 5, sent forth by God, shall kill the female thief, and that great giant, who with her is guilty. And my prediction, which is dark, perhaps, as Themis and the Sphinx, persuades thee less, because, as theirs did, it beclouds thy mind. But facts will soon become the Naiades, which shall this difficult enigma solve, without the loss of either sheep or grain. Give heed, and even as uttered by myself, see that thou teach these words of mine to those that live the life which is a race toward death, and bear in mind, when thou art writing them, not to conceal in what state thou hast seen the tree, which twice now hath been here despoiled. Whoever robs or teareth that apart, with blasphemy of deed offendeth God, who for his own use only made it holy. For biting it, in pain and in desire, the first soul longed for him 5,000 years and more, who punished in himself the bite. Thy mind is sleeping, if it deemeth not that for a special cause it soars so high, and at its summit so inverted is. And if the vain thoughts which surround thy mind had not been Elsa water, and their pleasure as to the mulberry a Pyramus, thou, by so many circumstances only, wouldst in the interdict upon the tree see morally God's justice. But since made of stone I see thee in thine understanding, and being petrified, so dark in mind that thou art blinded by my speech's light, I also, if not written, wish that painted, at least, thou bear it in thee, for the reason the pilgrim's staff is carried wreathed in palm.
and I, as sealing wax, which changes not the shape imprinted on it by the seal, so likewise is my brain now stamped by you. But why so far above my mental sight are your desired words now flying up? It loses them the more it strives.
That thou,
She said,
mayst thus appraise the school which thou hast followed, and perceive how able its teaching is to carry out my word, and also see that your ways are removed as far from the divine as ere the heaven which speeds most high is distant from the earth.
Whence her I answered, I do not recall that I have e'er estranged myself from you, nor am I conscious of remorse therefore.
And if thou canst not call it to thy mind,
She answered with a smile,
remember now that this same day thou hast of Lethe drunk, and if from smoke a fire may be inferred, this thy forgetfulness but clearly proves a fault in thy desire intent elsewhere. Truly my words shall naked be henceforth, as much at least as it shall needful seem to make them clear to thine untutored sight.
Both more refulgent and with slower steps the sun was holding now the noonday circle, which with each point of view moves here and there, when even as he who as a leader goes ahead of people stops, if something new he find upon his path, the ladies 7 stopped at a death-pale shadow's edge, like that which 'neath green leaves and darkling boughs the Alps cast o'er their icy mountain streams. In front of them I seemed to see Euphrates and Tigris from one fountain issue forth, and from each other slowly part as friends. O light and glory of the human race, what stream is this, which from one source unfolds, and then from its own self itself withdraws? In answer to this question I was told,
Pray that Matilda tell thee.
Whereupon, like one who frees himself from blame, replied the lovely lady,
This, with other things, hath he been told by me, and I am sure that Lethe's water hath not hid it from him.
And Beatrice,
Perhaps a greater care, which oft deprives one's memory of its power, hath made the vision of his mind's eye dark, But Unue behold, which yonder now is flowing forth, conduct him to its bank, and, as thou art wont, revive his lifeless power.
Even as a noble soul makes no excuse, but to another's will its own conforms, as soon as e'er by outward signs disclosed. Even so, when she had taken hold of me, the lovely lady moved, and then to Statius said with a lady's manner,
Come with him.
If, reader, I had now more space for writing, I'd sing, at least in part, of that sweet drink, which never would have satisfied my thirst. But inasmuch as filled are all the pages planned warp-like for this second canticle, no further doth art's bridle let me go. From that most holy water I returned made young again, as new trees are in spring, when with new foliage they renew themselves, pure, and disposed to rise up to the stars.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 33. Section 68 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 1. Introduction to the Paradiso. Invocation of Apollo. Ascent through the sphere of fire. The order of the universe.
The glory of him who moveth everything penetrates all the universe, and shines more brightly in one part, and elsewhere less. Within the heaven which most receives his light I was, and saw what he who thence descends neither knows how, nor hath the power to tell. For as it draweth near to its desire, our intellect so deeply sinks therein, that recollection cannot follow it. As much, however, of the holy realm as in my memory I could treasure up, shall now become the subject of my song. O good Apollo, for my final task make me as worthy a vessel of thy power as thou dost ask for thy dear laurel's gift. One of Parnassus's peaks hath hitherto sufficed me, but with both of them I now must start upon the course which still remains. Enter my breast and breathe thou as of old thou didst, when from the scabbard of his limbs thou drewest Marsyas forth. O power divine, if thou but lend thyself to me so much, that I may show the blessed kingdom's shadow which in my mind is stamped, to thy dear tree thou'lt see me come, and crown me with the leaves my theme and thou shall cause me to deserve. So seldom, Father, are there any picked to grace a Caesar's or a poet's triumph, the fault of human wills, and to their shame, that his Penean leaf should bring forth joy within the joyous Delphic deity, when for itself it causes one to thirst. A great flame follows from a little spark. Perhaps with better voices after me shall men so pray that Sirrah will reply. For mortal men the lantern of the world rises through diverse passes, but from that which with 3 crosses brings 4 rings together, it issues on a more propitious course, and in conjunction with a kinder star, and more in its own image moulds and seals the mundane wax. A pass almost like this had made it morning there and evening here, and all that hemisphere was white and black the other side, when Beatrice I saw turned toward her left and looking at the sun. No eagle ever gazed at it so keenly, and even as from the first a second ray is wont to come and upward start again, as would a pilgrim longing to return, even so to her act, by mine eyes infused through my imagination, mine conformed, and on the sun I gazed beyond our wont. Much is permitted there which is not here allowed our faculties, thanks to the sight created as the human race's home. Not long did I endure it, nor so briefly as not to see it sparkle all around, as molten iron doth, when out of fire it issues boiling. Day then all at once seemed joined to day, as if the one who can had with another sun adorned the sky. With eyes fixed wholly on the eternal wheels stood Beatrice, and I on her fixed mine, from there above removed. Looking at her, I such became within as Glaucus did on tasting of the herb which in the sea made him a fellow of the other gods. Transhumanizing could not be expressed by words. Let this case, therefore, him suffice, for whom grace holds experience in reserve. If I, O love that rulest heaven, was only that part of me which thou didst last create, thou know'st that with thy light didst raise me up. When the rotation thou, by being longed for, dost make eternal, drew me to itself by harmonies distributed and tuned by thee, it seemed that so much of the sky was by the sun's flame set on fire, that rain nor river ever made so broad a lake. The newness of the sound and brilliant light kindled in me a wish to know their cause, never with so great keenness felt, when she, who saw me even as I behold myself, opened her mouth to calm my troubled mind, ere I did mine to question, and began.
With false imagining dost thou so dull thyself that thou perceivest not what else thou wouldst perceive if thou hadst thrown it off. Thou art not on earth, as thou dost think thyself, but lightning fleeing from its proper place ne'er ran as thou, that art thereto returning.
If I was by her little smiled-out words of my first doubt relieved, within a new one was I the more ensnared. I therefore said, already sated, I had found repose from great amazement, but I wonder now how I can these light elements transcend. Heaving thereat a pitying sigh, she turned her eyes upon me with the look a mother gives her delirious child, and then began.
All things, whate'er they be, an order have among themselves, and form this order is, which makes the universe resemble God. Therein exalted creatures see the trace of that eternal worth, which is the end for which the mentioned order is created. Within the ordered state whereof I speak, all natures have their place with different lots, as near to their source they are, or less, wherefore toward different ports they wend their way through the vast sea of being, which endowed with instinct granted it to bear it on. This instinct toward the moon impelleth fire. This is the motive force in mortal hearts. This binds together and unites the earth. Nor doth this bow impel those creatures only which lack intelligence, but those that have intelligence and love. The providence which ordereth all this, with its own light e'er calms the heaven, inside of which revolves the one that moveth with the greatest speed. And thither now, as to a place ordained, that bowstring's power is bearing us along, which to a glad mark speeds whate'er it shoots. 'Tis true that, as a form is frequently discordant with the intention of an art, because its matter in response is deaf, so likewise from this natural course at times a creature turns away, for power it hath, though thus impelled, to bend aside elsewhere, as one may see fire falling from a cloud, if by false pleasure drawn, that primal impulse turn it aside to earth. If well I judge, no further shouldst thou wonder at thy rising, than at a stream thou dost, which to its foot down from a lofty mountain's top descends. As great a marvel would it be in thee, if, rid of hindrance, thou hadst sat thee down, as rest on earth would in a living flame.
Then toward the sky she turned her face again.
End of Paradiso, Canto 1. Section 69 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 2. The first heaven, the moon, reflected happiness, inconstant spirits who failed to keep their vows.
O ye, who in a little boat embarked, have, fain to listen, followed in the wake of this my ship, which, singing, ploughs ahead, go back to see your shores again, start not upon the ocean, for if me ye lost, ye might perhaps be left behind astray. The seas I sail were never crossed before. Minerva breathes, Apollo is my guide, and all 9 muses point me out the bears. Ye other few, who early raised your necks for angels' bread, on which one here on earth subsists, but with which none are ever sated, ye may well start your vessel on the deep salt sea, if in the furrow of my ship ye stay, ere smooth again the waves become. Those glorious ones who crossed the seas to Colchis were not so much amazed as ye shall be when Jason turned a ploughman they beheld. The innate and ceaseless thirsting for the realm in God's own image made was bearing us as swiftly as ye see the heavens revolve. On high looked Beatrice, and I on her, and in the time, perhaps, an arrow takes to light and fly, and from the notch be freed, I saw that I had come to where a marvel turned to itself my sight. Hence she, from whom the working of my mind could not be hid, as glad as she was lovely, turned toward me, and said,
Direct thy grateful mind to God, who with the first star hath united us.
Meseemed as if a cloud were covering us, as luminous and dense, as hard and polished, as is a diamond smitten by the sun. Within itself the eternal pearl received us, as water, though unbroken it remain, receives within itself a ray of light. If body I was, nor can one here conceive how one dimension could endure another, which needs must be if body enter body. The more should we be kindled by the wish that essence to behold, wherein is seen how once with God our nature was conjoined. There will be seen what here we hold by faith, not demonstrated, but will self-known be, as is the primal truth which men believe. My lady, I replied, as best I can do I devoutly render thanks to him, who from the mortal world hath severed me. But tell me what this body's dark spots are, which cause the folk down yonder on the earth to tell each other fables about Cain. She smiled a little, then she said,
If mortal's opinion therein errs, where key of sense unlocketh not, surely the shafts of wonder ought not to pierce thee now, for thou perceivest that short are reason's wings when following sense. But tell me what thou thinkest thereof thyself.
And I, what seems to us diverse up here is caused, I think, by bodies thin and dense. And she,
Thou'lt surely see that thy belief is sunk in error, if but well thou heed the arguments thou now oppose to it. The eighth sphere shows you many shining stars, which both in quality and magnitude may be observed to differ in their looks. If only rarity and density caused this, among them all one single virtue would more and less and equally be shared. Virtues that differ needs must be the fruit of formal principles, and these save one would, by thy way of reasoning, be destroyed. Again, if thinness caused the dusky spots which thou dost ask about, this planet would, in portions, through its bulk its matter lack. Or, as a body what is fat and lean distributes, so would this one alternate its volumes leaves. If true the former were, 'twould in the sun's eclipses be revealed, because the latter's light would then shine through, as when in other thin things introduced. This does not happen. Hence the other one must be considered now. And should I chance to quash it, false will thy opinion prove. If, therefore, it be so that this thin part extends not through, a limit there must be, beyond which what is contrary thereto allows it not to pass. The other's ray is, hence, reflected, as colour from a glass returns, which back of it concealeth lead. Thou'lt now say that the ray seems dimmer there than in the other parts it is, because from further back reflected. From this retort experimenting, which is wont to be the fountain of the rivers of your arts, can, if thou ever try it, set thee free. Thou'lt take 3 mirrors, 2 of them removed at equal distance from thee, let the third, placed 'tween them, more remotely meet thine eyes. Then, turning toward them, let a lamp stand so between them as to shine upon all 3, and be reflected on thee from them all. Though the most distant light will not extend so much in quantity, thou'lt see thereby how it must needs with equal brightness shine. And now, as at the stroke of burning rays, what lies beneath the snow is wholly bared of what were previously its cold and colour. Thee, thus remaining in thine intellect, will I inform with such a living light that it will quiver when thou seest it. Within the heaven of peace divine revolves a body, subject to whose influence lies the being of whatever it contains. The next, which hath so many eyes, distributes that being among the different essences, distinguished from it and contained by it. The other spheres, by various differences, dispose to their effects and causes those distinctions which within themselves they have. These organs of the world so go their way, as thou perceivest now, from grade to grade, that from above they take and downward act. Give me good heed, as through this argument I seek the truth thou wishest, that henceforth thou mayest know how to cross the ford alone. The holy circle's influence and motion, as from the blacksmith doth the hammer's art, must from the blessed motors be inspired. And that heaven which so many lights adorn receives its impress from the mind profound which turneth it, and makes thereof a seal. And as the soul which lives within your dust unfolds itself through members which are different, and unto different potencies conformed, so likewise, multiplied among the stars, doth that intelligence unfold its goodness, while on its unity itself revolves. Each different power a different alloy makes, mixed with the precious body which it quickens, and with which it unites, as life in you. Because of that glad nature whence it flows, the mingled virtue through the body shines, as, through a living pupil, joy. From this comes what 'tween light and light difference seems, and not from rarity and density. This is the formal principle which makes, according to its strength, things dark and bright.
End of Paradiso Canto 2. Section 70 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso Canto 3. The first heaven, the moon, reflected happiness, inconstant spirits who failed to keep their vows.
That sun which erst had warmed my heart with love, by proving and refuting, had revealed to me the pleasing face of lovely truth. And I, in order to confess myself corrected and assured, lifted my head as high as utterance of assent required. But that I might behold it, there appeared a sight which to itself so closely held me, that my confession I remembered not. Even as from polished or transparent glasses, or waters clear and still, but not so deep, that wholly lost to vision is their bed, the features of our faces are returned so faintly, that upon a pallid brow a pearl comes no less faintly to our eyes. Thus saw I many a face that longed to speak. I therefore ran into the fault opposed to that which kindled love 'tween man and fount. As soon as I became aware of them, supposing they were mirrored images, to find out whose they were, I turned mine eyes, and seeing nothing, back again I turned them straight on into the light of my sweet guide, whose holy eyes were glowing as she smiled.
Be not surprised,
she said,
that I should smile at what is childish in thy present thought, since on the truth it trusts not yet its foot, but, as its wont is, turneth thee in vain. Real substances are these whom thou perceivest, assigned here for a vow not wholly kept. Speak to them, then, and hear them, and believe. For from itself the true light which contents them permits them not to turn their feet away.
And I addressed me to the shade which seemed most eager to converse, and I began, like one confounded by too great desire. O well-created spirit, that in rays of life eternal dost that sweetness taste, which never is untasted, understood, 'twill grateful be to me, if thou content me with thine own name, and thy companion's lot. Hence promptly and with laughing eyes she said,
Not otherwise doth our love lock its doors against a just desire, than that love doth who wills that all his court be like himself. A virgin sister was I in the world, and if within itself thy mind look well, my being fairer will not hide me from thee. But thou wilt recognize that I'm Picarda, who placed here with these other blessed ones, am happy in the slowest moving sphere. Our wishes, which are only set on fire by that which is the Holy Spirit's pleasure, rejoice in that our joy was willed by him, and this allotment which appears so low, is therefore given to us, because our vows neglected were, and not completely kept.
Hence I to her, in these your wondrous faces there shines I know not what that is divine, which from your old appearance changes you. Hence in remembering you I was not quick. But what thou now dost tell me helps me so, that I more easily recall thy face. But tell me, ye who here so happy are ye desirous of a higher place, that ye may see more friends, or make you more? First with those other shades she smiled a little, and then replied to me so joyously, that she appeared to burn with love's first fire.
Brother, love's virtue sets our will at rest, and makes us wish for only what we have, and doth not make us thirsty for aught else. If higher we desired to be, our wishes would be discordant with the will of him who here discerneth us, which, thou wilt see, can in these circles not occur, if love be necessary to existence here, and if love's nature thou consider well. Nay more, essential to this blessed life it is, that we should be within the will divine, whereby our wills become one will, and so, even as we are from grade to grade throughout this realm, to all the realm is pleasing as to its king, who in his will in-wills us, and his will is our peace. And that the ocean is, whereunto moveth all that it creates, and all that nature makes.
Clear was it then to me that everywhere in heaven is paradise, and yet the grace of good supreme reigns there in many ways. But as it happens that if one food sate, and longing for another still remain, for one we ask, and one decline with thanks, even thus with word and act did I, to learn from her what was the nature of the web, whose shuttle she drew not unto its end.
High worth and perfect life in heaven,
she said,
a lady higher up here, in whose rule the robe and veil are worn, that till death come, both watch and sleep they may beside that spouse, who every vow accepts, which love conforms to that which pleases him. To follow her, when I was but a girl, I fled the world, and in her habit clothing me, I promised that I would keep within her order's path. Thereafter men more used to ill than good, out of that pleasant cloister dragged me forth, and God knows what my life was after that. This other splendor also, which reveals itself to thee upon my right, and glows with all the radiance of this sphere of ours, takes to herself what of myself I say. A nun she was, and likewise from her head the shadow of the sacred veils was torn. But when she, too, was brought back to the world against her wishes and against good usage, she never from the heart's veil freed herself. This is the splendor of the great Costanza, who by the second wind of Suabia gave the third and final power birth.
She thus addressed me, and thereat Ave Maria began to sing, and singing disappeared, as through deep water heavy objects do. Mine eyes, which followed after her as far as it was possible, on losing her, back to the mark of greater longing turned, and unto Beatrice reverted wholly. But she so flashed upon me as I gazed, that first my sight endured it not, and this the slower made me in my questioning.
End of Paradiso, Canto 3. Section 71 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 4. The first heaven, the moon, reflected happiness, inconstant spirits who failed to keep their vows.
A free man, 'tween two viands equally attractive and removed, would die of hunger before he carried either to his teeth. Thus would a lamb between the ravenings of two fierce wolves keep fearing each alike. Thus would a dog remain between two does. Hence, by my doubts impelled in equal measure, if I was silent, I reproach me not, nor do I praise, since thus it had to be. I held my peace. But my desire was painted upon my face, and far more warmly thus I asked, than had it been by uttered speech. Hence Beatrice did even as Daniel once, when in Nebuchadnezzar he appeased the wrath which had unjustly made him cruel. And,
"Clearly do I see,"
she said,
"how both thy wishes so attract thee, that thy thought is so self-bound that it is not expressed. Thou arguest thus: if my good will endure, why doth the violence of others cause the measure of my merit to be less? Again, it gives thee cause for doubt that souls seem to return unto the stars again, according to the opinion Plato held. These are the questions which upon thy will are thrusting equally. I'll hence deal first with that one which hath most of venom for thee. Of all the seraphs, he whom most in God's himself, or Moses, Samuel, or, I say, whichever John thou choose, or even Mary, have in no other heaven their seats than have those spirits which appeared to thee just now. Nor for their being more or fewer years, but all make beautiful the highest sphere, and each in different ways enjoys sweet life, through feeling more and less the eternal breath. They did not here reveal themselves because this special sphere had been allotted them, but to express the lowest heavenly state. Thus must one speak to your intelligence, since only from sense objects can it learn what it thereafter fits for understanding. Because of this, the Scriptures condescend to your capacity, and feet and hands ascribe to God, and yet mean something else. And Holy Church in human form presents Gabriel and Michael to you, and the other, who to Tobias once restored his health. That which Timaeus teaches of the soul is not like that which one up here beholds. For, as he says it, so he seems to mean. He says that each soul to its star returns, because he thinks that it was severed thence when God granted it as form, and yet his doctrine is perhaps of other guise than what his words imply, and may possess a meaning which is not to be despised. In case he mean that to these wheel-like spheres returns their influences praise or blame, his bow may hit perhaps upon a truth. This principle, ill understood, once turned nigh all the world awry, so that, in naming Jove, Mercury, and Mars, it went astray. The other doubt whereby thy mind is stirred less venom hath, because its harmfulness could not conduct thee elsewhere from my side. That this our justice should appear to be unjust in the eyes of mortals argues faith, and not heretical depravity. But here, because your human understanding can penetrate this truth with ease, I'll now, as thou desirest, render thee content. If violence it be, when he who suffers contributes not to him who uses force, these souls were not excused because of that. For will, unless it willeth, is not quenched, but acts as nature acts in fire, though turned 1,000 times aside by violence. For, whether it be bent or much or little, it yieldeth to the force, and so did these, when able to regain the holy place. For, if their will had been as absolute as that which held Lorenzo on his grate, or that which to his hand made Mutius cruel, it would, as soon as freed, have urged them back along the road o'er which they once were dragged. But wills as firm as that are very rare. And by these words, if thou hast gathered them as it behooved thee to, that doubt is quashed, which often would have troubled thee again. But now athwart thine eyes another pass appears, one such that from it by thyself thou wouldst not issue, but wouldst weary first. I surely have instilled this in thy mind, that spirits who are happy could not lie, since such are always near the primal truth. Yet from Picarda thou mayst next have heard that Constance for the veil retained her love. She therefore seems to contradict me here. Oft hath it appeared, brother, heretofore, that, to escape from danger, one has done, against one's will, what was not right to do, as at his father's hest Alcmaeon did, who impious made himself, his mother killing, in order not to fail in piety. In such a case I'd have thee think that force mingles with will, and that they so behave that sinful actions cannot be excused. Absolute will consenteth not to wrong, but in so far consenteth as it fears, unless it yield, to be more greatly harmed. Hence, when Picarda put the matter thus, she means it of the will that's absolute, and of the other I. Hence both speak true.
Such was the rippling of the holy stream, which issued from the fount whence every truth derives, and such it set both doubts at rest. O thou, beloved of the primal lover, O goddess, said I then, whose speech both warms and inundates me so, that more and more it quickens me with life, not deep enough is my love to return thee grace for grace. But let who sees and can provide for this. I well see that our mind is never sated unless it be illumined by the truth, outside of which no truth extends. Therein it rests, as doth a wild beast in its lair, as soon as it attains it, and it can attain it, else would all desires be vain. Hence, like a shoot, doubt rises at the foot of truth, and this is nature, which from height to height impels us toward the mountain's top. This biddeth me, and this assurance gives me, lady, with reverence to inquire of you about another truth that's dark to me. I wish to know if one can so content you for broken vows by means of other things, that these shall not prove light upon your scales. Then Beatrice looked at me with her eyes filled so divinely with the sparks of love, that, overcome, my vision turned in flight, and I with bowed eyes almost lost myself.
End of Paradiso Canto 4. Section 72 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso Canto 5. The first heaven, the moon. The second heaven, Mercury. The happiness of beneficent activity. Ambitious spirits.
If in the heat of love I flame on thee beyond the measure which is seen on earth, and vanquish thus the power of thine eyes, wonder thou not thereat, for this proceeds from perfect sight, which, as it sees, directs its feet to penetrate the good perceived. I clearly see that in thine intellect the light eternal is already shining, which, if but seen, always enkindles love, and if aught else seduce the love of men, 'tis nothing but some vestige of that light which there, ill recognized, is shining through. Thou now wouldst know if for an unkept vow one could with other service pay enough 'gainst prosecution to ensure the soul.
'Twas thus that Beatrice began this canto, and even as one who cuts not short his speech, her holy argument continued thus.
The greatest gift which, of his bounty, God bestowed when he created, and the nearest like his own goodness, and the one most prized by him, was the freedom of the will, wherewith all creatures with intelligence, and they alone, both were and are endowed. Now, if from this thou argue, thou'lt perceive a vow's high value, if so made it be, that God gives his consent when thou givest thine. For when this pact is closed 'tween God and man, a sacrifice is made of this great treasure whereof I speak, and made by its own act. What then in comparison can be given? In thinking thou canst use thine offering well, good wouldst thou do with wrongly gotten gain. On the chief question thou art now informed, but since in this thing Holy Church exempts, which seems against the truth I showed to thee, a little longer must thou sit at table, because the solid food which thou hast taken requires for thy digestion further help. Open thy mind to what I now reveal, and fix it therewithin, for having heard without retaining doth knowledge make. In the essence of this sacrifice two things combine, one that whereof the sacrifice is made, the other is the pact itself. This last can never cancelled be, except by being kept, and very definite concerning this is what was said above. The Hebrews, therefore, were alone compelled to make an offering, though their offer might in some events be changed, as thou must know. The other, which thou knowest as its matter, may well be such that there will be no sin, if for some other matter it be changed. But at his own free will let no one shift the burden he has placed upon his back, unless the white and yellow keys are turned, and let him deem all permutations foolish, unless the thing abandoned be contained in that which is assumed, as 4 and 6. Whatever, then, weighs by its worth so much that it can cause all scales to tip, cannot, by any other spending, be made good. Let mortals not act lightly by their vows. Be faithful, and in this thing be not thoughtless, as Jephthah was, when offering up the first who should have said, I wrongly did, then keep his vow, and so do worse. And thou mayst deem as impious that great leader of the Greeks, because of whom Iphigenia mourned for her fair face, and for herself made fools and wise men weep, who heard of such a rite. Ye Christians, be more serious when ye act. Be not like feathers in all winds, nor think that any water will avail to cleanse you. Ye have the Testaments, both old and new, to guide you, and the Shepherd of the Church. Let this for your salvation be enough. If evil greed should teach you otherwise, be men, and not like undiscerning sheep, that in your midst no Jew may laugh at you, nor do as doth a little lamb, that leaves its mother's milk, and like a wanton fool against itself for its own pleasure fights.
Thus Beatrice to me, even as I write. Then full of eagerness she turned in that direction where the world is most alive. Her silence and her change of countenance silence imposed upon my eager mind, which had ahead of it new questions now. Then, as an arrow doth, which strikes the mark before the bowstring is at rest, even so did we speed on into the second realm. So joyous did I see my lady there, as into that heaven's light she entered, that because of it the planet brighter grew. And if the star was changed and smiled, what then did I become, who by my very nature in all ways am susceptible of change? As in a fish-pond which is still and clear, the fish draw near to that which from without so cometh that they take it for their food, I thus saw far more than 1,000 splendours approaching us, and there was heard in each,
Lo, here is one who shall increase our loves.
And as each one came up to me, the shade was seen replete with joy within the bright effulgence issuing from its midst. Think, reader, if what here is entered on should not proceed, how full of pain would be thy craving to know more, and by thyself thou'lt see how great was my desire to hear from these about the state of their existence, as soon as to mine eyes they were revealed.
O well-born spirit, to whom grace permits to see the thrones of heaven's eternal triumph ere thy life militant be left behind, we by the light throughout all heaven diffused are kindled, Hence wouldst thou inform thyself respecting us, be sated at thy will.
Thus was it said to me by one of those kind spirits, and by Beatrice.
Speak, speak, with freedom, and, as thou wouldst gods, believe.
I clearly see how thou in thine own light dost nest thyself, and from thine own eyes dost flash it, they beam so radiantly when thou dost smile. But who thou art I know not, nor why thou, deserving soul, hast that sphere's grade which veils itself from mortals with another's rays. Thus I, when I had turned me toward the light which had addressed me first, far brighter then it made itself than it had been before, as doth the sun, which by exceeding splendour itself conceals itself, whene'er its heat has gnawed away the tempering of dense mists. So by increase of joy that holy form in its own radiance hid itself from me, and wholly thus wrapped up, in such a way replied to me, as sings the following song.
End of Paradiso Canto 5. Section 73 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso Canto 6. The Second Heaven, Mercury. The happiness of beneficent activity, ambitious spirits.
When Constantine had turned the eagle back, counter the course of heaven its flight pursued, behind the ancient who Lavinia wedded, 100 years and more, the bird of God on Europe's verge abode, hard by the mountains whence it issued first, and 'neath the shadow of its sacred plumes it governed there the world from hand to hand, and, changing thus, reached mine. Caesar I was, and am Justinian, he who by the will of that first love which now I feel, withdrew the useless and excessive from the laws. And I, before attending to this work, believed that Christ one only nature had, not more, and was with such a faith content. But blessed Agapetus, who was then the highest shepherd, set me by his words upon the pathway of the genuine faith. Him I believed, and what was in his faith I now see clearly, even as thou dost see, that contradictions are both false and true. As soon as with the Church I moved my feet, God, of his grace, with that great task was pleased to inspire me, and thereto I gave me wholly. War to my Belisarius I entrusted, to whom heaven's right hand was so well conjoined, it seemed a sign that from it I should rest. Here then, to thy first question ends my answer. Its nature, though, constrains me to go on with something more, that thou mayst see how rightly against the holy standard moves both who appropriates and who opposes it. See what great virtue caused it to deserve respect, for from that moment it began, when Pallas died to give it sovereignty. Thou knowest that in Alba it sojourned 300 years and more, till finally 3 against 3 fought for its sake again. Thou knowest too what from the Sabines wrong, through 7 kings, till Lucretia's grief, it did, conquering the neighbouring peoples all around. Thou knowest what it did 'gainst Brennus born, and Pyrrhus, and against the other kings and self-ruled states, by Rome's elect, whereby Torquatus, Quinctius for his unkempt locks surnamed, the Decii and Fabii, acquired the fame which gladly I embalm. It brought the pride of those Arabians low, who traversed, in the wake of Hannibal, those Alpine rocks, whence thou, Po, glidest down. Scipio and Pompey triumphed under it when young, and bitter to that hill it seemed, beneath which thou wast born. Then, near the time when willed it was by heaven that all the world should be reduced to its own peaceful state, Caesar assumes it at the hest of Rome. And that which from the Var unto the Rhine it did, the Saône, Isère, and Seine perceived, and every valley whence the Rhone is filled. What next it did, when, issuing from Ravenna, it leaped the Rubicon, was such a flight that neither tongue nor pen could follow it. Towards Spain it wheeled its host around, then turned Durazzo-ward, and smote Pharsalia so that to the torrid Nile the pain was felt. And Tandros and the Simois, whence it started, it saw again, and there where Hector lies. Then, ill for Ptolemy, it roused itself. Thence with the speed of lightning it swooped down on Juba. Toward your west it next turned back, for there it heard Pompeian trumpets blow. For what it did with its next standard-bearer, Brutus, and Cassius with him, barks in hell. Modena and Perugia too it grieved, sad Cleopatra, who, before it fleeing, took from the asp a dark and sudden death, is weeping still for what with him it did. With him it reached the distant Red Sea's shore, with him it brought the world to such a state of peace that Janus had his temple closed. But what the sign which causes me to speak had done before and after was to do, throughout the mortal world which owns its sway, comes to seem small and dark, if in the hand of its third Caesar it be looked upon with clearly seeing eyes and spirit pure. Because the living justice which inspires me granted that sign, when in the latter's hand, the glory of carrying out its wrath's revenge. Now wonder here at what I further tell thee. When this was done, with Titus it ran on to avenge the avenging of the ancient sin. And later, when the tooth of Lombardy the Holy Church had bitten, Charles the Great came to her help by conquering 'neath its wings. Thou now canst judge of those I charged above, and of their sins, which all your woes produced. Against the public standard one sets up the yellow fleur-de-lis, while yet another appropriates it to a party's use. Hence hard it is to see which sinneth most. Let then the Ghibellines their tricks perform under some other sign. For this one he e'er follows ill, who it from justice parts. Nor let this new Charles smite it with his Guelphs, but let him rather fear the taloned claws which from a greater lion once stripped off his hide. Often have sons ere now bewailed their father's guilt. Hence let none think that God will for his lilies change his coat of arms. This little star of ours adorns itself with those good spirits who have active been, that fame and honour might live after them, and when, thus deviating, one's desires tend thitherward, the rays of true love needs must upward mount with less intensity. But in the balancing of our rewards with our deserts, part of our joy consists, because we see them as nor more nor less. Hereby the living justice sweetens so our love in us, that it can never more be turned aside to any kind of wrong. Voices that differ make on earth sweet music. So in this life of ours its different grades produce sweet harmony among these spheres. And in the present pearl there shines the light of Romeo, he whose beautiful and great performance was ungratefully repaid. And yet the Provençals who 'gainst him worked laughed not. He therefore takes an evil path, who to his harm another's good deeds turns. 4 daughters, and each one of them a queen, had Raymond Berenger, and, though low-born and alien, Romeo 'twas did this for him. Then slandering words led Raymond to demand a reckoning of this upright man, who 5 and 7 had rendered him for every 10. Thereat, though poor and old, he went his way. And if the world but knew the heart he had, while crust by crust he begged his livelihood, much as it praises, it would praise him more.
End of Paradiso Canto 6. Section 74 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 7. The second heaven. Mercury. The happiness of beneficent activity. Ambitious spirits.
Hosanna, O thou holy God of hosts, that with thy clarity dost brighter make the happy fires of these celestial realms.
As thus to his own song he turned himself, by me that substance was seen singing now, o'er which a double light two-folds itself. And to their dance both that one and the rest addressed themselves, and then, like swiftest sparks, with sudden distance veiled themselves from me. In doubt I was, and to myself kept saying, Tell it to her, tell, I said, my lady who with her sweet distillings slakes my thirst. That reverence, though, which masters all of me by the mere syllables of be and ice, bowed me like one that's overcome by sleep. A short while Beatrice endured me thus, then lighting up my face with such a smile as even in fire would bless one, she began,
As I am unmistakably aware how a just vengeance could have been avenged with justice, hath occasioned thee to doubt. But I shall quickly liberate thy mind. Hence listen, for my words will now bestow on thee the present of a mighty truth. By not accepting for the power that wills a helpful curb, the man who was not born, damning himself, damned all his progeny. Wherefore the human race lay sick below in serious sin for many centuries, until the word of God was pleased to send to where the nature, which had wandered far from its Creator, to his self he joined, by the mere act of his eternal love. Now turn thy sight to what is argued now. This nature, thus united to its Maker, was, as when first created, pure and good, but through its own fault was in banishment exiled from paradise, because it turned out of the path of truth and its own life. As to the suffering, therefore, which the cross afforded, none so justly ever bit, if measured by the nature thus assumed, and likewise none was ever so unjust, considering who the person was that suffered, within whom such a nature was conjoined. From one act, therefore, issued things diverse. For one same death pleased both the Jews and God. It caused the earth to quake, and opened heaven. No longer strange should it appear to thee henceforth, when it is said that a just revenge was by a just court afterward avenged. But I perceive that now, from thought to thought, thy mind is in a knot tied up, from which with great desire it seeks to free itself. Thou sayest, what I hear I clearly see. But from me hidden is why God should will for our redemption just this way alone. Buried, my brother, lieth this decree from all men's eyesight, whose intelligence hath not in love's flame reached maturity. However, inasmuch as on this mark great is the gazing, and but little seen, I'll say why this one was the worthiest way. Goodness divine, which spurneth from itself all envy, burning in itself, so sparkles that its eternal beauties it displays. Whatever from it is immediately distilled hath afterward no end, for when it sets its seal, its stamp is not removed. Whatever from it is immediately rained down is wholly free, for that lies not under the power of secondary things, since most like it gives it greatest pleasure, because the holy fire which lighteth all things is brightest in what most resembles it. The human creature is by all these things advantaged. Hence, if one of them be lacking, it needs must fall from its nobility. Nothing but sin deprives it of its freedom, and maketh it unlike the highest good. Hence little is it whitened by its light, and to its dignity it ne'er returns, unless, where sin has emptied, it fill up, for evil pleasures, with just penalties. When in its seed your nature wholly sinned, it was of all these dignities deprived, as well as banished far from paradise, nor could they be regained by any path, if with due subtlety thou pay attention, except by crossing one of these two fords. Either that of his courtesy alone God should forgive it, or that by itself mankind should for its folly make amends. Fixed as attentively upon my words as thou art able, thrust now thine eye within the eternal council's deep abyss. Since finite, man could never make amends, because unable in humility by new obedience to descend as far as, disobeying, he had meant to mount. And this the reason is why man was barred from making satisfaction by himself. It hence behooved that God by his own ways should reinstate man in his perfect life, by one, I mean, or else by both at once. But since so much more grateful is the work a workman does, the more it represents the goodness of the heart from which it comes, goodness divine, which on the world imprints its seal, was pleased to move by all its paths to raise you up again. Nor hath there been, nor will there ever be, by either way, between the first of days and the last of nights, so high and so magnificent a plan, for God was far more bountiful in giving himself to make man fit to raise himself, than had he only of himself forgiven. Therefore all other means had fallen short of justice, if the Son of God had not humbled himself, incarnate to become. But, wholly to fulfill thine every wish, I'll now go back to clarify one point, that thou mayst see as plainly there as I. Thou sayest, I see that water, nay, I see that fire, and air, and earth, and all their mixtures become corrupt, and but a little while endure, and yet created things were these. If, therefore, what said above were true, safe from corruption ought these things to be. The angels, brother, and the perfect world in which thou now art, may be called created, such as they are in their perfected state. The elements, however, thou hast named, and those things which, by means of them, are made, by a created virtue are informed. Created was the matter which they have, created was the informing influence in all these stars, which round about them move. The rays and motion of the holy lights draw from pure matter's potentiality the soul of every brute and every plant. But without agency doth kindliness supreme breathe your life forth, and with itself enamors it so greatly that thereafter it always longs for it. And furthermore thou canst from this infer your resurrection, if thou recall how human flesh was made, when both of man's first parents were created.
End of Paradiso Canto 7. Section 75 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso Canto 8. The Third Heaven. Venus. The Happiness of Love. The Spirits of Lovers.
The world was at its peril wont to think that in the third of Epicycle's circling, fair Cypria beamed her sensual love abroad. The ancient peoples, therefore, in their ancient error, with sacrifice and votive cry, honoured not her alone, but with Dione, Cupid as well, the former as her mother, the latter as her son, and used to say that he had sat of old in Dido's lap, and took from her, from whom I here begin, the name-word of the star at which the sun looks fondly, now behind and now in front. Of our ascending to it I was not aware, but that we in it were, my lady, whom grown more fair I saw, assured me fully. And then, as in a flame a spark is seen, and as within a voice is heard, when one remains and the other goes and comes, so I in that light other lamps beheld, whirling with greater speed or less, I think, according to each lamp's eternal vision. Out of cold clouds there ne'er descended winds, or visible or not, so swiftly moving, that they would not appear restrained and slow to one who had perceived those lights divine draw near to us, when they had ceased the circling, among the exalted seraphs first begun. And in the foremost to appear,
Hosanna, 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 Hosanna,
resounded so that I have never since lacked the desire of hearing it again. One then drew nearer to us, and alone began,
We all are ready at thy pleasure, that thou mayst have thy joy of all of us. In one ring, with one circling and one thirst, we with the heavenly principalities revolve, to whom once from the world thou saidst, Ye who the third heaven by your knowledge move, and we're so full of love, that, thee to please, a little quiet will not seem less sweet.
After mine eyes had toward my lady turned with reverent questioning, and she herself had with herself contented and assured them, back toward the light they turned, which of itself had made such promise, and Who are ye, say, was what I voiced with great affection toned. And how much greater did I see it grow in size and quality, with that new joy which when I spoke was added to its joys. Grown thus, it said to me,
The world below had me not long, but had it done so longer, much evil that will be would not have been. The gladness which around me radiates, and like a creature by its own silk swathed, conceals me here, now keeps me hidden from thee. Much didst thou love me, and good cause hadst thou therefore, since had I been on earth, much more would I have shown thee than the leaves of love. That left-hand bank, which by the Rhone is washed just after it is mingled with the Sorgue, looked in due time to have me as its lord, as did the Ausonian horn, which is with Bari, Gaeta, and Crotona towned, and whence the Tronto and Verde bore into the sea. Upon my brow already blazed the crown of that land which the Danube irrigates, when it abandons its Germanic banks, and fair Trinacria, which grows dark with smoke, between Pachinus's and Pelorus's capes, over the gulf which Eurus vexes most, not through Tiphys, but through nascent Saltha, would still be waiting for its kings, through me from Charles and Rudolph sprung, had not ill rule, which always angers subject peoples, stirred Palermo to the point of shouting Die. And did my brother but foresee this now, the greedy poverty would he avoid of Catalonia, that it harm him not. For verily provision must be made by him or by another, that no load be further laid upon his burdened bark. His nature, which descended mean from one which liberal was, would such retainers need, as would not care to fill their coffers up.
Since I, my lord, believe the joy profound thy speech infuses in me is by thee perceived, where every good thing both begins and ends, as I perceive it, all the more grateful it is. And I am also glad that this thou seest by looking up at God. As thou hast made me happy, make it clear, for thou hast moved me by thy words to doubt, how out of sweet seed bitter seed can spring. This I to him, and he,
If I can show a truth to thee, to that which thou dost ask, thou'lt hold thy face, as thou dost now thy back. The good which turns and sateth all the realm through which thou mountest, makes his providence a power within these mighty bodies here. And not alone are natures in that mind foreseen, which of its own self perfect is, but they themselves and with them their well-being. Hence all this bow shoots forth falls predisposed unto an end foreseen, as would an arrow aimed at its destined mark. Were this not so, the heaven through which thou now art journeying, in such a way would its effects produce, that ruins they would be, not works of art. Nor can this be, unless the intellects which move these stars are faulty, and the first, who failed to make them perfect, faulty too. Wouldst have this truth become more white for thee?
and I, No, truly, for I see that nature, in what is needful, cannot get fatigued. Then he,
Now say, would it be worse on earth for man if he were not a citizen?
Yes, I replied, nor do I here ask why.
And can he be, unless men there below in different ways for different functions live? No, if thereon your teacher writeth well.
So far he came, deducing thus, then closed,
Because of this the roots of your effects must different be. Hence one is Solon born, Xerxes another, and Melchizedek another, and another he who lost his son while flying through the air. Revolving nature, which is a seal to mold or wax, performs her function well, but no distinction makes between one and any other dwelling place. It hence results that Esau in his seed differs from Jacob, while Quirinus comes from such a common father that ascribed to Mars he is. A generated nature, unless divine false art prevailed, would always follow along its generator's path. Now that which was behind thee is before, but that thou know that thou dost give me pleasure, I'd have a corollary mantle thee. Nature, whene'er she finds a destiny discordant with her, like all other seed in soil unsuited to it, always fails. And if the world down there but set its mind upon the basal plan which nature lays and followed it, 'twould have its people good. But to religion ye now rest aside one that is born to gird him with a sword, and make a king of one that's fit to preach. The course you take is, therefore, off the road.
End of Paradiso Canto 8. Section 76 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso Canto 9. The Third Heaven. Venus. The Happiness of Love. The Spirits of Lovers.
After thy Charles, fair Clemence, had resolved my doubts, he told me of the treacheries his offspring were to undergo, and said,
Be silent now, and let the years roll by.
Hence I can only say to you that tears will justly follow on your people's wrongs. And now the spirit of that holy light back to the sun which filleth it had turned, as to the good which sateth everything. Alas, ye souls deceived and impious creatures, who from such goodness tear your hearts away, and turn your temples unto vanity. And hereupon another of those splendours in my direction came, and signified by brightening outwardly its wish to please me. The eyes of Beatrice, which as before were fixed upon me, gave me full assurance of her beloved assent to my desire. Prithee, blessed spirit, satisfy my wish at once, I therefore said, and give me proof that what I think I can reflect in thee. Whereat the light, which still was new to me, out of its depths whence it had sung before, went on, like one whom doing good delights.
In that part of Italia's evil land, which 'tween Rialto's island and the Brentas and Piave's fountain-heads is situated, a hill ascends, nor rises very high, whence once a torch came down, which terribly assaulted all the country round about. From one same root both I and it were born. Cunitza called, I here refulgent am, because the light of the star vanquished me. But gladly I forgive myself the cause of my allotment here, which grieves me not, which to your common people might seem strange. Of this dear brilliant jewel of our heaven, which nearest is to me, a mighty fame remains behind, and, ere it die away, this 100th year will yet quintupled be. See whether one should excellent become, so that the first may leave another life. But thus the present mob, the Adige and Tagliamento's streams enclose, think not, nor doth it yet, though scourged by wars, repent. But at the marsh 'twill happen soon that Padua will change the waters which Vicenza bathe, because its folk were restive to their duty. And where the Sile and Cagnano mate, one lordeth it, and goes with head erect, for trapping whom even now the net is made. Feltro will yet bewail the faithlessness of its bad shepherd, which will be so foul that Malta was not entered for the like. Too large would be the wine-vat which could hold all the Ferrara blood, and weary one who tried to weigh it ounce by ounce. Which shall this courteous priest's donation be, to prove his party loyalty? And gifts like this will with the country's life conform. Mirrors there are above, ye call them thrones, whence on us God as judge reflects his light, so that these words of ours seem good to us.
She here ceased speaking, then intent she seemed on something else, because she set herself to wheel around, as previously she did. The other joy, already known to me as something noble, in my sight became a perfect ruby smitten by the sun. Splendour up yonder is by joy acquired, as smiles are here, but down below a shade outwardly darkens when the mind grows sad. God seeth all, I said, and thy will so inhymns itself, blessed spirit, that no wish can rob thee of itself. Therefore thy voice, which, with the song of those devoted fires, who with their 6 wings make themselves a cowl, is always charming heaven, why gives it not contentment to my wishes? I indeed would not await thy asking me, if I in thee'd myself as thou in meest thee.
The greatest valley o'er which water spreads,
thereat his words began,
except the sea, which forms a garland round the earth, extends counter the sun so far 'tween alien shores, that it can make meridian of a place, where it is wont to make horizon first. On that sea's shore I dwelt, 'tween Ebro's mouth and Magris, which, for but a short way, parts the Tuscan region from the Genoese. With almost equal set and rise of the sun, sits both Bugea and the city whence I was, which with its blood once warmed its port. Folko that people called me, unto whom my name was known, and this heaven is by me impressed, as I was formerly by it. For Belu's daughter, when she troubled both Sychaeus and Creusa, burned no more than I, as long as it beseemed my hair. Nor did that Rhodopean maid, whose love Demophoon deceived, nor yet Alcides, while in his heart he kept Iole locked. Yet we are not repenting here, but smiling, not for the sin, which to our minds returns not, but for the worth which ordered and foresaw. Here at the art we gaze which beautifies so great at work, and only see the goodness whereby the world above turns that below. But so thou they mayst bear away with thee thy wishes all fulfilled, which in this sphere were born, still further must I needs proceed. Who is within this light thou fain wouldst know, which right here at my very side is sparkling, as rays of sunlight shine in limpid water? Know, then, that Rahab finds her rest therein, and, to our order being joined, with her it stamps itself in a supreme degree. By this heaven, where the shadowier world makes ends in a point, before all other souls was she received, that triumph with the Christ. It well behooved to leave her in some heaven, to be a poem of that great victory, which by both hands was won, because she favoured Joshua's first glory in the Holy Land, which little stirs the memory of the Pope. Thy town, which is a plant once sowed by him, who first against his Maker turned his back, and through whose envy many tears are shed, brings forth and spreads abroad the cursed flower, which, having of the shepherd made a wolf, hath caused both sheep and lamb to go astray. The Gospels and great doctors are for this despised, and only the decretals conned, as is apparent by their margins state. On this are Pope and Cardinals intent, their thoughts turn not toward Nazareth, where Gabriel once oped his wings, but both the Vatican and all the other chosen parts of Rome, of old the burial place of militia, which followed in the path which Peter trod, will soon be freed from this adultery.
End of Paradiso Canto 9. Section 77 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso Canto 10. The Fourth Heaven. The Sun. Intellectual Happiness. The Spirits of Theologians and Philosophers.
Looking upon his Son with all the love which both of them eternally breathe forth, the primal and unutterable power with so great order made whate'er revolves through mind or space, that none who look at it can ever be without a taste of him. Lift, therefore, reader, to the heavenly wheels thine eyes with me, directly to the region where one of their two motions strikes the other, and there begin to contemplate with love that master's art, who in himself so loves it, that never doth his eye abandon it. And now see how from thence the oblique ring, which bears the planets with it, branches off, to please the world which calls upon them. How, in case their path were not thus bent aside, in vain would be much virtue in the heavens, and dead well nigh all potencies down here. And how, if from the straight line more or less removed it swerved, much in the mundane order would lacking be below and up above. Now, reader, on thy bench remain, and what is here foretasted follow out in thought, if thou, ere weary, wouldst be very glad. Food have I set before thee, feed thou now thyself, because the theme, whose scribe I'm made, unto itself is resting all my care. The greatest of the ministers of nature, which with the power of heaven imprints the world, and with its light measures our time for us, joined with the section touched upon above, was circling now around the spiral rings, wherein it earlier shows itself each day. And I was in it, but was not aware of my ascent, except as one before a thought has come is conscious of its coming. 'Tis Beatrice, who thus from good to better conducts one with such swiftness that her act extendeth not through time. In its own self how bright must that have been, which in the sun, which I had entered, was not visible by colour, but by light. Though I on genius, practice, and art should call, I could not so describe it, that it e'er could be imagined. But it can be believed, and sight of it should be desired, and for such heights, if low be our imagination, is no wonder, for no eye ever reached beyond the sun. Such the fourth family here of that exalted Father, who ever states it by revealing how he breathes forth and how he generates. And Beatrice began,
Give thanks unto the angel's Son, who of his grace hath raised thee up to this material one.
No mortal heart was ever so disposed to be devoted, and with all its pleasure give itself up to God, as I became at those last words of hers. Hence all my love set itself so on him, that Beatrice in my forgetting mind became eclipsed. And she disliked it not, but smiled at it, so that the splendour of her laughing eyes shared with more things my undivided mind. I many keen and dazzling splendours saw, who sweeter voiced than in appearance bright, made us a centre and themselves a crown. Latona's daughter we behold at times thus girded, when so pregnant is the air, that it retains the thread that forms her zone. Within the court of heaven, whence I return, are many jewels found, so fair and precious, that from the kingdom they may not be moved. And of these was the singing of those lights. Let him who doth not feather him to fly up there await the dumb for news from thence. And then, when singing thus, those burning suns had all around us whirled themselves 3 times, like stars that near unmoving poles revolve. Ladies they seemed to me, who though not through with dancing, yet in silence stop a while, and list till they have caught the music's coming notes. In one I heard beginning,
Since the ray of grace, whereby true love is set on fire, and afterward, by dint of loving, grows and multiplies, is shining in thee so, that it conducts thee upward o'er the stairs which none without remounting e'er descends. He who thy thirst the wine within his flask refused would be no more at liberty than water is which falls not to the sea. Thou fain wouldst know what blooms this wreath enflowers itself withal, which, circling round her, woos the lady fair who makes thee strong for heaven. One of that holy flock's young lambs was I, which Dominic leads along the path, whereon one thriveth well, if one go not astray. The nearest on my right here was my brother and teacher. He was Albert of Cologne, and Thomas of Aquinum I. If thus of all the other lights thou wouldst be sure, follow behind my speaking with thy face revolving upward round the blessed wreath. That other flaming issues from the smile of Gratian, who to both the courts of law was such a help, that Paradise is pleased. The next, who at his side adorns our choir, that Peter was, who, like the needy widow, offered his treasure up to Holy Church. The fifth light, which is fairest in our midst, is with such love inspired, that all the world down there is hungry to have news of it. In it is that great mind, wherein was placed wisdom so deep, that if the truth be true, no second hath arisen to see so much. See next which that candle's light which saw most inwardly, when in the flesh below, the angels' nature and their ministry. In the next little light, that advocate of Christian times is smiling, of whose work in Latin Augustine availed himself. If now thy mind's eye thou art moving on, from light to light, behind my words of praise, thou now remainest thirsting for the eighth, because it sees all good things. There within that holy soul rejoices, which reveals the cheating world to one who hears him well. Down yonder in Scildaro lies the body, from which this soul was driven, and to this peace from martyrdom and banishment it came. Flaming beyond it, See the burning breath of Isidore, of Bede, and of Ricardo, who was in speculation more than man. And this, from whom thy glance returns to me, the light is of a spirit, unto whom in deep thoughts lost it seemed that death came slowly. This is the light eternal of Sigieri, who when he lectured in the street of straw, proved by his syllogisms displeasing truths.
Then like a clock which calls us at the hour, at which the bride of God awakes to sing her spouse a morning song, and win his love, and as one part or draws or drives the other, and sounds ting ting with such delightful notes, that spirits well disposed are filled with love. Even so I saw that glorious circle move, and fuse its voices in a harmony and with a sweetness which can not be known, except where joy is self-externalized.
End of Paradiso Canto 10. Section 78 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 11. The Fourth Heaven. The Sun. Intellectual Happiness. The Spirits of Theologians and Philosophers. St. Francis.
O foolish care of mortal men, how full of fallacies the syllogisms, which cause thee over another course to beat thy wings! One given to legal learning went his way, one medicine, the priesthood one pursued, and lordship one by force or sophistry. One practised theft, and public business one. One in the pleasures of the flesh involved was growing weary, one to idleness and ease was giving up his life, while I, from all these things set free, was up in heaven with Beatrice so gloriously received. When each had to the point returned again, where in the ring he was before, he stayed there, still as a candle in a candlestick. And I within the light which had before addressed me, heard one smilingly begin, as more and more resplendent it became.
As with its radiance I am shining here, so I, by gazing at the eternal light, learn whence thou takest occasion for thy thoughts. In doubt, thou wouldst that I repeat, in words so clear and so distinct that they will suit thine understanding, that late speech of mine, wherein I said, whereon one thriveth well, and where I said, no second hath arisen. For clearly must one needs distinguish here the providence, which with that counsel rules the world, whereby, before it reach the bottom, every created sight is overcome, in order that the bride of him, who cried aloud, and spoused her with his blessed blood, might go toward her delight, safe in herself, and unto him more faithful too, ordained in her behalf 2 princes, who should serve as guides to her, on this side and on that. One, in his burning love, was all seraphic; the other, by his wisdom, was on earth a splendour of cherubic light. I'll speak of one of them, for both are spoken of, when one is praised, whichever one be taken, for to the same end were the deeds of both. Between Tupino and the stream that flows adown the hill which blessed Ubaldo chose, a lofty mountain's fertile slope impends, from which Perugia feels at Portasole both cold and heat, while, for their heavy yoke, behind it Gualdo and Nocera weep. Out of this hillside, where it breaketh most its steepness, to the world a son was born, as out of Ganges this one is at times. Therefore let him who talks about that place not say Ashese, which were not enough, but Orient say, if he would rightly speak. Not distant from his rising was he yet, when he began to cause the world to feel somewhat encouraged by his wondrous virtue, for, still a youth, he strove against his father, for such a lady's sake, that unto her as unto death none open pleasure's door, and then, before his church's legal court, and in his father's presence, joined himself to her, and ever after, day by day, loved her the more intensely. She, bereft of her first husband, slighted and scorned, remained unwooed 1100 years and more till that one came, nor aught availed to hear, that he, whom all the world was fearing, found her undaunted, with Amyclus by his voice, nor aught, her being so unmoved and firm, that even when Mary stayed beneath it, she went up with Christ upon the cross. But now, lest in my long talk I proceed too darkly, take Poverty and Francis as these lovers. Their concord and their joyful countenance caused wonder, love, and gentle looks to end in others' holy thoughts, and so much so that venerable Bernard was the first to bear his feet and run behind such peace, and, running, feel that he was slow of foot. O wealth unrealized! O fertile goodness! Egidio bears his feet, Sylvester his, behind the groom, so pleasing is the bride. That father then and master went his way with both his lady and that family, which now was girding on the humble cord, nor let base-heartedness weigh down his brow for being Peter Bernardone's son, nor yet for seeming so contemptible to others, but revealed his stern resolve to innocent with royal dignity, and won from him his order's primal seal. When Poverty's beloved followers had grown behind the man whose wondrous life would in the glory of heaven be better sung, the holy purpose of this head of flocks was through Honorius by the Holy Spirit crowned with a second crown. Thereafter, when by reason of his thirst for martyrdom, Christ and the rest, his followers, he had preached before the haughty Sultan, and on finding his folk too restive to conversion, not to stay in vain, returned to pick the fruit of Latin fields. Among the savage rocks which 'tween the Tiber and the Arno rise, he took from Christ himself the final seal, which on his limbs he bore for 2 whole years, when him it pleased, who granted him such weal, to draw him up to that reward which he, by making himself lowly, had deserved, to his own brethren, as to rightful heirs, he recommended his most precious lady, and ordered them to love her faithfully. Then from her bosom his illustrious soul willed to depart, and to its realm returned, and for its body wished no other buyer. Think now what he was, who, as his companion, was worthy deemed to keep the bark of Peter true to its course when sailing on the deep. That was our patriarch. Thou hence canst see that he who follows him as he commands loadeth his vessel with good merchandise. And yet his flock, so greedy for new food, hath grown, that it can hardly fail to scatter through various wood and mountain pasture lands, and hence the more his sheep like vagabonds wander away and further go from him, emptier of milk do they regain the fold. Yet surely some there are, who, dreading harm, cling to their shepherd. But so few are these, that little cloth will furnish them with cowls. If now my words have not been indistinct, and if thy hearing hath attentive been, and thou recall to mind what I have said, partly contented will thy wishes be, because thou'lt see the plant whence hewn they are, and what the limitation means, whereon one thriveth well, if one go not astray.
End of Paradiso Canto 11. Section 79 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso Canto 12. The Fourth Heaven. The Sun. Intellectual Happiness. The Spirits of Theologians and Philosophers. Saint Dominic.
As soon as ere the blessed flame had voiced its final word, the holy wheel began to whirl, and in its circling had not moved around completely, ere another wheel enclosed it in a ring, and each to each matched with its own its motions and its songs. Songs which, in those sweet pipes, as far surpass our muses and our sirens, as a primal splendour surpasses one reflected from it. As when, both parallel and like in hue, two rainbows o'er a tender cloud are drawn, when Juno issues orders to her maid, the outer being from the inner born, as is the speaking of that wandering nymph whom love consumed, as mists are by the sun. And coarse folk hear, by reason of the pact which God with Noah made, to prophesy about the world, that it will not again be flooded. So of those eternal roses the two wreaths turned around us there, and so the outer with the inmost harmonized. After the dance and great high feast of song, and flaming interplay of light with light, in joyful happiness and tender love, had of a sudden and with one accord grown quiet, even as eyes do, which must close and open at the will of what attracts them. Out of the heart of one of those new lights a voice came forth, as to its where I turned, which made me seem a needle to its star. And it began,
The love which lends me beauty draws me to talk about that other leader, for whose sake mine is so well talked of here. Where one is, right it is to introduce the other, so that, since they fought together, their glories likewise may together shine. Christ's host, which cost so much to arm anew, was slowly, timidly, and small in numbers moving behind its standard, when the emperor, who ever reigns, provided of his grace alone for his endangered host, and not because of its deserts, and helped his bride, as it hath here been said, with champions twain, through whom, because of what they did and said, the people who had strayed away returned. In those parts where sweet Zephyr's breezes rise to open springtime's foliage, wherewithal Europe is seen to clothe herself again, not very distant from the beating waves, behind which, through his long career, the sun conceals himself at times from every one. Fortunate Caloroga hath her seat, guarded by that great shield, in which the lion both subjugates and is subdued. Therein the amorous lover of the Christian faith was born, the holy athlete, well disposed toward those he loved, and toward his foes severe. And even at its creation was his mind with such live virtue filled, that in his mother it caused her to become a prophetess. After the spousal tween the faith and him had at the sacred font been held, where each with mutual health had dowered each, the lady who answered for him in a dream beheld the wondrous fruit that was to come from him and from his heirs. And that he might by name be what he was, a spirit went from hence, to give him the possessive of the one who wholly owned him. Dominic he was called, and of him as the husbandman I speak, whom Christ to help him in his garden chose. He truly seemed Christ's messenger and servant, because the first love which appeared in him was for the primal counsel given by Christ. Often was he discovered by his nurse lying awake and silent on the ground, as if he meant thereby, I came for this. Oh, Felix, of a truth his father was. Oh, truly Joan his mother, if it mean what it is said to, when interpreted. Not for the world's sake for which men now toil, following the men of Ostia and Taddeo, but for the love of spirit food. So great a teacher did he shortly make himself, that he began to go about the vineyard, which withers soon, if idle be the vintner. And of the chair, which to the righteous poor was formerly more kind, not through its own, but through the fault of him who, sitting there, degenerates, He asked not for the right to give or 2 or 3 for 6, nor yet the income of the earliest vacancy, nor even the tithes which to God's poor belong, but leave to fight against the erring world for that seed's sake, whereof plants 24 are girding thee. With doctrine thereupon and will to apostolic sanction joined, he started like a torrent by a high source urged, and on all stocks heretical his onset smote. And ever there most strongly, where strongest the resistance was. From him there afterward flowed diverse streams, wherewith the garden Catholic is watered so, that all the fresher are its tender shrubs. If such was one wheel of the car, whereby the Holy Church, herself defending, won the civil struggle in her own domain, the other's excellence should certainly be very plain to thee, concerning whom Thomas so courteous was, ere I appeared. And yet the rut, formed by the highest part of its circumference, so forsaken is, that there where crust was now is mould. His household, which started out aright, and kept their feet upon his footprints, hath so turned around, that that which is in front now treads on what was once behind. And this will soon be seen by the bad culture's harvest, when the tares will of their loss of granaries complain. And yet I say that one who page by page should search our book would still some paper find where he could read, "What I was wont to be, I am." But from Kassala he'll not come, nor yet from Aquasparta, whence such men approach the rule that one evades and one contracts its scope. Bonaventura's life am I, of Bagnoregio, who in great positions set sinister cares behind. Here are Illuminato and Augustine, who were among the first barefooted poor, and, corded, made themselves the friends of God. Hugh of St. Victor here among them is, and Peter Manjador, and Peter of Spain, who in a dozen books still shines on earth. Nathan the prophet, and Metropolitan Chrysostom, Anselm, ay, and that Donatus, who to the first art deigned to set his hand. Rabban is here, and at my side is shining the abbot of Calabria, Joachim, who with prophetic spirit was endowed. The flaming courtesy of brother Thomas and his discerning speech have moved me thus to celebrate so great a paladin, and with me likewise moved this company.
End of Paradiso Canto 12. Section 80 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso Canto 13. The Fourth Heaven. The Sun. Intellectual Happiness. The Spirits of Theologians and Philosophers. Solomon's Wisdom.
Let him imagine who would understand aright what now I saw, and let him hold the image like a steadfast rock, the while I speak, the 15 stars which vivify the sky at different points with such clear light, that vanquished is all denseness in the air. Let him imagine next that wane, whereto the bosom of our sky suffices so both night and day, that, as its pole revolves, it never disappears. And let him then imagine furthermore that trumpet's mouth, which at the axle's point begins, whereon the first wheel turns, and that all these had made 2 constellations of themselves, like that which Minos' daughter fashioned when she felt the cold of death, and one to have its rays within the other, and both to so revolve, that one moved forward and the other back. And he will of the actual constellation a shadow have, and of the double dance, which circled round the place where I then was. For it as far surpasses our experience, as swifter than the Chiana moves the heaven which outspeeds all the others. There they praised nor Bacchus nor Apollo, but 3 persons in one sole nature, the divine, and that in but one person with the human joined. The song and dance completed each its measure, whereat those holy lights gave heed to us, rejoicing thus to pass from care to care. And then the light, wherein the wondrous life of God's dear pauper had been told to me. Of those harmonious gods the silence broke, and said,
Whereas one straw has now been threshed, and as its seed hath now been stored away, sweet love inviteth me to beat the other. Thou think'st that in the breast from which the rib was drawn, which went to form the lovely cheek, whose palate cost so much to all the world, and that in that one which, before and after the lance had pierced it, made such satisfaction as to outweigh all sins, whatever light our human nature is allowed, the whole was by that power infused which made them both. Thou hence art marvelling at what above I said, when I narrated that the good enclosed within the fifth light had no second. Ope now thine eyes to what I answer thee, and thou'lt see that my words and thy belief grow one in truth, as in a ring its centre. That which dies not, and that which mortal is, are naught but that idea's reflected light, to which our sire by loving giveth birth. For that bright light, which from its lucent source so flows that it is not divided from him, nor from the love which with them is entwined, out of its goodness gathers up its radiance, mirrored, as 'twere, in 9 subsistences, itself eternally remaining one. Thence to the lowest creatures it descends from act to act, and such becomes, that naught it makes but brief contingencies. And these contingencies I understand to be those generated things the moving heavens produce by means of seed and without seed. Of these the wax and that which mouldeth it are not of one same kind, hence underneath the ideal stamp they more or less reflect it. It hence results that, after its own kind, one selfsame plant bears better fruit and worse, and that with different natures ye are born. If tempered to perfection were the wax, and if the heavens were at their height of power, the whole light of the seal would be revealed. But nature, working as an artist doth, who hath, though skilled and toward his art disposed, a trembling hand, e'er gives it with a flaw. Hence, if the flaming love dispose and stamp the lucid vision of the primal power, complete perfection is therein acquired. Thus rendered worthy of an animal's complete perfection was the earth of old. Thus also was the Virgin rendered pregnant. Hence thine opinion I as true commend, that human nature never was, nor will be, such as it once in those 2 persons was. And now, if I no further went, how then could he be peerless? Would thy words begin. But, that what seemed not so may now seem clear, think who he was, and what the cause which moved him in his request, when ask was said to him. I have not spoken so, that thou shouldst not see clearly that a king he was, who asked wisdom to be a worthy king, and not to know the number of the angels here, nor whether from a necessary premise with one contingent a necessity e'er followed as result, nor yet to know if a first motion needs must granted be, nor whether a triangle could be made with no right angle in a semicircle. Hence, if thou note both what I said and this, a royal wisdom is that peerless vision, on which the shaft of my intention strikes. And if too hath arisen, thou direct clear eyes thou'lt see that it refers to kings alone, who many are, and few the good. With this distinction take thou what I said, for it can stand with that which thou believ'st of man's first father, and of our delight. And let this air be led unto thy feet, to make thee, like one weary, slowly move to both the yea and nay thou seest not. For very low among the fools is he, who affirms without distinction, or denies, in one as in the other case, because it happens that a quickly formed opinion is often in a wrong direction turned, and then the feelings bind the intellect. For worse than vainly leaveth he the shore, who fishes for the truth and hath no skill, since, such as he set out, he comes not back. And in the world are patent proofs of this, Parmenides, Melissus, Bryson, ay, and many who advanced, but knew not whither. So did Sabellius, Arius, and those fools who to the Scriptures were as sword blades are, in making faces crooked which were straight. In judging, let not people be too sure, like him who in the field computes the ears, or ever they are ripe. For I have seen a thorn bush seem all winter stiff and wild, and later bear a rose upon its top. And once I saw a vessel running straight and swiftly o'er the sea through all her course, and end by sinking at the harbour's mouth. Let not Dame Bertha or Sir Martin think, on seeing one man rob, and one give alms, that they behold them as they seem to God, for that one may get up, and this one fall.
End of Paradiso, Canto 13. Section 81 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 14. The fourth heaven. The sun. The fifth heaven. Mars. The happiness of heroism.
In rounded vessels water moves from rim to centre, and from centre so to rim, according as one strikes it from without or from within. What I am saying here fell suddenly into my mind, when once the glorious life of Thomas ceased to speak, because of the resemblance which arose between his speech and that of Beatrice, who after him was pleased to speak as follows.
This spirit needs, although he tells you so, neither by voice nor e'en by thinking it, to reach the root of still another truth. Tell him, then, if the light wherewith your substance is flowering will remain with you the same eternally as even now it is. And if it still remains so, tell him how, when ye have been made visible again, it can be such as not to hurt your sight.
As, when impelled and drawn by greater gladness, those who are dancing lift at times their voices, and give their actions greater sprightliness, so at that prompt and reverent request the holy circles showed new joyousness, both in their whirl and in their wondrous song. He that lamenteth that we die down here to live up yonder, hath not seen up there the comfort of the eternal reign. That one and two and three, who ever lives and reigns in three and two and one, uncircumscribed, and circumscribing everything, was there by each and all of yonder spirits sung with such a melody that it would be a just reward for any one's desert. And in the smallest ring's divinest light I heard a gentle voice, like that with which perhaps the angel spoke to Mary, answer,
As long as Paradise's joy shall last, so long our love will radiate around it a garment such as this. Its clarity is patterned on our ardour, and our ardour upon our vision, and as keen is that as is the grace it hath above its worth. When with our glorious and perfected flesh we are clothed again, our persons will give greater pleasure, because of being all complete. Wherefore, whatever freely given light the good Supreme may grant us will increase, a light permitting us to see Him, whence our vision needs must grow, and grow the ardour which from it is enkindled, and hence grow the radiance likewise which proceeds from this. But as a burning coal emits a flame, and by its vivid glow surpasses it, so that its own appearance is maintained, so will this brightness which surrounds us now be vanquished in appearance by the flesh, which still is covered by the earth. Nor will so great a light avail to weary us, because our body's organs will be strong for whatsoe'er is able to delight us.
So quick and careful seemed both choirs to say Amen, that clearly a desire they showed to have their buried bodies, and not perhaps for their own sakes alone, but for their mothers and fathers and the others, who were dear to them ere they became eternal flames. Then round us everywhere, of equal brightness, outside the lustre there, another rose, like an horizon which is growing clear. And as new apparitions come in sight throughout the sky, at early evening's rise, so that one's vision seems, and seems not, true. Meseemed that new subsistences I there began to see, and that a ring was forming outside the other two circumferences. O thou true sparkling of the Holy Spirit, how suddenly and glowingly it flashed before mine eyes, which vanquished stood it not. But Beatrice revealed herself so fair and smiling, that this vision must be left among those that followed not my memory. I hence gained strength to raise mine eyes again, and with my Lady alone I saw myself borne to a higher grade of blessedness. I well perceived that I was higher up, by reason of the stars' enkindled smile, which ruddier seemed to me than is its wont. With all my heart, and with that kind of speech which is the same in all, I made to God such holocaust as was befitting this new grace. And the ardour of my offered self had not yet been exhausted from my breast, when I perceived that sacrifice was welcome and pleasing. For to me there then appeared splendours between two rays, so bright and red that I exclaimed, O Helios, who dost so adorn them! As the galaxy, bedecked with smaller and with greater lights, so glimmers 'tween the world's poles, that even the wise are led to doubt. Thus, constellated in the depths of Mars, those rays described the honoured sign, which in a circle quadrant joinings make. My memory overcomes my genius here, because that cross so lightened forth the Christ, that I can find therefore no fit example. But whosoever taketh up his cross and follows Christ will pardon me again for what I leave, when in that glow he sees the Christ flash forth. Lights moved about from arm to arm, and 'tween the summit and the base, and sparkled brightly when they met, and when they passed each other. Thus we here see, straight and crooked, swift and slow, and ever renewing their appearance, particles of bodies long and short, as through a ray they move, whereby at times that shade is streaked, which folk, to shield them, make with skill and art. And as a viol or a harp, attuned with many strings, a pleasant tinkling makes for one by whom the music is not caught, so from the lights which there appeared to me, a melody was gathered through the cross, which rapt me, though I made not out the hymn. I well perceived it was of lofty praise, because Arise and conquer came to me, as to who heard, but did not understand. So much in love with it did I become, that naught had ever fettered me before with such sweet bonds. My words perhaps appear too bold, in that they lower set the pleasure given me by the lovely eyes, looking in which my longing finds its rest. But who considers that the living seals of all fair things do more, the higher up, and that I had not there looked up at them, may pardon me for what, to be excused, I'm self-accused, and see that I speak true. For here the holy joy is not excluded, since, as it mounts, the purer it becomes.
End of Paradiso Canto 14. Section 82 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso Canto 15. the fifth heaven. Mars, the happiness of heroism. Martyrs of religion and altruism. Cacciaguida.
The kindly will, wherein is always shown the love which is by righteousness inspired, as greed is in the evil will revealed, silence imposed on that sweet singing lyre, and caused those holy chords to be at rest, which heaven's right hand slackens and draweth tight. How shall those substances to righteous prayers be deaf, who ceased from song with one accord, to give me the desire to pray to them? 'Tis well that he should boundlessly lament, who for the sake of that which lasteth not, deprives himself for ever of that love. As through serene and quiet evening skies there darts from time to time a sudden fire, which startles tranquil eyes that were at rest, and seems to be a star which changes place; saving that naught is missing where it flashed, and that itself lasts but a little while. So, from the arm which to the right extends, down to that cross's foot, there ran a star drawn from the constellation shining there. Nor from its ribbon did the gem depart, but through the radial band ran on, and looked like fire when back of alabaster moving. With the like affection did Anchises' shade reach forth, if our best muse deserve belief, when in Elysium he perceived his son.
O thou, my blood, O overflowing grace of God, to whom, as unto thee, was e'er the gate of heaven unlocked a second time?
Thus spoke that light, hence I thereto gave heed. Then to my lady turning back my face, I was on this side and on that amazed, for such a smile was glowing in her eyes, that I with mine thought I had touched the depths both of my grace and of my paradise. Thereat, a pleasure both to hear and see, the spirit joined to his beginning things I did not fathom, so profound his speech. Nor did he hide himself from me by choice, but by necessity, for his conception set itself higher than a mortal's aim. And when the bow of his impassioned love had so relaxed its tension that his words descended to the level of our mind, the first thing that was understood by me was,
Blessed be thou that, Trine and one, hast been so courteous to my seed.
And he went on,
A pleasing and a long protracted fast, derived from reading in the mighty volume, wherein nor white nor dark is ever changed, hast thou relieved, my son, within this light in which I now address thee, thanks to her, who for the lofty flight hath feathered thee. Thou deemest that to me thy thoughts flow down from him who primal is, as from a one, if known it be, proceeds a 5 and 6. Yet who I am thou dost not ask of me, nor wherefore I appear to thee more glad than any other in this joyous throng. Thou deemest what is true, because the small and great of this life at that mirror gaze, wherein, before thou think, thou show'st thy thought. But that the holy love, wherewith I watch with sight perpetual, and which causes me to thirst with sweet desire, may be fulfilled the better, let thy voice, firm, bold, and glad, proclaim the will, proclaim the wish, whereto my answer has already been decreed.
To Beatrice I turned, and she had heard before I spoke, and smiled a nod to me, which caused the wings of my desire to grow. Then I thus, when the first equality revealed himself to you, wisdom and love became for each of you of equal weight. Because the sun, whose heat and light illumed and warmed you, is of such equality, that all comparisons therewith are poor. But in the case of mortals, will and speech, because of reasons manifest to you, are differently feathered in their wings. Hence I, who mortal am, now realize this inequality, and render thanks with heart alone to thy paternal greeting. I earnestly beseech thee, living Topaz, set in this precious jewel like a gem, that with thy name thou make me satisfied.
O thou, my leaf, in whom I pleasure took, while still awaiting thee, thy root I was.
He thus, as he replied to me, began, and then he said to me,
The one from whom thy family is named, and who hath circled the mountain for 100 years and more around the first ledge, was my son, and thy great-grandsire. Well behoveth it that thou shouldst shorten by thy works his long fatigue. Florence, within the ancient ring of walls, from which she still receives her tierce and nones, sober and modest still, abode in peace. No bracelets had she then, nor coronets, nor dames with ornamented shoes, or belts more likely to be looked at than themselves. Nor did a daughter frighten yet at birth her father, for her marriage age and dowry outran in neither way due measure yet. No houses had she void of families, nor yet had a Sardanapalus come to show us what could be achieved in halls. Not yet had Montemalo been surpassed by your Ucellatoio, which, outdone in its ascent, will be so in its fall. Belincion Berti going girt I saw with bone and leather, and his lady leave her looking-glass without a painted face. And Nerli's lord I saw, and the Delvecchios with unlined skins contented, and their dames with spindle and with thread. O lucky women! Sure of her burial place was each, and none as yet deserted in her bed for France. One stayed awake, absorbed in cradle cares, and used in comforting the speech which forms a father's and a mother's first delight. Another from her distaff drawing flax, repeated for her household olden tales about the Trojans, Fiesole, and Rome. As great a marvel then would a Ciangella or Lapo Salterello have been held, as Cincinnatus or Cornelia now. To such a calm and beautiful town life, to such a safe community, to such a pleasant inn did Mary, called aloud, give me. And at the same time I became, within your ancient baptistry, a Christian and Cacciaguida. Moronto was my brother, and Eliseo. From the Po's valley came my lady to me, and from her name thine was formed. The Emperor Conrad afterward I followed, and among his chivalry he belted me a knight. By my good deeds I so obtained his favour. In his train I went against that law's iniquity, whose people, through your shepherd's fault, usurps your jurisdiction. There, by that vile folk, was I relieved from that deceitful world, the love of which debases many souls, and from my martyrdom attained this peace.
End of Paradiso, Canto 15. Section 83 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 16. The Fifth Heaven. Mars. The Happiness of Heroism. The Old and New Population of Florence.
O thou, our small nobility of blood, that thou shouldst make some people boast of thee down here, where languid our affections are, will never be to me a wondrous thing. For there, where love turns not aside, in heaven I mean, even I myself was proud of thee. Thou truly art a cloak which soon grows short, so that from day to day, if thou be not patched out, time goes around thee with its shears. Hence with the yew which Rome the first endured, and in whose use her race least perseveres, my words began again. Whence Beatrice, who at a little distance from me stood, by smiling here, resembled her who coughed at the first fault ascribed to Guinevere. You are my father, I began to say, you to my speech complete assurance give. You so uplift me that I'm more than I. My mind is by so many brooklets filled with joy, that it congratulates itself that without breaking it can stand the strain. Tell me then, you my dear progenitor, who were your ancestors, and what the years which in your boyhood's time were chronicled? And tell me of the sheepfold of St. John, how large it was, and who were in it then, that in the highest seats deserved to sit. As at the breathing of the winds a coal is quickened into flame, even so I saw at my endearing words that bright light glow. And to mine eyes, as fairer it became, so with a gentler and a sweeter voice, but not in this our modern form of speech, it said to me,
From that day on, when Hail was uttered, to the childbirth, when my mother, who now is sainted, was relieved of me who burdened her, this fire had to its lion 450 and 30 times returned, to light itself again beneath its paws. My first progenitors and I were born just there, where first the town's last ward is found, by him who runneth in your annual race. Let of my forebears this suffice to hear. For as to who they were, and whence came hither, silence is more commendable than speech. All those that tween Mars' statue and the Baptist, who at that time were able to bear arms, were but the fifth of those that live there now, but then its citizens, who now with men from Campi, Certaldo, and Figine mix, were in the lowest artisan seen pure. Oh, how much better it would be to keep as neighbours those to whom I here refer, and at Galuzzo and Trespiano mark our boundary, than have them in our town, and bear the stench of Aguglione's churl, and Signa's, who for graft hath sharpened eyes. If those who in the world are lowest fallen had not stepmother like to Caesar been, but kind as to her son a mother is, one such is now a Florentine, and barters and trades, who would have turned to Semifonti, where formerly his grandsire mounted guard. The Conti still would own their Montemurlo, the Cerchi and Accone's parish be, and in the Val di Greve still, perhaps, the Buondelmonti. Ever was the mixing of clans the fountain of the city's woe, as of the body's ill superfluous food, for sooner will a blinded bull succumb than will a blinded lamb, and one sword oft will cut both more and better than will five. If thou consider Luni and Urbisalia, how they have gone, and how now in their wake Chiusi and Sinigalia go their way, it will not seem or strange for thee or hard to hear how families degenerate, since even cities have their term of life. All your creations die as well as you, but death conceals itself in some that long endure, while individual lives are short. And as the turning of the lunar sphere covers and bears earth's shores without surcease, e'en so doth fortune deal with Florence. Hence it should not seem a wondrous thing to thee what I of those great Florentines shall say, whose fame is hidden in the folds of time. I saw the Ugi and saw the Catellini, Filippi, Greci, Ormani, and Alberici, though in decline, illustrious citizens. And I, as great as they were ancient, saw with him of La Sanella, him of Larca, the Soldanieri, Ardinghi, and Bostichi. Over the gate, which is at present burdened with recent felony of such great weight that there will soon be jetsam from the bark, the Ravignani dwelt, from whom there sprung Count Guido, and whoever since his time hath noble Bellincione's name assumed. He of La Presa knew already how to rule, and Gallicaio in his house already had a gilded hilt and pummel. Mighty already were the column of the Ver, Sacchetti, Luocchi, Fifanti, and Barucci, the Galli, and those that for the bushel blush. The stock whence the Calfucci sprang was great already, while already were the Sizzi and Rigucci raised to curule chairs. And oh, how great I saw those now undone through arrogance! Then, too, the golden balls decked Florence forth in all her mighty deeds. So likewise fared the ancestors of those who, when your church is vacant, always fatten by staying in consistory together. The haughty race, which like a dragon deals with those that flee, and unto those that show their teeth or purse is peaceful as a lamb, was rising now, but from so low a clan that Ubertine Donati was displeased, when by his own wife's father made their kin. Already had the Caponzacco dropped from Fiesole into the market, while as townsmen good were Guida and Infangato. I'll tell a thing incredible and true. The small ring then was entered by a gate which from the Della Pera took its name. Each one who bears that mighty baron's arms, whose name and whose renown the festival of Thomas keepeth green, received from him knighthood and privilege, though he to-day consorteth with the people, who surrounds them with a border. Both the Gualterotti and Importuni were already there, and now their Borgo would more quiet be, if from new neighbours it were fasting still. The family which to your tears gave birth, through the just scorn which brought about your death and put an end to your once happy life, was honoured in itself and in its kin. How, Buondelmonte, ill-advised thou wast to flee their marriage, counselled by another! Many would happy be who now are sad, if God had to the Ama granted thee, when coming for the first time into town. But Florence to that mutilated stone which guards the bridge must needs a sacrifice afford, when in her final hour of peace. With these same families, and others with them, Florence I saw in such a state of rest, that no occasion had she then for tears. With these same families I saw her then, so glorious and so righteous, that the lily was never set upon a staff reversed, nor made, because of her divisions, red.
End of Paradiso, Canto 16. Section 84 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 17. The Fifth Heaven. Mars. The Happiness of Heroism. Foreknowledge and Freedom. Dante's Exile and First Refuge.
As that one came to Clymene, who still to sons makes fathers chary, to be sure of that which he had heard against himself. Even such was I, and such was felt to be by Beatrice, and by the holy lamp, who first on my account had changed his place. Wherefore my lady said to me,
Express thy wish's ardour, so that it may issue clearly impressed by its internal stamp, not that our knowledge may the greater grow by words of thine, but that thou mayst get used to tell thy thirst, that we may pour thee drink.
O my dear root, that so dost lift thyself, that as terrestrial minds perceive that no triangle holds two angles which are both obtuse, thou likewise, gazing at the point to which all things are present, dost perceive contingent things, ere in themselves they are. While I by Virgil was accompanied, upward around the mount which healeth souls, and downward through the region of the dead, grave words were told me of my future life. Although indeed I feel myself foursquare against the blows of fortune, my desire would hence contented be, were I to hear what kind of fortune is approaching me, for slower comes an arrow when foreseen. Thus to that light I spoke which had before addressed me, and as Beatrice had willed, so was my wish confessed. Not in vague terms, in which the foolish folk of old were wont to get entangled, ere the Lamb of God, who taketh sins away, was put to death, but with clear words and unambiguous speech, that father's love replied, which by its smile was both concealed and rendered manifest.
Contingence, which outside your matter's volume doth not extend, is in the eternal vision wholly depicted, yet it taketh not necessity therefrom, save as a ship, while down a current moving, doth from eyes which mirror it. Therefrom, as from an organ, sweet harmony attains one's ears, the time which is for thee preparing strikes my sight. As through his false and cruel stepmother Hippolytus left Athens, so must thou leave Florence. This is willed already, this is sought, and soon will be achieved by him who meditates it there, where every day Christ is both bought and sold. As usually the blame will be imputed to the wronged in public outcry, but revenge for it will witness to the truth dispensing it. Thou shalt abandon all that thou hast loved with greatest tenderness, and of its shafts this is the one which exile's bow shoots first. Thou shalt find out how salt another's bread is wont to taste, and what a painful thing is going up and down another's stairs. But what will bow thy shoulders most will be the bad and foolish company with whom thou'lt fall into this vale, for all ungrateful, mad, and malevolent will it become against thee, but soon thereafter it, not thou, will have its forehead red with blood. Its deeds will furnish proof of its bestiality. Hence well becoming will it be for thee to have made thyself a party by thyself. Thy earliest refuge and first lodging-place shall be the courtesy of that great Lombard, who on the ladder bears the holy bird, and who will have for thee such kind regard, that tween you two in doing and in asking, that will be first, which is with others last. With him the man thou'lt see, who was when born so stamped by this strong star, that notable will be his deeds. By reason of his youth, the nations are not yet aware of him, for only 9 years have these wheels revolved around him. But before the Gascon chief, the noble Henry, sparks of his character will manifest themselves by disregard for money or for toil, and so well known will his munificence hereafter be, that even his enemies will not be able to still their tongues at it. On him rely, and on his favours. Many will be changed because of him, the rich and those that beg exchanging states. And written on thy mind shalt thou bear hence, but shalt not tell it.
Here he told me things incredible to those who shall be present. Then he added,
Son, glosses are these on what was said to thee. Behold the snares which lie concealed behind not many circlings of the sun. And yet I would not have thee envious toward thy neighbours, because thy life far longer will extend than will the punishment of their bad faith.
When by his silence that blessed soul had showed that he was through with weaving in the woof of that same web which I had given him warped, then I began, like one who, doubting, longs for counsel from a man who both perceives, wills righteously, and loves. I clearly see, my father, how toward me a time spurs on, to deal me such a blow as heaviest is to him who gives least heed to it. 'Tis therefore well that I should so with foresight arm myself, that if the place which is to me most dear be taken from me, I lose not the rest by these my verses. Downward through the world whose bitterness is endless, and around the mount, from whose fair top my lady's eyes have lifted me, and afterward through heaven from light to light, things have I heard which, if repeated, will for many have the taste of bitter herbs, and yet, if I'm to truth a timid friend, I fear lest life I lose with those who shall of this age speak as ancient. The light wherein that treasure smiled, which there I found, sparkled at first, as in a sunbeam a golden mirror would, and then replied,
A conscience gloomy either with its own or with another's shame will feel indeed the harshness of thy words, yet none the less, all falsehood having been removed from it, cause thy whole vision to be manifest, and where the itch is let the scratching be. For if, when tasted first, thy voice shall prove offensive, it will after leave behind it, when once digested, vital nourishment. This cry of thine will do as doth the wind, which strikes the loftiest summits most, and this will no slight honour prove. Hence only souls well known to fame were shown thee in these heavens, upon the mount, and in the woeful vale, because the mind of him who hears rests not, nor strengthens its belief by illustrations based upon what is hidden and unknown, or by an argument that is not clear.
End of Paradiso, Canto 17. Section 85 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 18, the fifth heaven, Mars, the spirits of heroes. The sixth heaven, Jupiter, the happiness of justice.
That blessed mirror was enjoying now its thoughts alone, and I was tasting mine, tempering their sweetness with their bitterness, when that same lady who was leading me to God said,
Change thy thought. Recall that near I am to who unburdens every wrong.
I turned me at my comfort's loving voice, and in her holy eyes what kind of love I then beheld, I here refrain from saying. Not only since mine own words I distrust, but since my mind can not return so far above itself, unless another guide it. This only of that moment can I tell, that my affection, while I gazed at her, was freed from longing for all other things, as long as joy eternal, which directly shone on Beatrice, with its reflected aspect, was from her lovely face contenting me. Conquering me with the splendour of a smile, she said,
Turn round and hark, for paradise is not exclusively within my eyes.
As our affection here is seen at times upon our countenance, if such it be that our whole spirit is thereby absorbed, so in the flaming of the blessed effulgence to whom I turned, I recognized his wish to have a little further talk with me.
In this fifth threshold of the tree,
it then began,
which from its summit draws its life, always bears fruit, and never loses leaves, are blessed spirits, who before they came to heaven enjoyed so great a fame below that every muse would be thereby enriched. Gaze therefore at the cross's arms, and he whom I shall name will there perform the act, which in a cloud its own swift fire performs.
I saw a splendour drawn along the cross at Joshua's name, the moment it was uttered. Nor did I note the name before the deed. And at great Maccabeus' name I saw another spirit whirling as he moved, and gladness was the whip that turned the top. Likewise at Charlemagne's and Roland's names my gaze intently followed two of them, as doth a falconer's eye his flying bird. Then William afterward, and Renoir, Duke Godfrey next, and Robert Guiscard drew my sight along that cross. And then, moving and mingling with the other lights, the soul which had addressed me showed how great an artist 'mong heaven's choristers he was. Round to my right I turned me to behold in Beatrice my duty signified by speech or act, and I beheld her eyes, so joyous and so clear that what she seemed surpassed her other and her latest wont. And as because of feeling more delight in doing good, a man from day to day perceiveth that his virtue is increasing, even so, on seeing that that miracle was fairer now, I noticed that the arc of my revolving with the heavens had grown. And as within a little space of time a lady turneth white, whene'er her face rids itself of the burden of its shame, such to mine eyes the change, when I had turned, through the white colour of the temperate sixth star, which had received me in itself. I saw within that jovial torch of light the sparkling of the love contained in it, shaping our language forth before mine eyes. And even as birds on rising from the shore, as if in gratulation at the food they've found, form groups, now round, and now of other shapes, thus holy creatures in those lights were singing, as here and there they flew, and with their forms made of themselves now D, now I, now L. Each singing to its note, they moved at first. Then, on becoming one of these same letters, they stopped a little while, and silent kept. O thou divine Pegasian muse, that glorious dost make men's genius, and dost render it long-lived, as it through thee doth towns and realms, so shed thy light on me, that I may here describe their figures even as I perceived them. In these brief verses let thy power appear. They then displayed themselves in consonants and vowels 5 times 7, and as their parts seemed to be said to me, I noted them. Diligite justitiam were first verb and noun of all that was depicted there. Qui judicatis terram were the last. Then in the 5th word's M they so remained arranged, that Jupiter seemed silver there, pricked out with gold. And other lights I saw descend upon the summit of the M, and rest there, singing, I believe, the good which draws them to itself. Then, as when logs are struck while burning, endless sparks fly up, whence fools are wont to draw their auguries, more than 1,000 lights appeared to rise, and upward move, some much, and some a little, even as the sun, which setteth them on fire, allotted them. And when they quiet were, each in its place, an eagle's head and neck I saw portrayed by that outstanding fire. He who paints there hath none to be his guide, but is his own guide, and from him derives the instinct which is formative in nests. The other blessed ones, who at first appeared content to form a lily on the M, went slowly on to shape the eagle's form. O gentle star, what and how many gems proved to me that our justice here results from that heaven's influence which is gemmed by thee! I therefore pray the mind, wherein thy motion and virtue start, that it may so regard the source, whence comes the smoke which spoils thy rays, that it may now a second time be wroth with sale and purchase in that temple's court, whose walls were built with blood and martyrdom. O soldiers of the heaven I contemplate, pray ye for those that are on earth, all gone astray behind the bad example there. War was once carried on with swords, but now by taking here and there that bread away, the pitying Father keepeth locked from none. But thou that writest but to cancel, think that Peter and Paul, who for that vineyard died, which thou art laying waste, are still alive. Well mayst thou say, so set is my desire on him, whose will it was to live alone, and for a dance was led to martyrdom, that I know neither fisherman nor Paul.
End of Paradiso, Canto 18. Section 86 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 19. The sixth heaven. Jupiter. The happiness of justice. Inscrutability of God's justice. Unjust princes.
Before me now, with wings outspread, appeared the lovely image, which in sweet fruition these joyous interwoven spirits made. Each one of them a little ruby seemed, wherein a ray of sunlight burned so brightly that it was mirrored back into mine eyes. And what I now must needs relate, no voice hath e'er reported, nor hath ink inscribed, nor hath imagination ever grasped. For I both saw and heard the beak converse, and utter in its voice both I and my, when in its meaning it was we and our. And it began,
Because of being just and merciful, I'm to a glory raised up here, which doth not let itself be won by mere desire. And such a fame I left on earth, that evil people there commend it, but fail to follow its recorded works.
As out of many embers one sole heat makes itself felt, so from that image, formed by many loves, a single voice came forth. Hence I thereafter, O perpetual flowers of joy eternal, who let all your odours seem only one to me, by breathing break the painful fast, which long hath given me hunger, for I on earth have found no food for it. Well do I know that even if in heaven justice divine makes of another realm its looking-glass, yours apprehends it not through any veil. Ye know with what attention I gird myself to listen, and ye know the doubt which is so old a fast for me. And as a falcon from his hood set free tosses his head, and flapping his proud wings displays his eagerness, and plumes himself, such I beheld the symbol which is weaved by praises of the grace divine, become with songs, which who up there rejoices knows. It then began,
He who his compass turned around the world's vast verge, and in it parted its many hidden things from those revealed, was not so able to impress his virtue on all the world, that his conceived ideal should not remain in infinite excess. And this assures one that the first proud being who greater was than all created spirits, through not awaiting light, untimely fell. It hence results that every lesser nature is but a scant recipient for the good which hath no end, and measures self by self. Your vision, therefore, which must needs be one of that mind's rays, wherewith all things are filled, of its own nature cannot be so strong that it should not perceive its source as being far greater than is all that it can see. The vision, therefore, which your world receives into eternal justice penetrates as doth an eye into the sea. Because, though it perceive its bottom near the shore, when on the deep it sees it not, yet there it is, but its great depth conceals it. That is not light which comes not from the sky which never clouds itself, but rather darkness, a shadow of the flesh, or else its poison. Sufficiently disclosed to thee is now the hiding place which once concealed from thee the living justice, which so frequently it is thy wont to question. For thou saidst, A man is born upon the Indus's banks, with no one there to speak of Christ, or read, or write, and all his actions and desires are good, as far as human reason sees, and without sin in either life or speech. Then, unbaptized and without faith, he dies. Wherein consists the justice which condemns him? Where is his fault, if he believeth not? Now who art thou, that as a judge wouldst sit to judge of things 1,000 miles away, with the short vision of a human span? Surely for him who subtly strives with me, were not the Scriptures ruling over you, wondrous occasions would there be for doubt. O earthly creatures! O uncultured minds! The primal will, which of itself is good, ne'er from itself, the highest goodness, moved. That much is just, which is therewith accordant. No good created draws it to itself, but it by radiating causes it.
As o'er her nest a stork moves circling round after the feeding of her little ones, and as the one that's fed looks up at her, such did the blessed shape become, which moved its pinions, by so many counsels urged, and likewise so did I lift up my brows. Wheeling around, it sang and said,
As now my notes to thee that understandst them not, such to you mortals is eternal justice.
When those bright flamings of the Holy Spirit had come to rest, still in the shape which caused the Romans to be honoured by the world,
None to this kingdom,
it began again,
ever ascended without faith in Christ, neither before or after he was nailed upon the tree. But many, lo, shout Christ, who at the judgment shall be far less near him than will be such an one who knows not Christ. Christians like these the Ethiop will condemn, when parted shall the two assemblies be, one rich eternally, the other poor. What will the Persians to your rulers say, when lying open they shall see the book, wherein all their dispraises are inscribed? There will be seen, among the deeds of Albert, that which ere long will move the pen, because thereby Prague's kingdom will become a waste. There will be seen the woe which on the Seine he who shall perish by a boar's skin blow bringeth about by falsifying coin. There will be seen the pride and thirsty greed which makes the Scot and Englishman so mad that neither can remain within his bounds. One will see there the easy life and lust of him of Spain and of Bohemia too, who neither of them knew nor cared for valor. One will see there, marked with a single I, the virtues of Jerusalem's lame king, whereas an M will mark the contrary. One will see there the greed and cowardice of him who ruleth over the Isle of Fire, where once Anchises ended his long life. And, to explain his insignificance, his record will consist of shortened words, which in a little space will notice much. And there to each and all will be revealed the foul deeds of his uncle and his brother, who 2 crowns and a noble line disgraced. And he of Portugal and he of Norway will there be known, as also Rossia's prince, who in an ill hour saw Venetia's coin. O happy Hungary, if she no more shall let herself be wronged! Happy Navarre, if with her girding hills she arm herself! And both these should believe that Nicosia and Famagosta, as a proof of this, are wailing now and raging at their beast, because he does not differ from the rest.
End of Paradiso, Canto 19. Section 87 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 20. The Sixth Heaven. Jupiter. The Happiness of Justice. Just Princes. Faith and Salvation. Predestination.
When he who sheddeth light on all the world so far below our hemisphere descends that daylight fades away on every side, the sky, once lighted up by him alone, is quickly rendered visible again by many lights, whereof one only shines. And I this happening in the sky recalled, when silent in the blessed beak became the standard of the world and of its leaders. For brighter far those living lights commenced songs which have fled and fallen from my mind. O thou sweet love, that with a smile dost cloak thee, how ardent in those flutes didst thou appear, whose only breath was that of holy thoughts! after those precious and pellucid jewels wherewith I saw the sixth great light engemmed, had brought to silence their angelic chimes, I seemed to hear the murmur of a brook, which, flowing limpid down from rock to rock, reveals the abundance of its mountain springs. And as a sound takes from a cittern's neck its form, even as the air that enters it doth from the vent-hole of a shepherd's pipe, so, all delay of waiting laid aside, that murmur of the eagle mounted up along its neck, as if it hollow were. A voice it there became, and through its beak it issued forth in words, such as the heart whereon I wrote them down was longing for.
That part of me which sees and braves the sun in mortal eagles,
it began again,
must now be looked upon attentively, for of the fires wherewith I shape me, those wherewith the eye is sparkling in my head, the highest are of all their ordered grades. He that as pupil in the middle shines was once the singer of the Holy Spirit, who bore the ark about from town to town. He now knows how deserving was his song, so far as it resulted from his will, by the reward proportioned to its merit. Of 5 that make a circle for my brow, the spirit nearest to my beak was he who comforted the widow for her son. He now knows by his personal experience of this sweet life and of its opposite, how dear it costs one not to follow Christ. In the circumference of which I speak, he that comes next upon the rising ark delayed his death by genuine repentance. He now knows that eternal justice brooks no change, whenever worthy prayers below tomorrow's make of that which was today's. The one who follows, with the laws and me, with good intentions which produced bad fruits, made himself Greek by ceding to the shepherd. He now knows that the ill, from his good deed derived, is not a cause of harm to him, although thereby the world may be destroyed. He whom thou seest in the downward ark, the William was, for whom that country mourns, which weeps because its Charles and Frederick live. He now knows how heaven loves a righteous king, and by his splendor's glow reveals it still. Who in the erring world below would think that Ripheus the Trojan was the 5th among the holy lights which form this curve? He now knows many of the things the world is impotent to see in grace divine, although his sight discerneth not its depths.
Like a young lark, which as it soars through space, first sings, and then is silent, satisfied with the last sweetness which contented her. Such seemed to me the image of the seal of that eternal pleasure, by whose will each thing becometh what it is. And though, with reference to my doubt, up there I was, as glass is to the colour which it clothes, it could not bear to bide its time in silence, but by the very force of its own weight urged from my mouth the words, What things are these? Whereat I saw a glorious feast of sparkling. Thereafter with its eye the more enkindled, the blessed sign, in order not to keep me in wondering suspense, replied to me,
I see that thou believest all these things, because I say them, but dost not see how, and therefore, though believed in, they are hidden. Thou dost as one who fully knows a thing by name, but cannot see just what it is, unless another make it manifest. Regnum coelorum suffers violence from burning love, and from a living hope, which vanquishes the will divine, though not as man o'ercometh man, but conquers it because it willeth to be overcome, and so, though vanquished, by its goodness wins. The first life in the eyebrow and the 5th cause thee to be amazed, because therewith thou seest the region of the angels painted. They did not issue Gentiles from their bodies, as thou dost think, but Christians, with firm faith, one in the feet that were to suffer, one in those that had. For one, to claim his bones, came back from hell, where no one ever wills the good again. And this was the reward of living hope which put its trust in prayers addressed to God to raise him, that thus his will might have a chance to act. The glorious soul I speak of, when the flesh had been regained, wherein he stayed not long, believed in him who had the power to help him, and through belief so warmed to genuine love that he was worthy at his second death to come to this festivity. The other, through grace from so profound a spring distilled, that never hath the eye of any creature reached its first wave, set all his love below on righteousness. Hence God, from grace, to our redemption which is still to be, opened his eyes. He hence believed in it, and afterward endured no more the stench of paganism. And for it he rebuked those who perverted were. And those 3 ladies thou sawest at the right wheel of the car, in lieu of baptism, were as sponsors for him more than 1,000 years ere baptism was. O thou predestination, how remote are thy foundations from the sight of those who do not see the first cause as a whole! And ye, O mortals, keep yourselves in check, when judging men. For we, who God behold, know not as yet all those that are elect. And pleasant is such ignorance to us, because our good is in this good refined, that what is willed by God we also will.
Thus then, by that divinely pictured image, to make the shortness of my vision clear, a pleasant medicine was granted me. And as a skilful zithen player makes the strings' vibrations follow a good singer, whereby the song acquires more power to please, even so, while it was speaking, I recall that both those blessed lights I then beheld, as when, in winking, eyes concordant are, moving their flamelets to the eagle's words.
End of Paradiso, Canto 20. Section 88 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 21. The Seventh Heaven. Saturn. The Happiness of Contemplation. The Golden Ladder. Predestination. St. Peter Damian.
And now mine eyes upon my lady's face were fixed again, and therewithal my mind, which from all other objects had withdrawn. Nor was she smiling then, but
"Should I smile,"
she said, addressing me,
"like Semele wouldst thou become when she to ashes turned, because my beauty, which along the stairs of this eternal palace brighter burns as thou hast seen the higher we ascend, is so resplendent that thy mortal strength at its effulgence, were it not restrained, would be as is a bough which lightning rends. Up to the seventh splendour we are raised, which now beneath the burning lion's breast is raying downward mingled with his strength. Intently fix thy mind behind thine eyes, and cause them to be mirrors of the figure which in this mirror will appear to thee."
He that should know what, in the blessed face, the nature of my vision's pasture was, when I transferred me to another care, would know, since one was outweighed by the other, how gladly I obeyed my heavenly guide. Within the crystal which, as round the world it whirls, bears its illustrious leader's name, under whose rule all wickedness lay dead, coloured like gold whereon a sunbeam shone, a ladder I beheld, which so high up ascended that my eye pursued it not. I saw moreover coming down its steps so many glowing splendours that I thought that every star seen shining in the sky had been poured out of it. And even as doors, as is their natural wont when day begins, together move to warm their chilly plumes, and then without returning some fly off, and some go back to whence they started first, while others, whirling in a circle, stay. Such was, it seemed to me, the fashion here within the sparkling throng which came together, whene'er they met upon a certain round. And that which nearest to me there remained, became so bright, that in my thoughts I said, I clearly see the love thou showest me. But she, whence I await the how and when of silence and of speech, keeps still. Hence I, against my will, do well by asking naught. She thereupon, who in the sight of him who seeth everything, my silence saw, said unto me,
"Appease thy warm desire."
And I began, My merit doth not make me worthy of thy reply, but for the sake of her who granteth me the right to ask, make known to me, blessed life that art concealed in thine own joy, the cause which draweth thee so closely to my side, and tell me why that gentle symphony of paradise is silent in this wheel, which down below sounds so devoutly through the other spheres.
Thy hearing is as mortal as thy sight.
It answered me,
There is no singing here, because of that which hinders Beatrice from smiling. Down the holy ladder's steps have I so far descended, but to give thee a welcome with my words, and with the light which mantles me. Nor hath the greater love caused me to be more ready. For as much or more love burns up yonder, as those flames revealed to thee, but that great charity which makes us ready servants of the council which rules the world, allots here, as thou seest.
I well perceive, O holy lamp, said I, how that free love is in this court enough for following the eternal providence. But this is what seems hard for me to see, why thou alone among thy consorts here predestinated wert for just this task. No sooner had I come to my last word, than like a rapid millstone whirling round, the light had of its middle made its centre, and then the love within it answered me.
Piercing the light wherein I'm here embosomed, a ray of light divine upon me falls, whose virtue, as it mingles with my sight, so lifts me o'er myself, that I behold that highest essence whence it emanates. Hence comes the joy with which I'm flaming now, for with thy sight, as far as it is clear, I equalize the clearness of my flame. And yet the most enlightened soul in heaven, the seraph who hath eyes most fixed on God, would not avail to satisfy thy question. For what thou askest plumbeth so the depths of God's eternal statute, from all that created vision is cut away. And to the mortal world on thy return carry this charge, that it presume no more to move its feet toward such a distant goal. The mind which shineth here on earth is smoky. Consider, hence, how it can do down there what, though assumed to heaven, it cannot do.
So all-conclusive were his words to me, that giving up the question I confined me to asking humbly of him who he was.
'Tween Italy's two seashores, cliffs arise not very far from thine own native place, so high that thunders peal much lower down, and form a lofty ridge called Cattleya, 'neath which a hermitage is consecrate, whose wont to worship only gives it up.
He thus began for me his third address, and then, continuing, said,
To serving God I there became so steadfastly devoted, that, feeding upon olive juice alone, I readily endured both heat and cold, and was with thoughts contemplative content. That cloister's wont it was to yield these heavens abundant fruit, but it hath now become so empty, that its state must soon be known. In that place I was known as Peter Damian, and sinning Peter in Our Lady's house I was, upon the Adriatic shore. But little mortal life remained to me, when I was sought, and forced to take the hat, which always passes on from bad to worse. Lean and barefooted Cephas came, and then the Holy Spirit's mighty vessel came, eating the food of any hostelry. Our modern shepherds now on either side need help to prop them, help, they weigh so much, to guide, and help to hold them up behind. They cover so their palfreys with their cloaks, that two beasts walk beneath a single hide. O patience, that dost tolerate so much!
More flamelets at these words I saw descend from step to step, and whirl, and every whirl caused each of them to grow more beautiful. And round this flame they came, and having stopped, uttered so deep a cry, that none could here resemble it. Nor did I understand its words. Its thunder overcame me so.
End of Paradiso Canto 21. Section 89 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 22. The seventh heaven. Saturn. Saint Benedict. The eighth or starry heaven. The twins.
Oppressed with stupor, to my guide I turned, as would a little child who always runs for help to where he most confides. And she, as doth a mother who at once assists her pale and breathless offspring with her voice, whose wont is to assure him, said to me,
Knowest thou not that thou art now in heaven? And knowest thou not that all of heaven is holy, and that of good zeal cometh all done here? To what extent the song, as well as I, by smiling would have changed thee, thou canst now imagine, since the cry has shocked thee so. In it, if thou hadst understood its prayers, already were the vengeance known to thee which thou shalt see before thou die. Our sword up here cuts nor in haste nor tardily, save as to one it seems who waits for it with either apprehension or desire. But turn thyself around towards others now, for many illustrious spirits shalt thou see, if, as I tell thee, thou direct thine eyes.
Mine eyes I then directed as she pleased, and saw 100 little spheres, which, gathering, by mutual rays each other fairer made. Like one I was who checks within himself the goad of his desire, and dares not ask, so great his fear lest he may ask too much. The largest and most lustrous of those pearls came forward thereupon, to sate my wish concerning it. Within it then I heard,
If thou, as I do, couldst behold a love which burns among us here, thy thoughts would be expressed, but lest, by waiting, thou delayed thy lofty aim, I'll answer now the thought which causes thee to so restrain thyself. That mountain on whose slope Casino stands was once frequented on its top by folk, who both deluded were and ill disposed. And he am I, who first up yonder bore the name of him, who carried down to earth the truth which were exalted us so much, and such abundant grace upon me shone, that I withdrew the neighbouring villages from that vain worship which seduced the world. These other fires were all contemplatives, men who were kindled by the heat which brings the flowers and fruits of holiness to birth. Here is Macarius, Romuald is here, and here are those my brethren who remained in cloisters and who steadfast kept their hearts.
and I to him, the affection shown by thee in talking with me, and the kindliness I see and note in all your burning flames, have opened wide my trust, even as the sun dilates the rose, whene'er its petals ope as widely as they can. Because of this, I pray thee, Father, do thou then inform me if I am worthy to receive such grace as to behold thee with thy face unveiled. Then,
Brother,
he replied,
thy great desire in the last sphere above shall be fulfilled, where all thine others are, and mine as well. Every desire is perfect there, mature and whole. In that sphere only is each part where it has always been, for it is not in space, nor turns on poles, and up to it our ladder reaches, and because of this it steals itself away beyond thy ken. Jacob, the patriarch, beheld it stretch thus far its upper portion, when of old laden with angels it appeared to him. But from the earth, to climb it, no one now removes his feet, and my monastic rule remains but as a means of wasting paper. Walls which of old an abbey used to be, have now become the dens of thieves, and cowls are sacks now, filled with naught but wretched meal. But heavy Ashoru doth not rebel against God's will, as much as doth the fruit which renders so insane the hearts of monks. For, whatsoever the Church may hold in trust, is all for those that ask it in God's name, and not for relatives, or what is worse. So soft the flesh of mortals is, that good beginnings do not last as long below. As from an oak's until its acorn's birth, Peter began with neither gold nor silver, and I, with prayers and fasts, began my convent, as Francis, with humility, did his. And if thou look at each of these beginnings, and then consider whither each hath run, thou'lt see that what was white hath turned brown, Jordan turned backward, and the water fleeing when God was so willed, were much more wonderful to see, in fact, than succour would be here.
He thus addressed me. To his company thereat returning, they together closed. Then like a whirlwind all were upward rapt. The gentle lady up that ladder's rounds urged me behind them by a sign alone. Her virtue so o'ercame my natural weight. Nor here below, where one goes up and down by natural law, was motion e'er so swift as to be equal to my pinion's flight. So may I, reader, once again return to that celestial triumph, for whose sake I oft bewail my sins and smite my breast. Thou hadst not drawn away and put thy finger as quickly into fire, as I beheld the sign which follows Taurus, and was in it. O glorious stars, O light, that pregnant art with mighty virtue, from which I acknowledge all of my genius, whatsoe'er it be. With you was born, And in your midst was hiding he who is father of all mortal life, when first I breathed the Tuscan air, and then, when grace had been bestowed upon me here to enter that high wheel which turns you round, your region was the one allotted me. To you my sighing soul devoutly prays, that it may now acquire the power it needs for that hard task, which draws her to itself.
To ultimate salvation thou art now so near.
In answer Beatrice began.
That clear should be thine eyes, and keen their sight. Therefore, ere further thou in it thyself look downward, and behold how great a world I have already set beneath thy feet, so that thy heart, as joyous as it can, may show itself to that triumphant throng which happy comes through this ethereal sphere.
Then with my vision I returned through one and all 7 spheres, and this globe I beheld such that its mean appearance made me smile. Hence that opinion I approve as best which deems it least, and thus may he be called who sets his thought on something else. Latona's daughter I enkindled saw, without the shadow which was once the cause of my believing her both rare and dense. The countenance, Hyperion, of thy son I here sustained, and saw how near to him both Maia and Dione round him move. And after this the temperance of Jove appeared to me, between his son and sire, and clear the reason for their change of place. All 7 of them were thus revealed to me, how great they are, how swift and far apart in their abodes. The little threshing floor which maketh us so fierce was as a whole revealed to me, from hills to river mouths, while I was circling with the eternal twins. Back to the lovely eyes I then turned mine.
End of Paradiso, Canto 22. Section 90 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 23. The 8th Heaven, the fixed stars, the twins, triumphant spirits, the Son of God, the Mother of Christ.
Even as a bird, among the leaves she loves, settles upon the nest of her sweet brood throughout the night, which hides things from our eyes, and then, that she may see their longed-for looks, and find the food wherewith to nourish them, in doing which she deems hard work a pleasure, comes forth betimes upon an outer branch, and gazing steadfastly with burning love, waits for the sun till break of dawn. So stood my lady, toward that region turned intent, neath which the sun appears to show least haste. Hence I, on seeing her absorbed in thought, became like one who, yearning with desire for other things, contents himself with hope. But little time elapsed between each when, I mean from when I waited, till the sky I saw grow more and more suffused with light. Then Beatrice exclaimed,
Behold the hosts of Christ's victorious triumph, and all the fruit ingathered by the circling of these spheres.
To me her countenance seemed all on fire, and so replete with happiness her eyes, that I must pass without describing them. As when in cloudless skies the moon is full, Trivia among those nymphs eternal smiles, who deck with light the whole expanse of heaven. So I, above 1,000,000 lamps, beheld a sun which kindled one and all, as our sun kindles all the stars on high. And through the living light the shining substance was so transparent, and so brightly shone upon my face, that I endured it not. O Beatrice, thou dear and gentle guide!
That which o'erwhelms thee is a power,
she said,
against which nothing can defend itself. This is the wisdom, this the virtue is, which opened wide the road tween heaven and earth, which was in olden times so long desired.
As fire is liberated from a cloud, when so dilating that it finds no room, and falls, against its nature, to the earth, even so my mind, as it became enlarged among those viands, issued from itself. But what it then became, cannot recall.
Open thine eyes, and see what now I am. Such things thou hast perceived that now thou art equipped with power to look upon my smile.
I was like one who, when aroused from sleep, is of a dream aware which he forgets, and tries in vain to bring it back to mind, when I had heard a bidding which deserves such gratitude that never from the book which holds past records will it be effaced. If now to help me all those tongues should speak which Polyhymnia and her sisters fed most richly with the sweetest of their milk, the 1,000th portion of the truth would not be reached, even though they sang the holy smile, and how it lighted up the holy face. Hence, painting Paradise, the sacred poem must leap like one who finds his path cut off. But none who to its weighty theme gave thought, and to the mortal shoulder bearing it, would blame it, should it tremble 'neath its load. No waters for a little boat are these. My daring plough goes cleaving on its way, nor for a pilot who would spare himself.
Why doth my countenance enamour thee so much, that to the garden beautiful thou turnest not, which blooms beneath Christ's rays? Here is the rose, in which the Word divine became incarnate. Here the lilies are, whose scent led men to take the righteous path.
Thus Beatrice. And I, who for her counsels was wholly ready, gave myself again to fight the battle of the feeble brows. As once my overshadowed eyes beheld a field of flowers in a ray of sunlight, which through a riven cloud was shining clear. Thus many a throng of splendours now I saw, illumined from on high by burning rays, but not the source of their effulgent light. O kindly virtue, who dost thus impress them, thou didst uplift thyself to give mine eyes, which were not strong yet, greater room to see. The name of that fair flower which I invoke each morn and evening too forced all my mind to turn its gaze upon the greatest fire. But when in both mine eyes the magnitude and splendour of that living star was painted, which vanquishes up there, as once down here, a torch, formed ringwise like a crown, descended from midmost heaven, and girdling her about, around her whirled. Whatever melody sounds sweetest here on earth, and to itself most strongly draws the soul, would seem a peal of thunder breaking from a cloud, if measured by the music of the lyre, with which that lovely sapphire crowned itself, whereby ensaphired glows the brightest heaven.
Angelic love am I, and circle round the exalted gladness breathing from the womb, which was the hostelry of our desire, and I shall whirl around it, Lady of Heaven, until thy Son thou follow, and diviner render the loftiest sphere by entering it.
The circling melody thus closed itself as with a seal, and all the other lights made Mary's name resound. The royal robe, of all the convolutions of the world, which burneth most, and by the breath and ways of God is quickened with the greatest life, had its internal shore so far above us, that, where I was, its semblance was not yet revealed to me. Mine eyes hence could not follow the flame which, crowned, behind its offspring rose. And as a child who, having had its milk, stretches its little arms up toward its mother, urged by the love which outwardly flames forth, thus each of those white spirits with its flame stretched up in such a way that its deep love for Mary was made manifest to me. Thereafter they remained there in my presence, singing, O Queen of Heaven, so tenderly that its delight hath never left me since. Oh, how abundant is the store heaped up in those most wealthy coffers, which were once good husbandmen for sowing seed below. Here, living on it, they enjoy the treasure, which, weeping in their exile, they acquired in Babylon, where gold was left untouched. Here triumphs, subject to the exalted Son of God and Mary, in his victory, together with the councils old and new, he who of such great glory holds the keys.
End of Paradiso, Canto 23.
Section 91 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 24. The eighth or starry heaven. The twins. St. Peter examines Dante on faith. O fellowship elected to the banquet of that blessed Lamb, who feedeth you so well that ever sated is your appetite, since, by the grace of God, this man enjoys a foretaste of what falleth from your table, or ever death have set his time for him. Heed his immense desire, and on him shed a little of your dew. Ye from the source forever drink, whence cometh what he thinks.
Thus Beatrice. Thereat those happy spirits arranged themselves in spheres on steady poles, emitting brilliant flames as comets do. And even as wheels within the works of clocks so turn, for one who heeds them, that the first seems quiet, while the last appears to fly, even so, since at a different speed they whirled, those carol dancers, whether swift or slow, permitted me to estimate their wealth. From that one which I deemed of greatest beauty, I saw a fire so happy issue forth, that none of it left of greater brightness there. Then around Beatrice it turned 3 times with so divine a song, that even my fancy repeats it not for me. And so my pen takes a leap forward, and I write it not. For our imagination much more speech, too bright a colour is to paint such folds.
O holy sister mine, who so devoutly dost pray to us, thou, by thine ardent love, withdrawest me from yonder lovely sphere.
When once at rest again, that blessed fire turned toward my lady with his voice, which spoke as I have said, and she replied to him,
O thou eternal life of that great man, to whom of this great joy our Lord bequeathed the keys which he brought down, test thou this man as pleases thee, on questions light and grave pertaining to the faith, which formerly enabled thee to walk upon the sea. If well he love, well hope, and well believe, is not concealed from thee, because thy sight is thither turned, where all is seen depicted. But since this realm hath through the true faith won its citizens, 'tis well that, to its glory, it should befall him now to speak of it.
Even as a bachelor equips himself, nor speaks until the master states the question, to furnish proofs, but not decide the same, so I, while she was speaking, armed myself with every proof, that I might ready be for such a questioner, and such confession.
Speak now, good Christian, and declare thyself. What, then, is faith?
Thereat I raised my brow toward the bright light from which these words were breathed, and then I turned around toward Beatrice, and she by rapid signals bade me pour the water forth from my internal fount. The grace which grants that I confess myself before the first centurion, I began, cause my conceptions to be well expressed. And I continued, as the truthful pen of thy dear brother, Father, who with thee set Rome upon the right way, wrote of it, faith is the substance of the hoped-for things, and the evidence of those that are not seen. This seems to me its essence. Then I heard,
Thou thinkest right, if well thou understand why with the substances he placed it first, and with the evidences afterward.
Thereat I answered, those deep truths which here are freely making themselves known to me, from eyes down yonder are so far concealed, that their existence lies in faith alone, and thereupon the lofty hope is based. It therefore takes the nature of a substance, and from this faith one needs must syllogize without the help of any other sight. It therefore assumes the nature of an evidence. And then I heard,
If thus were understood all that for doctrine is acquired below, there'd be no room there for the sophist's mind.
These words were breathed from that enkindled love, which added then,
Already have this coin's alloy and weight been very well examined. But tell me, if thou hast it in thy purse.
I therefore, yes, so shining and so round, that nothing in its coinage makes me doubt. Then issued from the deep light shining there,
Whence did this precious jewel come to thee, whereon all virtues else are based?
And I, the abundant showers of the Holy Spirit outpoured upon the parchments old and new, a syllogism have formed, which prove it true so clearly to me that all other proofs seem inconclusive when compared with it.
The ancient premise, and the new,
I then heard asked,
which so conclusive are to thee, why dost thou take them for the word of God?
And I, the proof which showeth me the truth, are those great works which followed, works for which nature ne'er heated iron, nor anvil smote. Then I was answered,
Say what makes thee sure that those works e'er occurred. The very thing which calls for proof, none other, tells thee so.
If to Christianity the world was turned, I said, unhelped by miracles, then this is such, that not 100th of the rest. For thou didst poor and fasting go afield to sow the goodly plant, which was of old a vine, and now has turned into a thorn. This ending thus, the high and holy court resounded through the spheres a
God we praise.
sung to the melody they sing up there. That Baron then, who thus from branch to branch had tested me, and now had led me on, until the final leaves were drawing near, began again.
The grace which with thy mind holds loving converse, hitherto hath oped thy mouth as it should be. Hence I approve of that which it hath uttered. But it now behoves thee say what thou believest in, and whence it has been offered to thy faith.
O Holy Father, Spirit that dost now behold what thou didst so believe, that thou didst outrun toward the tomb far younger feet, I thus began. Thou'dst have me now reveal the essential part of my sincere belief, and thou dost also ask the cause of it. And I reply, in one God I believe, sole and eternal, who, himself unmoved, moves all the heavens with love and with desire. And I, for so believing, have not only proofs physical and metaphysical, but that truth also yieldeth me its proof, which hence rains down through Moses, Psalms, and prophets, and through the Gospel, and through you, who wrote after the flaming Spirit made you shepherds. And I believe in 3 eternal persons, and these to be one essence, so both one and trine, that they can be conjoined by are and is. Of the divine profound estate whereto I now refer, the teaching of the Gospel sets many times the seal upon my mind. This is the fountainhead, and this the spark, which after spreads into a living flame, and in me glows, as stars do in the sky. As when a lord, hearing what pleases him, rejoices in the news his servant brings, and takes him to his arms when he is silent, so, giving me his blessing as he sang, that apostolic light, at whose command I spoke, when I had ceased, thrice girdled me. So greatly had I pleased him by my words.
End of Paradiso, Canto 24. Section 92 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 25. The Eighth or Starry Heaven. The Twins. Triumphant Spirits. St. James examines Dante on hope.
If e'er it happen that the sacred poem, to which both heaven and earth have so set hand that it hath made me lean for many years, o'ercome the fierceness which against me bars the lovely fold, where as a lamb I slept, though hostile to the wolves that give it war, then with another voice and other fleece a poet I'll return, and at the font of mine own baptism take the laurel crown. For there I entered first into the faith, which makes souls known to God, and Peter later, because of my belief, thus wreathed my brow. Then toward us, after this, there moved a light out of the sphere, from which the first fruit issued, which of his vicars Christ once left behind. And full of joy, my lady said to me,
Look, look, behold the Baron for whose sake men go to see Galicia down on earth.
As when a dove alighteth near its mate, each, by its circling and its cooing, shows the other its affection, thus I saw one great and glorious prince the other greet, and praise the food which sateth them up there. But when their mutual gratulations ceased, before me each in silence stopped, and flamed so brightly that my face was forced to bow. Then smiling Beatrice,
Illustrious life, by whom the generous liberality of our basilica was once described, let hope resound upon these heavenly heights. Thou knowest that thou didst stand for it, as oft as Jesus showed most brightness to the 3.
Lift up thy head, and reassure thyself, for all that cometh from the mortal world up hither must be ripened in our rays.
This comfort reached me from the second fire. Hence to the hills I raised mine eyes, which erst had bowed them down by their excessive weight.
Since of his graciousness our Emperor wills that thou before thy death shouldest face his counts in his most secret hall, that having seen the truth in this our court, thou mayest confirm, both in thyself and other souls, the hope which rightfully enamours men on earth. Say what it is, and how therewith thy mind is blossoming, and whence it came to thee.
Thus further did the second light proceed, and that kind soul who to so high a flight had led the feathers of my wings forestalled my answer thus.
No child of greater hope hath the church militant, as in the sun is written, which irradiates all our band. It, therefore, hath been granted him to come from Egypt to Jerusalem, and see, or ere the period of his warfare end. Thine other two requests, made not for knowledge, but so that he may carry back with him to what extent this virtue pleases thee, I leave to him, for they will not be hard for him, nor matter for self-praise. To these let him reply, and may God's grace assist him.
Even as in that wherein he expert is, a pupil readily and willingly answers his teacher, that his worth be shown. Hope is, I said, a steadfast expectation of future glory, which by grace divine and by preceding merit is produced. This light from many stars comes down to me, but he into my heart instilled it first, who was the greatest leader's greatest bard. For let them hope in thee that know thy name, the latter in his Theody declares. And if he have my faith, who knows it not? Then thou with his instilling didst so greatly instil that hope in me with thine epistle, that filled with it I pour your rain on others. While I was speaking, in the living bosom of that great fire, a bright effulgence quivered quickly and often, like a lightning flash, and then it breathed.
The love wherewith I still warm to the virtue which once followed me, till with the palm I issued from the field, would have me give my breath to thee again, that dost therein delight, and I am pleased to have thee say what promise hope affords thee.
And I, the Scriptures, both the new and old, the goal establish of the souls whom God hath made his friends. This points it out to me. Isaiah says that each in his own land will in a double garment be arrayed, and his own land is this sweet life of ours. And in a more explicit way thy brother makes this same revelation manifest to us, where of the snow-white robes he treats. After these words had ended, first was heard above us,
Let them hope in thee.
whereto all of the carols made reply, and then a light became so brilliant in their midst that, if the crab had such a crystal star, winter would have a month of one sole day. And as a happy maiden rising goes in honour of the bride to join the dance, and not for any failing on her part, even so I saw the splendour, brighter grown, approach the two who in a wheel were turning, as it behoved the ardour of their love. Into the song and music then it entered, and on the three my lady kept her gaze, silent and motionless as would a bride.
This is the one who on his breast reclined, who is our pelican, and from the cross selected was to hold the filial office.
Even thus my lady spoke, but no more after did her words withdraw her eyes from fixed attention than before. Even as is he who gazes at the sun and tries to see it partially eclipsed, and who, because of seeing, groweth blind, such I became before that latest fire, till this was said.
Why dost thou blind thyself to see a thing which hath no being here? Earth is my body on the earth, and there will with the other stay, until our number shall with the eternal purpose correspond. With both their garments in the blessed cloister are those two lights alone, which hither rose, and this shalt thou take back unto your world.
Stilled was the flaming circle at these words, and with them that sweet mixture which was formed out of the music of the threefold breath, as from fatigue or danger to escape, oars, which had stroked the water just before, are at a whistle's sound all brought to rest. Ah, how disturbed in mind I then became, when I turned round to look at Beatrice, because I could not see her now, though close to her I was, and in the happy world.
End of Paradiso, Canto 25. Section 93 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 26. The eighth or starry heaven. The twins. St. John examines Dante on love. Adam.
While I was frightened by my loss of vision, from the refulgent flaming which had quenched it, a breath, which caused me to give heed, came forth and said,
Till thou regain the sense of sight, which thou hast spent by gazing up at me, 'tis well that thou make up for it by speech. Therefore begin to speak, and say toward what thy soul aspires, and also bear in mind that sight in thee is lost, but not destroyed, because the lady who is leading thee through this divine expanse hath in her look the power possessed by Ananias' hand.
At her own pleasure, soon or late, I said, let the cure reach the eyes which portals were, when with that fire she entered, wherewithal I ever burn. The good which sates this court is Alpha and Omega of all scriptures love reads to me in tones or low or loud. And that same voice which rid me of the fear the sudden blinding blaze had given me, inspired me with a wish to speak again, and said,
Thou surely through a finer sieve must pass thy meaning. It behooves thee say who toward so great a target turned thy bow.
And I, by philosophic arguments, and by authority which from up here descends, must such a love needs stamp itself on me. Because the good, when understood as such, enkindles love, and all the greater love, the more it holds of goodness in itself. Hence to that being who so perfect is, that every good which lies outside of him is nothing but a beam of his own radiance, more than to any other must the mind in love be moved, of all who recognize the truth on which this argument is based. He to mine understanding shows this truth, who demonstrates to me the primal love of all the sempiternal substances. The truthful author's voice revealeth it, when, speaking of himself, he saith to Moses, All goodness shall I have thee see. Thou, too, revealest it to me when thou beginnest the loud announcement which o'er other trumps heralds on earth the secrets of this state. Thereat I heard,
By human understanding, and by authorities therewith concordant, the sovereign of thy loves is turned to God. But further say if other chords thou feel attract thee toward him, so that thou mayst say how many of love's teeth are biting thee.
Not hidden was the purpose of Christ's eagle. Nay, rather I perceived to what he wished to lead my love's profession to declare. Hence all those bitings I began again, which possibly could turn one's heart to God, have with my love of him concurrent been. For both the world's existence and mine own, the death which he endured that I might live, and that which all the faithful hope, as I, together with the mentioned living knowledge, have drawn me from the sea of wrong desires, and set me on the shore of righteous love. I love the several leaves wherewith enleaved is all the garden of the eternal gardener. According to the good he giveth each. As soon as I had ceased, a most sweet song throughout all heaven resounded, and my lady said,
Holy, holy, holy.
With the rest. And even as at a vivid flash of light one wakes from sleep, because one's visual power turns toward the ray which moves from coat to coat, and as the one awakens shrinketh back from that which he hath seen, so senseless is his sudden waking, till reflection helps. Thus Beatrice drove all motes from mine eyes, by the mere radiance of her own, whose light shone further than 1,000 miles away. I therefore saw far better than before. Then, since I was amazed at it, I asked about a fourth light I beheld with us. My lady then,
In yonder radiant light, the first soul which the first power e'er created is gazing joyfully upon his Maker.
even as a bough which, while the wind is passing, bends its top down, and then uplifts itself, by innate strength which raises it again, even so did I, amazed, while she was speaking. And then the wish to speak wherewith I burned made me feel reassured, and I began, O fruit that wast alone produced when ripe, O ancient father, thou to whom each bride is both a daughter and a daughter-in-law, I beg thee as devoutly as I can to speak to me. Thou seest my wish, hence I, that I may quickly hear thee, tell it not. At times a covered animal so stirs, that its own movement needs must be revealed, because its covering corresponds to it. So likewise did the first of souls display to me, through that which covered it, how gladly he came to give me pleasure. Then it breathed,
Without it being told to me by thee, better do I perceive what thou desirest, than thou perceivest what thou knowest best. For I behold it in the truthful mirror, which of itself makes other things a likeness, though naught makes it a likeness of itself. Thou fain wouldst hear how long it is since God in that high garden placed me, where this lady prepared thee for so long a flight of stairs. How long it was a pleasure to mine eyes, the real occasion for the mighty wrath, and what the tongue which I both used and made. Now, son, the tasting of the tree was not itself the cause of such a banishment, but only the transgression of the bound. In that place, whence thy lady started Virgil, I hence for this assembly longed 4,300 revolutions of the sun and 2. And him I saw return again to all his highways lights 900 times and 30, while I still abode on earth. The tongue I spoke had quite extinct become a long time ere the people under Nimrod attempted their unfinished task. For never was a product of man's reason apt to endure, for human appetite renews itself according to the heavens. That mankind speaks a work of nature is, but if in this or that way, nature then leaves you to do according to your pleasure. Ere I descended to the grieving place below, the highest good, from whom proceeds the joy which swathes me, was on earth called I. El was he called thereafter. This must be, for human custom is, as on a bough a leaf, which goeth as another comes. Upon the mount which highest from the sea ascends, I lived in innocence and sin, from the first hour until the one which follows after the sun's first quadrant change, the 6th.
End of Paradiso, Canto 26. Section 94 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 27, the 8th or starry heaven. St. Peter's invective. The 9th heaven. Primum mobile. The angelic hierarchies.
All paradise in such a way began that its sweet song intoxicated me. What I was seeing seemed to me a smile as of the universe, for through both sight and hearing my intoxication entered. O joy, O gladness inexpressible, O life by love and peace completely filled, O wealth no longer longed for but assured! Before mine eyes the torches 4 remained on fire, and that which was the first to come began to grow more luminous, and such in its appearance it became, as Jove would come to be, if he and Mars were birds, and interchanged the plumage of their wings. The Providence, which there above assigns both turn and office, silence had imposed upon the blessed choir on every side, when,
"If I change my colour, marvel not,"
I heard him say,
"for even while I am speaking, thou shalt behold all these change colour too. He who on earth usurps my place, my place, my place, which in the sight of God's own Son is vacant, of my burial ground hath made a sewer of blood and stench, whereby the pervert who fell from hence is there below appeased."
The whole of heaven I then beheld o'erspread with that same hue which colours clouds both morn and evening when the sun lies opposite. And as a modest lady, who feels sure of her own self, but at another's fault, on merely hearing of it, timid grows, so Beatrice changed her appearance then. And such as hers, I think, was heaven's eclipse, what time the sovereign power suffered pain. Thereat his words proceeded in a voice so changed from what had been its wonted self, that his appearance had no further changed.
The bride of Christ, was not by my blood fed, nor by the blood of Linus, nor by that of Cletus, to be used for gain of gold, but for the winning of this happy life. Both Sixtus, Pius, Urban, and Calixtus, after much lamentation, shed their blood. 'Twas not our purpose that upon the right of our successors one part of the folk of Christ should sit, and on the left another, nor that the keys bestowed in trust on me should on a banner come to be an emblem, and warfare wage on those that were baptized, nor I become an image on a seal for privileges venal and deceptive, which often make me blush and flame with wrath. Rapacious wolves, disguised in shepherds' clothes, are seen in all the pastures from up here. Vengeance of God, why art thou quiet still? Men of Cahors and Gascons even now prepare to drink our blood. O good beginning, to what vile ending thou art doomed to fall! But that high Providence, which saved for Rome, through Scipio's help, the glory of the world, will quickly succour her, as I conceive. And thou, my son, who for thy mortal weight art to return below, open thy mouth, and hide not that which I do not conceal.
Even as our atmosphere lets fall great flakes of frozen vapour, when the horn of heaven's she-goat is in conjunction with the sun, so I beheld the sky grow beautiful and upward flaked with those triumphant flames which for a while had sojourned with us there. My sight was following their forms, and followed till the mid-space, by reason of its vastness, prevented it from passing further on. Thereat the lady, who had seen that freed I was from gazing up, said,
Lower now thine eyes, and see how far thou hast revolved.
I saw that since the hour when I had first looked downward, I had moved through all the arc the first of climates makes from mid to end. Past Cadiz hence Ulysses' insane track I saw, and nearly to the seashore where Europa made herself so sweet a load. And of this little threshing floor much more would have been shown me, but the sun was circling beneath my feet, a sign or more removed. And my enamoured mind, which in my lady always takes pleasure, more than ever now was burning to restore mine eyes to her. And if or art or nature e'er made baits in human flesh or in its painted forms, to catch men's eyes, and capture thus their minds, they altogether would seem naught compared to that divine delight which on me shone, when to her smiling face I turned around. The virtue, therefore, which that look vouchsafed, removed me from fair Leda's lovely nest, and urged me on into the swiftest heaven. Its nearest and its most exalted parts are all so uniform, I cannot tell which Beatrice selected as my place. But she who saw my wish began to speak, and smiled so happily, that God appeared to be rejoicing in her countenance.
The nature of the world, which quiet holds the centre, and around it moves the rest, beginneth here, as from its starting point. And this heaven hath no other where than in the mind divine, where kindled is the love which turns it, and the power itself rains down. One circles light and love encircle it, as it the other heavens, and he alone this precinct understands who girdeth it. Its motion is not measured by another, but all the others are by this, as 10 is measured by its half and by its fifth. And now how time in such a flower port can have its hidden roots, and in the rest its leaves, hereafter can be manifest to thee. O thou cupidity, that 'neath thyself dost sink all mortals so, that none avails out of thy waters to withdraw his eyes! The will in human beings blossoms well, but constant rains turn into blighted fruit the genuine plums. And faith and innocence are found in children only, but take flight before their cheeks are covered up with hair. While still a prattler, one observeth fasts, who later, when his tongue is free, devours under whatever moon whatever food, and one who, while still lisping, loves and hearkens to his mother, later on when speaking well would see her in her grave. Thus in the primal sight becometh black the white face of the lovely child of him who brings the morn and leaves the eventide. And that thou marvel not at this, recall that there is none on earth who rules, and hence the human family goes thus astray. And yet ere January's month became wholly unwintered, through the 100th part neglected there below. These upper spheres shall roar so that the storm so long foreseen will turn the sterns to where the prows are now, so that the fleet will run its course aright, and good fruit will follow on the blossom's flower. End of Paradiso, Canto 27. Section 95 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 28. The ninth heaven. Primum mobile. The angelic hierarchies. The point. The 9 orders of angels and the 9 heavens.
After the truth against the present life of wretched mortals had been shown to me by her who lifts my mind to paradise, as in a mirror he perceives its flame, who from behind is lighted by a torch, before he has it in his sight or thought, and turns around to notice if the glass have told the truth, and sees that it accords therewith, as with its music's time a song, so likewise now my memory recalls that I did as I gazed in those fair eyes, whence love had made accord to capture me. And as I turned around, and mine were touched by that which in that sphere becomes apparent, whene'er one looks intently at its centre, a point I saw, which rays out light so keen that eyes which it enkindles needs must close by reason of its great intensity. And any star that from down here seems smallest would seem to be a moon, if set beside it, as at each other's side the stars are set. Perhaps as near as e'er a halo seems to gird the light around, which colours it, when densest is the air which gives it form. A ring of fire was whirling round the point so swiftly that it would have overcome the motion which most quickly girds the world. And by another this was girt around, that by a third, as this one by a fourth, then by a fifth the fourth, and by a sixth the fifth. The seventh came next. Outside of these so widely spread that Juno's messenger, fully circled, were too narrow to contain it. Like these the eighth ring and the ninth, and each more slowly moved, as in its order's number it whirled at greater distance from the first. And that one had the clearest flame of all, whence the pure spark least distant was, because, I think, it most intruths itself therein. My lady, who profoundly lost in thought beheld me, said to me,
On yonder point heaven and the whole of nature are dependent. Look at the circle most conjoined to it, and know thou that it moves so rapidly because spurred onward by its burning love.
And I to her, if ordered were the world as I perceive it is in yonder wheels, what is before me set had sated me. But in the world of sense all revolutions may be perceived to be the more divine, as from the centre they are more remote. Hence, if my longing is to be appeased in this mirific and angelic temple, whose only boundaries are light and love, 'tis fit that I hear further why the example and its exemplar do not correspond, for by myself I think on this in vain.
No wonder is it, if for such a knot thy fingers insufficient are, so hard hath it become through lack of being tried.
My lady thus. She then continued,
Take what I shall tell thee, wouldst thou sated be, and on it subtly concentrate thy mind. The embodied circles wide or narrow are according to the more or less of virtue distributed through all their several parts. A greater goodness makes for greater weal. A greater body greater weal bespeaks, if all its parts are perfect equally. Hence that which with itself sweeps onward all the universe remaining, corresponds to yonder circle which most loves and knows. If, then, thou stretch thy measure round the virtue, not round the appearance, of the substances which seem arranged in circles to thy sight, thou'lt see a marvellous conformity, of more to larger, and of less to smaller, in every heaven to its intelligence.
Even as the hemisphere of air remains resplendent and serene, when Boreas blows out of the cheek from which he mildest proves, whereby the fog which troubled it before is cleansed and cleared, until the welkin smiles upon us with the charms of all its wards. Even such did I become, when once my lady had with her clear reply provided me, and like a star in heaven the truth was seen. And when her words had ceased, not otherwise doth iron when still boiling scintillate, than yonder circles sparkled. Every spark followed its kindler, and so many were they, that their whole number far more thousands counts than ever did the doubling of the chess. From choir to choir I heard Hosanna sung to that fixed point which holds them at the where, and ever will, where they have always been. And she who in my mind my doubtful thoughts was seeing, said,
The primal rings have shown the seraphs to thee, and the cherubim. Thus swiftly do they heed their bonds, to make them as like the point as may be, and as like it they can be as their vision is sublime. Those other loves that round about them move, thrones of countenance divine are called, and for this reason end the primal triad. And thou shouldst know that all of them are happy, according as their vision plumbs the truth, wherein all understanding is at rest. From this it may be seen how blessedness is founded on the faculty which sees, and not on that which loves and follows after. The measure of this vision is the merit which both of grace and of goodwill is born. Such, then, is their advance from grade to grade. The second triad, which, like that above, produces buds in this eternal spring, whose foliage no nocturnal Aries spoils, sings endlessly its vernal song of praise to three sweet melodies, which sound in three orders of joy, wherewith it trines itself. Three goddesses are in that hierarchy. The dominations first, the virtues next. The third one is the order of the powers. Then, in the last two dancing choirs but one, with principalities archangels whirl. The last is wholly of angelic joys. All these angelic orders upward look, and downward so prevail, that all to God attracted are, and all in turn attract. And Dionysius with such great desire gave himself up to contemplate these orders, that he both named and graded them as I, but with him later Gregory disagreed, and hence, as soon as ever in this heaven he oped his eyes, at his own self he smiled. Nor would I have thee wonder that on earth a mortal should disclose a truth so secret, for he who saw it here revealed it to him, with many other truths about these rings. End of Paradiso Canto 28. Section 96 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso Canto 29. The Ninth Heaven. Primum Mobile. The Angelic Hierarchies. The Creation, the Nature, and the Number of the Angels.
When, by the ram and by the scales surmounted, both children of Latona make together a girdle of the earth's horizon line, as long as from the moment when the zenith holds them in equipoise, till from that girdle both free themselves by changing hemisphere. Only so long did Beatrice keep silent, a smile her face adorning, as she gazed intently on the point which vanquished me. She then began,
I tell, but do not ask, what thou art fain to hear, for I have seen it where every where and every when is fixed, not for gain of good unto himself, which is not possible, but that his splendour might in resplendency declare I am in his eternity, outside of time, out of all limits else, the eternal love, as pleased him, in new loves disclosed himself. Nor yet ere this did he remain inert, for neither after nor before occurred God's going to and fro upon these waters. Both form and matter, simple and conjoined, came into being which had no defect, even as three arrows from a three-stringed bow, and as in glass, in amber, or in crystal a ray so shines, that from the time it comes till its completion is no interval. Thus from its Lord did that triform effect ray forth into its being all at once, without distinction as to its beginning. Order was concreate, and for the substances ordained. The highest in the world were those in whom activity was brought forth pure. Pure potentiality the lowest place assumed. And 'tween these two, so strong a bond activity and potentiality conjoined, that never will it be unbound. Jerome, concerning angels, wrote for you that their creation was an age-long tract of time before the remnant world was made. But written is this truth in many places by writers of the Holy Ghost. And there thou'lt see it, if but carefully thou look. And reason, too, sees this to some extent, for it could not acknowledge that the motors could be so long deprived of their perfection. And now thou knowest where and when these loves created were, and how, hence in thy longing three ardours have already been extinguished. Nor, counting, would one reach as far as 20, as quickly as a portion of the angels disturbed the lowest of your elements. The rest remained, and with such great delight began the art which thou beholdest here, that never from their circling have they ceased. The fall's occasion was the cursed pride of him whom thou didst see oppressed by all the burdens of the world. Those whom thou here beholdest modest were, and recognized themselves as from that goodness sprung which apt had made them for such great intelligence. And therefore by illuminating grace and by their merit was their sight so raised that now a full and steadfast will is theirs. Nor would I have thee doubt, but be assured that to receive God's grace is meritorious, according as affection opes to it. And now, concerning this consistory, much canst thou contemplate without more help, if thou hast apprehended well my words. But seeing that on earth throughout your schools, Men teach that such the angelic nature is, that it both understands, recalls, and wills. I'll further speak, that thou the simple truth mayst see, which there below confounded is, because the doctrine taught equivocates. These substances, ere since the face of God first gladdened them, have not withdrawn their eyes therefrom, whence nothing is concealed. They have no vision which is interrupted, therefore, by objects new to them, and hence need not remember by divided thought. Folk, therefore, dream down there, though not asleep, some thinking that their words are true, some not. But greater is the latter's sin and shame. And ye down yonder follow not one path when ye philosophize, so much doth the love of show, and being famed for it, transport you. And yet with even less disdain is this endured up here, than when the Holy Scripture is set aside, or turned to wrong account. No one considers there how much it costs to sow it in the world, or how much he, who humbly clings to it, gives pleasure here. Each strives to call attention to himself, making his own inventions. These are taught by preachers, while the gospel's voice is stilled. One says that while the Christ was suffering death, the moon turned back and interposed herself, and hence the sun's light failed to reach the earth. Others, that of its own accord the light concealed itself, hence its eclipse affected Spaniards and Hindus as it did the Jews. Florence hath not so many Lapi and Bindi as fables such as these, which all year long are shouted from the pulpits everywhere. Hence the poor sheep, who do not know, return from pasture fed on wind. Nor doth the fact that they see not that they are harmed excuse them. Christ did not say to his first company, Go and preach idle stories to the world, but gave them a foundation for the truth, and that alone found utterance from their lips. Therefore, when striving to enkindle faith, they use the gospel as their shield and lance. Men now go forth to preach with jests and tricks, and so if but a hearty laugh is raised, the cowl puffs up, and nothing more is asked. But in its tail there nests such a bird, that if the crowd perceived it, it would see what that forgiveness is in which it trusts. Therefore such folly hath increased on earth, that without proof or other attestation, to any kind of promise men would flock. St. Anthony is fattening thus his pig, and others also fouler far than his by paying money void of coinage stamp. But since a great digression we have made, turn thine eyes backward to the straight road now, that thus our way be shortened with our time. This nature so exceedingly extends in number, that there never was or speech or mortal thought that could extend so far. And if thou look at that which is disclosed by Daniel, thou wilt see that in his thousands no well-determined number is revealed. The primal light, which rays out on it all, is in as many ways therein received, as are the lights wherewith it pairs itself. Hence, since affection follows on the act which understands, love's sweetness is therein burning or warm in different degrees. And see how exceeding high and broad is that eternal worth, which makes itself so many mirrors whereupon it breaks, while in itself, as erst, remaining one. End of Paradiso, Canto 29. Section 97 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 30. The Empyrean, God, the Angels and the Blessed, the River of Light, the Mystic Rose, the Throne of Henry VII.
The 6th hour glows perhaps 6,000 miles away from us, and now our world inclines its shadow to a near-by level bed. Mid-heaven the while, which lies so deep above us, is growing such, that now and then a star is lost to our perception here below. Till, as the brightest handmaid of the sun advances further, star by star, the sky, even to the fairest, closes to our view. Not otherwise the triumph, which forever plays round about the point which vanquished me, and seems contained by what itself contains, little by little faded from my sight. My seeing nothing, therefore, and my love forced me to look again at Beatrice. If what has hitherto been said of her were all included in a single praise, but little would it serve my present turn. The beauty which I then beheld transcends not us alone, but truly I believe its Maker only can enjoy it all. And herewith I confess myself o'erwhelmed, more than a tragic or a comic poet was ever by a crisis in his theme. For as the sun the sight that trembles most, so the remembrance of her lovely smile deprives my memory of its very self. From the first day when I beheld her face in this life, till this present sight of it, I've never ceased from following her in song, but now must my pursuit desist from tracing her beauty's progress further in my verse. as at his utmost every artist must. Such as I leave her to a louder cry than that of mine own trump, which draweth now its arduous matter to its closing, she, with a quick leader's mien and voice, resumed.
We now have issued from the greatest body into the heaven, which is itself pure light. Light intellectual, which is full of love, love of true goodness, which is full of joy, joy which transcendeth every kind of pleasure. Here both the soldieries of paradise shalt thou behold, and one in that array which at the final judgment thou shalt see.
Like a quick lightning flash which scatters so the visual faculties that it prevents the eyes reacting to the brightest objects, even so a living light around me shone, and left me swathed about by such a veil of its effulgence that I lost my sight.
The love which calms this last heaven always welcomes into its mist by greetings such as these, and thus adapts the candle to the flame.
No sooner had these brief few words of hers attained mine inner ear, than I perceived that I was being raised above my powers. Hence with new sight I so rekindled me, that there cannot exist so bright a light that now mine eyes could not endure to see it. Light in a river's form I then beheld, which glowed refulgently between two banks, adorned with wondrous hues of early spring. And from this river issued living sparks, which settled everywhere among the flowers, and looked like rubies set in gold. And then, as if intoxicated by its odours, into the wondrous river plunged again, another coming out, if one went in.
The deep desire which now inflameth thee and urges thee to know what thou art seeing, the better pleases me, the more it grows. But of this water it behooves thee drink before so great a thirst as thine is slaked.
So said to me the sunlight of mine eyes.
The river and the topaz lights which come and go,
she added,
and the smiling grass are prefaces foreshadowing their truth. Not that imperfect in themselves they are, but that deficiency exists in thee, because thy sight is not yet strong enough.
There is no little child that turns its face so quickly toward its milk, on waking up much later than hath been its wont, as I, to make far better mirrors of mine eyes, leaned over toward the stream, which only flows that we therein may be the better made. Soon as mine eyelids' eaves had drunk of it, it seemed to me transformed from long to round. And then, like folk who under masks have been, and different seem from what they were before, when once divested of the alien looks, wherein their self had disappeared, even so the flowers and sparks had changed themselves for me into a feast far greater, so that clearly I now beheld both courts of heaven revealed. O splendour of my God, whereby I saw the exalted triumph of the realm of truth, give me the power to tell what I perceived. There is a light up yonder, which allows its Maker to be seen by every creature which only hath its peace in seeing him. And in a circle's form it spreadeth out to such extent that its circumference would be too broad a girdle for the sun. Its whole appearance from a ray proceeds reflected from the summit of the first moved sphere, which from it takes its life and potency. And as within the water at its base a hill reflects itself, as if to see its slopes adorned, when rich with leaves and flowers. Thus, ranged above, and all around the light, mirrored on o'er 1,000 tiers, I saw all that of us have yet returned up there. And if the lowest row within itself gathers so great a light, how great must be this rose's width in its remotest petals! Nor did my vision of its breadth or height lose itself in them, but embraced the whole extent and inmost nature of this joy. There near nor far, nor add nor take away. For there where God unmediated rules, in no way doth the natural law obtain. Into the yellow of the eternal rose, which outward spreads in tears, whose fragrance praises the sun which makes an everlasting spring, was I, like one who, fain to speak, keeps silent, led on by Beatrice, who said to me,
Behold how vast the white-robed convent is. Behold how wide the circuit of our town. Behold our benches so completely filled, that few are now the people longed for here. On that great seat whereon thine eyes are fixed by reason of the crown which rests there now, or ere thou sup at this our wedding feast, shall sit the soul, august to be below, of that great Henry who shall come to set Italia straight, ere she shall be prepared. The blinding greed which now bewitches you hath made you mortals like a child, who, though he die of hunger, drives his nurse away. And in the sacred forum such a one shall prefect be, that he'll not go one road with him, in open or covert ways. But in his holy office he will not be long endured by God, For hurled he'll be where Simon Magus is for his reward, and deeper down shall thrust Alagna's man. End of Paradiso, Canto 30. Section 98 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 31. The Empyrean, God, the Angels and the Blessed, Saint Bernard, Dante's last words with Beatrice, the glory of Mary.
In semblance, therefore, of a pure white rose, the sacred soldiery with which his blood Christ made his bride revealed itself to me. Meanwhile the other host, which flying sees the glory of him who wins its love, and sings the goodness which had made them all so great, was like a swarm of bees, which now enflowers itself, and now returns to where its toil is sweetened, ever coming down to enter the spacious flower, which with so many leaves adorns itself, and reascending thence to where its love for ever makes his home. The faces of them all were living flames, their wings were golden, and the rest so white, that never is such whiteness reached by snow. When down into the flower they came, they spread from bench to bench the peace and ardent love, which by the fanning of their sides they won. Nor did so vast a host of flying forms between the flower and that which o'er it lies hinder the sight or dim the splendour seen, because the light divine so penetrates the universe, according to its worth, that naught can be an obstacle thereto. And this secure and joyous kingdom, thronged by people of the ages old and new, wholly on one mark set its looks and love. O trinal light, that in a single star sparkling before their eyes dost so appease them, look down upon our tempest here below. If the barbarians, coming from a region above which Elice looms every day, while circling with the sun who is her joy, on seeing Rome and all her lofty buildings, what time the Lateran rose eminent o'er every mortal thing, were wonder-struck, how overwhelmed with awe must I have been, I who from human things to things divine, from time into eternity had come, from Florence, to a people just and sane. Because of this indeed, and of my joy, it pleased me to be mute and hear no sound. And even as in the temple of his vow, when hoping to describe it all some day, a pilgrim looks around him and is cheered, even so, while wandering through the living light, I turned mine eyes on all the graded ranks, circling now up, now down, and now around. There love-persuasive faces I beheld, decked by another's light and their own smiles, and gestures fraught with grace and dignity. My look now as a whole had comprehended the general form of paradise, but had not yet settled especially on any part. And I was longing with rekindled wish to ask my lady as to many things concerning which my mind was in suspense, though one thing I had meant, another answered. Thinking to look at Beatrice, an elder I saw arrayed, as other glorious folk. His eyes and cheeks were all suffused with joy and kindliness, and such his pious mien, as fitting is a father's tenderness. Hence, where is she? I said impulsively, and he,
To bring thy longing to an end was I by Beatrice from mine own place withdrawn. And if upon the highest ranks third round thou look, thou shalt again behold her enthroned where her deserts allotted her.
Without reply I lifted up mine eyes, and saw her, as reflecting from herself the eternal rays, she made herself a crown. Not from the tract whence highest thunder's peal is any mortal eye so far removed from whatsoever sea it fathoms most, as Beatrice was distant from mine eyes. But naught was that to me, because her face came down to me unblurred by aught between. O Lady, thou in whom my hope is strong, and who for my salvation didst endure to leave the traces of thy feet in hell, I recognize the virtue and the grace of all the many things which I have seen, as coming from thy power and kindliness. From slavery to freedom thou hast drawn me in every way, and over every path, within thy power to achieve that end. Guard thou in me the fruitage of thy bounty, that thus my soul, restored to health by thee, may, when it leaves my body, please thee still. I thus implored, and she, though so far off she seemed, looked down at me and smiled. Then to the eternal fount she turned again. Thereat the holy elder said,
that thou mayst bring thy journey to its perfect end, for which both prayers and holy love have sent me, hover about this garden with thine eyes, for to have seen it will prepare thy look to rise still higher through the ray divine. The Queen of Heaven, for whom I wholly burn with love, will grant us this and very grace, for I her faithful servant Bernard am.
As he who from Croatia comes, perchance, to look at our Veronica, and who, because of its old fame, is never sated, but says in thought, as long as it is shown, My Lord, Christ Jesus, God in very truth, was then your countenance like unto this? Even such was I, as on the living love I gazed on him, who in this world received a taste in contemplation of that peace.
This glad existence, Son of Grace,
he then began,
will not be known to thee, if fixed at this low level only are thine eyes. Look at the circles, to the most remote, till yonder thou behold that Queen enthroned, to whom devoutly subject is this realm.
I raised mine eyes, and as at early morn the horizon's eastern parts excel in light the regions where the sun is setting, so, as with mine eyes from vale to mount I moved, I saw a region at the utmost verge vanquish in light all other parts before me. And as the skies, where one awaits the car which Phaeton badly drove, more brightly gleam, while pale the light on either side becomes, so likewise brilliant in the middle loomed that peaceful oriflamme, and on each side the fire in equal measure burned less bright. And clustered there with wings outspread I saw more than 1,000 angels jubilant, and each distinct in splendour and in speed. While smiling down upon their sports and songs a beauty I beheld, who was the joy within the eyes of all the other saints. And even if I in utterance were as rich as in imagination, I'd not dare attempt to tell the least of its delight. When Bernard saw mine eyes intently fixed upon the object of his ardent love, he turned to it his own with such affection, that mine more eager grew to look again.
End of Paradiso, Canto 31. Section 99 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 32. The Empyrean, God. The Angels and the Blessed. The Order of the Rose. The Blessed Children. The Great Patricians.
Intent on his delight, that contemplator the office of a teacher took unasked, and thereupon began these holy words.
The one so beautiful at Mary's feet is she who opened and who made the wound, which Mary closed again, and then anointed. In the order which up there the third seats make, Rachel beneath her sits with Beatrice, as thou perceivest, Sarah, Rebecca, Judith, and she who was that singer's ancestress, who said when he was grieving for his sin, Have mercy on me. Thou canst thus behold downward from rank to rank, as each I name, and through the rows decline from leaf to leaf. Descending from the seventh row of seats, even as above it, Hebrew women follow, dividing all the tresses of the flower. For in accordance with the attitude their faith assumed toward Christ, these women form the wall which separates the sacred steps. On this side, where full-bloomed the flower is, complete with all its leaves, are seated those who in the Christ that was to come believed, and on the other, where the semicircles are interrupted by still vacant seats, are those who face toward Christ already come. And as on this side here the glorious throne of heaven's own Lady, and the other seats beneath it such a great partition make, so opposite the seat of that great John, who, ever holy, underwent the desert and martyrdom, and then 2 years in Hades, while Francis, Benedict, and Augustine beneath him were decreed to form the line with others down to here, from round to round. And now behold how great God's foresight is, for each of these 2 aspects of the faith will fill this garden to the same extent. And know that downward from the row of seats which midway separates the 2 divisions, no one is seated for his own deserts, but for another's, under fixed conditions. For all of these are spirits who were freed before they had the power to really choose. This by their faces thou canst well perceive, and by their childish voices furthermore, if, looking at them well, thou listen too.
Thou doubtest now, and doubting thou art silent. But I will set thee free from that strong bond wherein thy subtle thoughts are holding thee. Within the ample nature of this realm, nothing can any more occur by chance than either sadness, thirst, or hunger can. For in accordance with eternal law is settled all thou seest, so that here, close fitting to the finger, is the ring. These people, therefore, who before their time have reached true life, are not without good cause more excellent or less among themselves. The king, through whom this kingdom finds repose in such delight and love, that no one's will is bold enough to long for any greater, creating all minds in his own glad sight, as him it pleases, dowers each with grace in divers ways. Here let the fact suffice, and this is clearly and expressly marked for you in Holy Scripture, by those twins who, in their mother, had their wrath aroused. According to the color of the hair of that grace, therefore, must the light supreme be worthily accorded as a crown. Without deserving aught, then, for their deeds, are these to different grades assigned, which differ in their innate keen-sightedness alone. The faith of parents only was, indeed, with innocence, enough for their salvation throughout the centuries of early times. Then, when the primal ages had elapsed, males were by circumcision forced to win the virtue needed by their guileless wings. But later, when the age of grace had come, without the perfect baptism in the Christ, such innocence was there below retained. But now look at the face which to the Christ is most resemblant, for its light alone can make thee ready to behold the Christ.
I saw such gladness raining down on her, borne by those holy minds, created such that they might fly across those altitudes, that whatsoever I had seen before ne'er held me with such admiration poised, nor showed me such resemblance unto God, and that same love which first descended there. Singing, spread out his open wings in front of her. And on all sides the beatific court made such an answer to the song divine, that every face became the more serene. O Holy Father, who for me dost bear to be down here, and leave the pleasant place, where by eternal lot thou hast thy seat, who is that angel who with such delight is at our Queen's eyes gazing, and is so enamoured that he seems to be on fire? For teaching I had thus recourse again to him who was from Mary drawing beauty, as from the sun the early morning star, and he to me,
As much self-trust and grace as can be in an angel or a soul are all in him, and we would have it so, for he it was who carried down the palm to Mary, when God's Son upon himself was pleased to take the burden of our flesh. But with thine eyes now follow after me, as I keep speaking, and note the great patricians of this most just and kind imperial state. The two that have the happiest seats up there, because the nearest to Augustus' throne, are, as it were, the two roots of this rose. He that upon the left is at her side, that father is, because of whose bold taste the human species tastes such bitterness. And on her right thou seest that ancient father of Holy Church, to whom Christ gave in trust the keys of this fair flower. And he who saw, ere dying, all that fair bride's troubled days, who with the spear and with the nails was won, beside him sits. And at the other side that leader rests, neath whom the ingrate folk, stiff-necked and fickle-minded, lived on manna. Anna thou seest sitting opposite to Peter, so content to see her daughter, that never from her doth she move her eyes, although Hosanna singing. Or 'gainst the oldest father of a family Lucia sits, who had thy lady go, when thou thy brows in downward flight didst turn. But since apace thy slumber time is fleeing, here will we pause, as that good tailor does, who cuts his gown according to his cloth, and toward the primal love direct our eyes, that, looking toward him, thou mayst penetrate as far into his splendor as thou canst. But lest perchance by moving thine own wings thou shouldst recede, believing to advance, grace needs must be obtained for thee by prayer. grace from the one who hath the power to help thee. Hence follow after me with thine affection, that from my words thy heart turn not aside.
He then began the following holy prayer.
End of Paradiso, Canto 32. Section 100 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paradiso, Canto 33. The Empyrean. God. St. Bernard's Prayer to Mary. The Vision of God. Ultimate Salvation.
O Virgin Mother, daughter of thy Son, humbler and loftier than any creature, eternal counsel's predetermined goal, thou art the one that such nobility didst lend to human nature, that its maker scorned not to make himself what he had made. Within thy womb rekindled was the love, through whose warm influence in the eternal peace this flower hath blossomed thus. Here unto us thou art a noonday torch of charity, and down below among mortal men thou art a living fount of hope. Lady, so great thou art, and hast such worth, that one who longs for grace, and unto thee hath not recourse, wingless would wish to have his longing fly. Not only doth thy kindliness give help to him that asketh it, but many times it freely runs ahead of his request. In thee is mercy, pity is in thee magnificence, and all there is of goodness in a creature meets in thee. Now doth this man, who from the lowest drain of the universe hath one by one beheld, as far as here, the forms of spirit life, beseech thee, of thy grace, for so much strength that with his eyes he may uplift himself toward ultimate salvation higher still. And I, who never for mine own sight burned more than I do for his, offer thee all my prayers, and pray that they be not too poor, that thou with thy prayers so dissolve each cloud of his mortality, that unto him the highest pleasure may unfold itself. And furthermore, I pray to thee, O Queen, who canst whate'er thou wilt, that after such a sight thou keep all his affections sound. His human promptings let thy care defeat. See with how many blessed ones Beatrice is clasping for my prayers her hands to thee.
The eyes beloved and revered by God, intent on him who prayed, revealed to us how grateful unto her our earnest prayers. Thence they addressed them to the eternal light, wherein it may not be believed the eye of any creature finds so clear a way. And I, who to the end of all desires was drawing near, within me, as I ought, brought to its goal the ardour of desire. Bernard was smiling, and was making signs for me to look on high, but as he wished, I was already of mine own accord, because my sight, as purer it became, was penetrating more and more the radiance of that high light, which of itself is true. From this time onward greater was my sight than is our speech, which yields to such a vision, and memory also yields to such excess. And such as he who seeth in a dream, and after it the imprinted feeling stays, while all the rest returns not to his mind, even such am I. For almost wholly fades my vision, yet the sweetness which was born of it is dripping still into my heart. Even thus the snow is in the sun dissolved, even thus the Sibyl's oracles, inscribed on flying leaves, were lost adown the wind. O light supreme, that dost uplift thyself so far from mortal thought, relend my mind a little of what thou didst seem to be, and cause my tongue to be so powerful, that of thy glory it may leave at least a spark unto the people still to come. For to my memory if it but a while return, and speak a little in these lines, more of thy victory will be conceived. I think the keenness of the living ray which I endured would have confounded me, if from it I had turned away mine eyes. And I recall that I, because of this, the bolder was to bear it, till I made my vision one with value infinite. O the abundant grace whereby I dared to pierce the light eternal with my gaze, until I had therein exhausted sight! I saw that far within its depths there lies, by love together in one volume bound, that which in leaves lies scattered through the world. Substance and accident, and modes thereof, fused as it were in such a way that whereof I speak is but one simple light. This union's general form I think I saw, since saying so I feel that I the more rejoice. Of more forgetfulness for me one moment is, than centuries 25 are for the enterprise which once caused Neptune to wonder at the shadow Argo cast. My mind, thus wholly in suspense, was gazing steadfast and motionless, and all intent, and gazing grew enkindled more and more. Such in that light doth one at last become, that one can never possibly consent to turn therefrom for any other sight, because the good, which is the will's real object, is therein wholly gathered, and, outside, that is defective which is perfect there. Even as to what I do remember, mine will now be shorter than an infant's speech, who at the breast still bathes his tongue. 'Twas not that there was other than a simple semblance within the living light wherein I gazed, which always is what it hath been before. But through my sight, which in me, as I looked, was gathering strength, because I changed, one sole appearance underwent a change for me. Within the lofty light's profound and clear subsistence there appeared to me 3 rings, of threefold colour and of one content. And one, as rainbow is by rainbow, seemed reflected by the other, while the third seemed like a fire breathed equally from both. O how to my conception short and weak is speech! And this, to what I saw, is such, that it is not enough to call it small. O light eternal, that alone dost dwell within thyself, alone dost understand thyself, and love and smile upon thyself, self-understanding and self-understood. That circle which appeared to be conceived within thyself as a reflected light, when somewhat contemplated by mine eyes, within itself, of its own very colour, to me seemed painted with our human form, whence wholly set upon it was my gaze. Like the geometer who gives himself wholly to measuring the circle, nor by thinking finds the principle he needs, even such was I at that new sight. I wished to see how to the ring the image there conformed itself, and found therein a place. But mine own wings were not enough for this. Had not my mind been smitten by a flash of light, wherein what it was willing came. Here power failed my high imagining, but like a smoothly moving wheel, that love was now resolving my desire and will, which moves the sun and all the other stars.
End of Paradiso, Canto 33. End of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon.
Titus took due vengeance for the wounds from which came forth the blood by Judas sold. I was in great renown.
That spirit said,
Up yonder with the name which longest lasts and honors most, but not as yet with faith. So sweet my song that, though to loosen, Rome drew me to herself, where I deserved to have my temples crowned with myrtle wreath. Statius they call me still up there. Of Thebes I sang, of great Achilles next. But 'neath this second load I sank upon the way. The seeds of my enthusiasm were the sparks which warmed me, of that fire divine wherewith more than 1,000 poets are inflamed. I mean the Aeneid, which my mother was and nurse in poetry, and lacking which not by a drachm's weight had I stirred the scales. And to have lived on earth when Virgil lived, to one son's period more would I consent than what I owe to issue from my ban.
These words turned Virgil toward me with a look which silently,
Be silent,
said, and yet the power that wills cannot do everything. For tears and laughter follow so the passion, from which they each take rise, that least of all do they obey the will in those most truthful. I only smiled like one who winks, whereat the shade kept still, and looked into my eyes, wherein expression is most fixed, and said,
So mayst thou bring unto a happy end so great a toil. Why was it that thy face showed me just now the flashing of a smile?
I now am caught on one side and the other. One asks for silence, the other conjures me to speak. I therefore sigh, and by my teacher am understood.
Be not afraid to talk,
The latter said to me,
but speak and tell him what he so eagerly desires to know.
I therefore said, Perhaps thou marvellest, O ancient spirit, at the smile I gave, but I would have still greater wonder seize thee. This spirit here, who upward leads mine eyes, that Virgil is, from whom thou didst of old derive the strength to sing of men and gods. If thou hast given my smile some other cause, leave it as not the true one, and believe it was the words thyself didst say of him. Already was he stooping to embrace my teacher's feet, but he said,
Brother, no, for thou a shade now dost a shade behold.
Rising, he said,
Thou now canst understand the sum of love which warmeth me toward thee, since I forget our disembodied state and act with shades as if they solid were.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 21. Section 56 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 22. Purgatory, Statius, the Angel of Justice, the Sixth Ring, Gluttony, Instances of Temperance.
Already was the angel left behind, the angel who had toward the sixth ring turned us, after erasing from my face a wound. And he had said to us that those are blessed whose longing is for justice, and his words, with nothing further, ended this with thirst. Hence, lighter now than at the other passes, I so advanced that I, without fatigue, was following up the spirits who were swift, when Virgil thus began,
A love that flames, by virtue kindled, always lights another, if but its flame be outwardly revealed. And therefore, from the hour when Juvenal, who let me know thy love for me, came down among us in the borderland of hell, my good will hath been such toward thee, that none e'er bound me more to one I had not seen. These stairs will, therefore, now seem short to me. But tell me, and forgive me as a friend, if too great confidence relax my rein, and as a friend converse with me henceforth. How was it Avarice could find a place within thy breast together with such wisdom as that wherewith thou by thy zeal wast filled?
At first these words made Statius smile a little, and then he answered,
Every word of thine is of thy love for me a precious proof. Things of a truth quite frequently appear, which offer one false arguments for doubt, because the real occasions are concealed. Thy question makes me sure of thy belief, due maybe to the ring where I was found, that I was in the last life avaricious. Know then that avarice was too far from me, and that this lack of temperance on my part thousands of courses of the moon have punished. And were it not that I corrected me when I had understood thee in thy cry, indignant, as it were, with human nature, why dost thou not, O virtue's love of gold, govern the appetite of mortal men? I now, by rolling, feel the wretched jousts. I then perceived that hens could ope their wings too much in spending, and repented me of that, as well as of my other sins. How many from the grave shall hairless rise, through ignorance which, in life and at the last, deprives them of repentance for this fault? Know, too, that any fault which of a sin is just the opposite, together with it drieth its green leaves here. If therefore I, to purge myself, have been among the folk who avarice bewail, to me it happened because of what was contrary thereto.
When thou didst sing then of the cruel strife between the two afflictions of Jocasta,
said he who sang bucolic songs,
by that which Clio singeth with thee there, the faith without which doing good is not enough, had not, it seems, yet made thee a believer. If this be so, what sun, or else what candles, lightened thy darkness so that thou thereafter didst set thy sails behind the fisherman?
thou first didst send me to Parnassus' slopes to drink.
He said to him,
And then the first thou wast who next to God illumined me. Thou didst like him who, when he walks by night, a light behind him bears nor helps himself, but maketh those that follow after see, when thou didst say, the age renews itself, justice returns, and man's primeval times, as down from heaven a new-born race descends. Through thee a poet I became, through thee a Christian. But that thou mayst better see my sketch, I'll set my hand to colour it. Pregnant already with the true belief, sowed by the eternal kingdom's messengers, was every portion of the whole wide world. And now thy words, to which I've just referred, with these new preachers harmonized so well, that I became accustomed to frequent them. Thereat so holy did they come to seem, that when the mission persecuted them, their lamentations did not lack my tears. And while I still remained in yonder world, I helped them, and their upright mode of life caused me to treat with scorn all other sects. And ere in poetry I led the Greeks to see the streams of Thebes, baptized I was, and yet through fear, a secret Christian only, I long pretended faith in paganism. This lukewarmness around the fourth ring moved me till far beyond the fourth centennial year. Thou, therefore, that didst lift the covering veil which hid from me the good whereof I speak, tell me, while we have still a little more to climb, where our old Terence is, and where Cecilius, Plotus, Varro, if thou know. Tell me if they are damned, and in what ward.
Both they and Persius, I and many others,
My leader answered him,
are with the Greek, who more than any else the Muses nursed in the first circle of the sightless prison. And frequently we talk about the mount which always hath our nurses on its slopes. Euripides and Antiphon are there, with us Simonides and Agathon, and many other Greeks, who once adorned their brows with laurel. There of thine own folk Antigone is seen, Deiphyle, Argia, and, as sad as once, Ismene. There too may she be seen who showed Langia. There is Tiresias' daughter, Thetis also, and with her sisters there Deidamia.
And now the poets both of them were silent, intent again on looking round, since free from climbing up and free from walls, and while 4 handmaids of the day had dropped behind, the 5th was at the sun-car's pole, still upward pointing its burning horn, whereat my leader,
I think that it behooves us now to turn our right sides toward the outer edge, and circle the mountain as our wont it is to do.
Thus was our custom, our instructor there, and with less doubt we started on again, because of that deserving soul's ascent. In front they went, and I behind, alone, listening the while to what they had to say, which gave me understanding for my verse. But soon their pleasant talk a tree broke off, which in the middle of the road we found, with fruit agreeable and sweet to smell. And as a fir tree tapers up from branch to branch, so likewise this one tapered down, in order, I believe, that none may climb it. And on the side on which our path was closed, down from the lofty cliff a limpid stream was falling, and spraying upward o'er its leaves. Then toward the tree the 2 bards turned their steps, and from among its leaves a voice cried out,
Of this food there will be for you a dearth.
Then,
More did Mary think of honouring the marriage feast and making it complete, than of her mouth which pleadeth now for you. The ancient Roman women were content with water for their only drink, and Daniel thought little of his food, but wisdom gained. The primal age was beautiful as gold. With hunger it made acorns sweet to taste, and nectar every little brook with thirst. Honey and flying locusts were the food which fed the Baptist in the wilderness. Hence he is now as glorious and as great as by the gospel is revealed to you.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 22. Section 57 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 23. Purgatory, the 6th ring. Gluttony. The punishment of gluttons. forese donati.
While I, as likewise he is wont to do who wastes his life in hunting little birds, was piercing thus the green leaves with mine eyes, my more than father said to me,
My son, come on now, for the time assigned to us should be more usefully distributed.
I turned my face, and no less soon my steps, behind the sages, who so talked that walking they caused to be of no expense to me. Then lo, in tearful and in singing tones,
My lips,
hence I, myself displeasing, him to please, out of the water drew my sponge unfilled. I started, and along the space left clear close to the rocky cliff my leader moved, as 'neath its battlements one hugs a wall. For those who through their eyes pour drop by drop the evil which pervadeth all the world, approach too closely to the outer edge. Be thou accursed, thou ancient wolf, that prey far greater hast than have all other beasts, by reason of thy hunger's endless depth. O heaven, through whose revolving some it seems believe that here below conditions change, when will he come through whom this beast shall leave? As on we went with slow and scanted steps, and I was listening to the shades I heard weeping and uttering piteous lamentations, by chance I heard in front of us a voice cry out,
Sweet Mary,
in the tearful tones wherewith a woman cries in childbirth's pangs, and this was followed by,
as poor thou wast, as by the hostelry may be perceived where thou didst lay thy sacred burden down.
Next after this I heard,
O good Fabricius, with virtue thou didst poverty prefer to great possessions with iniquity.
So pleasing had these last words been to me, that further on I moved, that I might know the spirit from whose lips they seemed to come. He now was speaking of the generous gift bestowed by Nicholas upon the maids, to guide their youth into an honoured path. O soul, that speakest of such worthy deeds, say who thou wast, said I, and why alone thou thus renewest this deserved praise. Thy words will not remain without reward, if I return to end that life's short course which flieth onward toward its final term. And he,
I'll tell it thee, though not for help, that I may look for yonder, but because grace shines so brightly in thee, ere thy death. I was the root of that malignant plant, whose shadow darkens all the Christian land, so that good fruit is seldom picked from it. But if Douai, Lille, Ghent, and Bruges could, vengeance would soon be wrought for this, and I of him request it, who is judge of all. Yonder my name was Hugh Capet. From me have sprung the Philips and the Louises, who have in recent ages governed France. A Paris butcher's son I was, when all the ancient kings had passed away save one, a grey-robed monk. Tight in my hands I found the bridle of the kingdom's government, with so much power of recent gain, and such a host of friends, that to the widowed crown was raised the head of mine own son, with whom the line of their anointed bones began. As long as its great dowry of Provence had not deprived my family of shame, its worth was small, but still it did no harm. With that began its theft by force and fraud, for afterward, to make amends, Ponthieu it ceased, with Normandy and Gascony. Charles came to Italy, and there to make amends, a victim made of Conradin, and then, to make amends, drove Thomas back to heaven. A time I see, not very long from now, which out of France will bring another Charles, to make both him and his the better known. He issues thence alone, and with no host, but with the jousting lance of Judas. This he thrust so, that he burst the paunch of Florence. As a result not land, but sin and shame he'll win. Oh, so much greater weight for him, the lighter he accounts such loss. I see the other Charles, once captured from his ship, his daughters sell, and haggle for the price, as corsairs do with slave girls not their own. What more, O Avarice, canst thou do with us, since thou hast to thyself so drawn my race, that even for its own flesh it careth not? That future ills and past ones may seem less, I see Alagna by the lily entered, and, in his vicar, Christ a prisoner made. I see the latter mocked a second time, I see the vinegar and gall removed, and him I see 'mong living robbers killed. And this new Pilate I behold so ruthless, that, not content with this, he lawlessly into the temple bears his greedy sails. O when, my lord, shall I rejoice to see the vengeance in thy secret counsel hid, which now avails to make thine anger sweet? What of the Holy Spirit's only bride? I said just now, and thereby made thee turn to me for explanation, serves as answer to all our prayers, as long as daylight lasts. But soon as night returns, instead of these, we utter words which sound the opposite. We thereupon rehearse Pygmalion's story, and how of him his greedy lust for gold a traitor made, a thief, a parasite, and avaricious Midas' misery, which followed from his covetous request, and at which one will always have to laugh. Next, foolish Achan every one recalls, who stole the plunder, so that even here the wrath of Joshua seems to bite him still. We then accuse Sapphira with her husband. We praise the kicks which Heliodorus got, while Polymnestor circles all the mount in infamy, who Polydorus killed. And finally our cry is, "Tell us, Crassus, for thou dost know it, what's the taste of gold?" Aloud at times speak one, another low, as each one's feelings spur him on to speak, in stronger now, and now in weaker tones. Hence I, in speaking of the god, which here is talked about by day, was not alone, but near us here none other spoke aloud.
Already had we gone away from him, striving to make our way along the path as fast as was allowed our powers, when I, like something falling, felt the mountain quake. Then such a chill took hold of me as he is wont to have who goeth to his death. Delos indeed shook not so terribly before Latona made therein her nest, in order to give birth to heaven's two eyes. Then such a cry arose on every side, that close to me my teacher drew, and said,
Be not afraid, while I am guiding thee.
Glory to God.
They all said,
In the highest.
As far as I could understand from those near by, where what was being shouted could be heard. Both motionless and in suspense we stood, as stood the shepherds who first heard that song, till when the trembling stopped, the shouting ceased. Thereafter we resumed our holy journey, watching the shades that lay upon the ground, returned already to their wonted plaint. No ignorance had ever with as great anxiety made me desire to know, unless in this my memory go astray, as that which, as I thought, I seemed to have. I neither dared to ask, because of haste, nor could I see there anything myself. So on I went, timid and lost in thought.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 20. Section 55 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 21. Purgatory, the fifth ring. Avarice and prodigality. Statius, the cause of the earthquake.
The natural thirst, which can never be quenched, save by the water asked for by the lowly young woman of Samaria as a boon, was troubling me, while hurry spurred me on behind my leader o'er the cumbered path, and I was grieving for the just revenge. Then lo, as Luke records for us that Christ, when risen from the burial cave, appeared before the two upon the road, a shade appeared, and came behind us as we watched the crowd which lay around us at our feet. But we perceived him not, hence he spoke first, and said,
May God, my brethren, give you peace.
We turned at once, and to this greeting Virgil replied with that which corresponds to it. Then he began,
Within the blessed assembly mayst thou be set at peace, by that just court which in eternal exile bindeth me.
What?
He replied, as quickly on we went.
If ye are shades whom God deigns not on high, who guided you so far along his stairs?
My teacher then,
If thou regard the marks which this one bears, and which the angel draws, thou'lt see that with the good he needs must reign. But whereas she, who spinneth night and day, had not as yet drawn off for him the flax which Clotho lays and packs for every one, his soul, which sister is to thee and me, could not in climbing here come up alone, because it seeth not as we. Hence I out of the ample throat of hell was drawn to show the way to him, and I shall show it, as far as e'er my school can lead him on. But tell us, if thou knowest, why the mountain shook so just now, and why all seemed to shout with one accord down to its oozy base.
Thus by his asking he had threaded so the needle's eye of my desire, that merely with hope my thirst had come to be less craving. The former then began,
Nothing exists which this mount's sacred government can feel, that void of order is or 'gainst its wont. From every change this place up here is free. Whate'er heaven's self from its own self receives can be the cause of it, and nothing else. For neither rain, nor hail, nor snow, nor dew, nor frost falls any higher up than lies the little stairway of the 3 short steps. Clouds neither dense or rarefied appear, nor lightning flashes, nor yet Thomas' daughter, who often changes quarter in the world. Dry vapor goes no higher than the top of those 3 steps whereof I spoke to thee, and on which Peter's vicar had his feet. Below, perhaps, it trembles more or less, but never quakes up here because of wind concealed, I know not how, inside the earth. It trembles here whenever any soul feels pure enough to rise, or starts to climb, and such a cry as this endorses it. Of purity the will alone gives proof, which, seizing on the soul, now wholly free to change its company, by willing helps it. It wills this from the first, but that desire, which gains the will God's justice turns toward pain, as it was once toward sin, allows it not. And I, who have 500 years and more lain in this woe, felt only now within me a free volition for a better sphere. That's why thou didst the earthquake feel, and hear the pious spirits on this mountain praise that Lord, who soon, I pray, will send them up.
He thus addressed us, and since one in drink delights, according as his thirst is great, I could not say how much he did me good. And my wise leader,
Now I see the net which holds you here, and how it opens, why it trembles here, and why ye all rejoice. Now who thou wast be pleased to let me know, and also let thy words include for me, why thou hast lain so many centuries here.
At that time, when held by the Most High King, good
Section 51 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 17. Purgatory, the third ring. Anger. Instances of punished anger. The angel of peace. Love.
Reader, remind thyself if e'er a fog o'ertook thee on a mountain, one through which thou couldst not see in any other way than moles do through the membrane o'er their eyes. How, when the damp, thick mists begin to thin, the sun's orb feebly pierces them. And quickly with thine imagination come to see how I first saw the sun again, which now was at its setting. Thus, as I mine own was matching with my teacher's trusty steps, from such a cloud I came into the beams, already dead upon the shores below. O thou imagination, which at times dost steal us so from outer things, that though 1,000 trumpets blow, one hears them not, what moveth thee, if sense contribute naught? A light which takes in heaven its form impels thee, freely, or by a will which sends it down. The vision of her cruelty, who changed her form into the bird, which most delights in song, appeared in my imagination. And hereupon my mind was so shut up within itself, that nothing that was then received by it came to it from without. Then into my high fantasy there reigned one crucified, contemptuous and proud in aspect, and as such he met his death. Around him were the great Ahasuerus, Esther his wife, and righteous Mordecai, who so whole-hearted was in word and deed. And as this picture of its own accord broke up, as doth a bubble when it lacks the water it was formed withal, a maid rose in my vision next, who bitterly was weeping, and was saying,
Why, O Queen, didst thou through anger wish to be no more? Lavinia, not to lose, thyself hast slain, and now hast lost me. Mother, this is I, who, ere I mourn another's loss, mourn thine.
As sleep is broken, when unwonted light strikes closed eyes suddenly, and being broken quivers before it wholly dies away, even so did my imagining break up, as soon as on my face there smote a light brighter by far than we are wont to see. I turned around to notice where I was, when lo, a voice which said,
The ascent is here.
From every other interest turned my mind, and made my will so eager to behold the speaker that when such it never rests until it sees its object face to face. But as before the sun, which whelms our eyes and veils its figure through excess of light, so likewise here my visual powers failed.
A godlike spirit this, who, though unasked, is pointing out to us our upward path, and with his own light is himself concealing. With us he deals as one would with himself, for he that waits till asked, when seeing need, inclines already meanly to refuse. To such a bidding let us now accord our feet, and try to climb ere darkness come, for later one could not, till day returned.
Thus said my leader then, and I with him turned toward a flight of stairs our feet, and I, when on its first step, near me felt, as 'twere, the motion of a wing, and on my face a fanning, while a voice said,
Blessed are the peaceful, who are free from evil wrath.
So high above us now were those last beams which by the night are followed, that the stars were coming out on many sides. And, oh, my strength, why dost thou fade away so fast? I to myself was saying, for a truce I felt was set the powers of my legs. We now were where the flight of stairs went up no further, and as motionless we were as is a vessel when the shore is reached. And for a while I waited to find out if aught upon the new ring could be heard. Then toward my teacher turning round, I said, Say, my dear father, what offence is purged in this ring, here where now we are? Although our feet keep still, let not thy talking cease. And he to me,
The love of good, when scant of what it should have been, is here atoned. Here beats again the ill-retarded oar. But now, in order that thou understand more clearly still, turn thou thy mind to me, and some good fruit thou'lt gather from our stay. Neither Creator,
he began,
nor creature was e'er devoid of either innate love or that which conscious is, and this thou knowest. The innate love is always free from error, but the other kind can err through evil aim or through deficient or excessive strength. While well directed toward the primal goods and toward the secondary self-restraint, it cannot be the cause of sinful pleasure. But when it turns toward evil things, or runs to good with more or less zeal than it ought, the creature then against his Maker works. From this, then, thou canst understand that love must be the seed in you of every virtue, and every deed that merits punishment. And now, since love can never turn its face from its own subjects' welfare, from self-hate all are secure. And since one cannot think of any self as being from the first divided and existing of itself, all hearts are thus debarred from hating him. It follows that, if I in arguing judge well, one's neighbour's is the harm one loves, and this is borne in three ways in your clay. There's he who on the abasement of his neighbour his hope of rising sets, and only longs that from his greatness he may be brought low. And he who fears the loss of power, favour, renown, and honour, should another rise, and grieves so that he loves the contrary. Then he, who by injustice seems so shamed that greedy he becometh for revenge. And such must needs prepare for others' harm. This triform love is wept for here below. But now I'd have thee hear about the other, which runs to love in a corrupted way. all apprehend confusedly a good wherein the mind can rest and long for it, and therefore every one attempts to reach it. If slothful be the love impelling you to see or win it after just repentance, this present cornice tortures you for that. Another good there is, which never makes men happy. It is not real happiness, nor the good essence, fruit and root of all that's good. The love that yields too much to that is wept for in 3 rings above us here. But why it's reckoned threefold I say not, that thou mayst seek the reason for thyself.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 17. Section 52 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 18. Purgatory, the 4th ring. Sloth. Love and free will. Instances of punished sloth.
The lofty doctor, having ended thus his argument, was looking in my eyes, eager to see if I seemed satisfied, and I, who by new thirst was still spurred on, was silent outwardly, and in me said, My many questions trouble him perhaps. But that true father who perceived the wish, which being shy did not disclose itself, by speaking first emboldened me to speak. Hence my vision, teacher, in thy light becomes so keen, that clearly I discern all that thy talk implieth or unfolds. I therefore beg of thee, sweet father dear, explain to me why thou ascribest to love every good action and its contrary.
Direct thine understanding's sharpened eyes toward me,
he said,
and clear to thee will be the error of the blind who pose as guides. The mind, which is created prone to love, inclines toward everything that pleases it, when roused by pleasure to activity. Your faculty of apprehending draws an image from a reality, and so displays it in you, that your mind is caused to turn to it. And if thus turned, your mind inclines thereto, that tendency is love, is nature bound in you again by pleasure. Then, just as fire, by reason of its form, moves upward, being made for mounting thither, where in its element it longer lasts, even so the captive mind begins to yearn, a motion of the soul, and never rests until the thing it loveth gives it joy. Apparent to thee now can be the extent to which the truth is hid from those that claim that each love in itself deserveth praise, because, perhaps, its object in itself seems always to be good, and yet not good is every seal, though good may be its wax.
Thy words, together with my heeding mind, I answered him, have shown me what love is. But this hath made me bigger with a doubt. For if love from without us is born in us, and if the soul can do naught else, her doing all right or wrong is no desert of hers. And he,
What reason sees here I can tell thee. For aught beyond its ken, look thou alone to Beatrice, for that's a work of faith. Every substantial form which is distinct from matter, and is also joined with it, hath in it a specific power collected, which, save in operation, is not seen, and only shows itself in its effects, as life doth by its green leaves in a plant. None knows, however, whence the understanding of first cognitions comes, or whence the bent toward those first appetites which are in you, as zeal for making honey is in bees. This first will, hence, deserves nor praise nor blame. Now, that all others be conformed to this, the power which counsels inborn is in you, and ought to hold the threshold of assent. This is the source, whence comes the ground of merit in you, as it gathers in, and winnows out, your good and guilty loves. Those who in reasoning attained the bottom perceived this inborn liberty, and left the world the teachings of morality. Supposing then that every love that flames within you rises of necessity, within you lies the power to master it. This noble virtue is by Beatrice called freedom of the will. Hence see that thou recall it, should she speak of it to thee.
The moon, in rising, close to midnight late, and looking like a bucket all on fire, was causing now the stars to seem more rare. As, counter to the heavens, it coursed the paths the sun inflames, whene'er the Roman sees it setting between the Sards and Corsicans. And now that noble shade whence Pietola hath greater fame than any Mantuan village, had put aside the load I laid on him. Hence I, who, as an answer to my questions, had reaped his clear and easy talk, remained like one confused because of drowsiness. But suddenly this sleepiness of mine was taken from me by a crowd of people, who back of us were circling toward us now. And as Ismenus and Asopus once along their banks saw maddened throngs at night, whene'er the Thebans needed Bacchus, such were those who, sweeping scythe-like round that ring, were coming on, from what I saw of them, by good-will ridden and by righteous love. And soon were they upon us, for the whole of that great crowd was moving at a run, and two ahead in tears were crying out,
Mary proceeded to the hills in haste.
And
Caesar, in order to subdue Ilerda, struck Marseille, then hurried on to Spain.
Quick, quick, lest time be lost through lack of love,
cried those that came behind them,
so that zeal in doing good may make grace green again.
O folk in whom keen fervour now redeems perhaps the negligence and slowness shown by your tepidity in doing good. This man who lives, and truly I lie not, desires, when sunlight once returns, to mount, hence tell us where the nearest opening lies.
These were my leader's words, and one of those same spirits said,
Come on, behind us then, and thou wilt find the hole. So keen we are to keep on moving that we cannot stop. Forgive us then if lack of courtesy thou deem what we consider righteousness. I was San Zenos abbot at Verona, under the rule of worthy Barbarossa, of whom Milan in sorrow talketh still. And he has one foot in the grave already, who soon will for that monastery weep and grieve because he had it in his power. For he his son, in body wholly sick, worse still in mind and also ill begot, has had installed in its true shepherd's place.
I know not if aught else he said or ceased, so far had he run past us now, but this I heard, and I've enjoyed retaining it. Then he who was my help in every need said,
Turn in this direction, and behold two coming on who give a bite to sloth.
Moving behind them all, they said,
The folk for whom the sea was opened up were dead before the Jordan had perceived their heirs, and those who with the son of Anchises could not endure to toil unto the end gave themselves up to lead inglorious lives.
Then, when those shades were separated from us so far that they no longer could be seen, a new thought made its way into my mind, whence many other different thoughts were born. And I between them so confused became, that wandering to and fro I closed mine eyes, and changed what I had thought into a dream.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 18. Section 53 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 19. Purgatory, the fourth ring. Sloth. Dante's second dream. The Angel of Zeal. The fifth ring. Avarice and prodigality.
Within the hour when, vanquished by the earth, or even at times by Saturn, daytime's heat can warm the coldness of the moon no longer, when geomancers see their greater fortune rise in the east ere dawn, and on a path which doth not long stay dark for it, a female approached me in a dream, with stammering tongue, with eyes asquint, and crooked on her feet, with hands lopped off, and pallor on her face. I fixed my gaze on her, and as the sun brings comfort to cold limbs which night-time chills, even so my looking at her freed her tongue, and afterward, in but a little time, completely straightened her, and gave that hue to her discoloured face which love desires. As soon as she had thus unloosed her speech, she then began to sing in such a way that from her I could hardly take my gaze.
I am,
she sang,
the lovely Siren, she who in mid-ocean mariners bewitches, so much I please whoever heareth me. I turned Ulysses from his wandering course to hear my song, and who gets used to me seldom departs, so wholly I content him.
Her mouth had not yet closed, when lo, a holy lady at my side appeared, who ready was to put her to confusion.
"O Virgil, Virgil, who is this?"
she cried in scornful tones, whereat he then advanced with eyes set only on the modest one. She seized the other, opened her in front, and rent her garments, showing me her belly. This woke me with the stench that issued from it. I turned my eyes, and my good teacher said,
I've called thee thrice at least. Arise and come. We'll find the gate through which thou mayst ascend.
I rose, and all the holy mountain's rings were with the high day's light already filled, as with the new sun back of us we moved. While I was following him, I held my head like one who, having it bowed down by thought, makes of himself a half arch of a bridge. And then I heard,
"Come on, the pass is here,"
uttered in such a gentle, kindly way as in this mortal land is never heard. With outspread wings, which seemed the wings of swans, he who thus spoke directed us on high 'tween the two side walls of the granite rock. He moved his pinions then, and fanning us, affirmed that those who mourn are happy, since possessed of comfort shall their spirits be.
What aileth thee, that only on the ground thou gazest?
said my guide, when past the angel both he and I had climbed a little way. And I, a recent dream which to itself inclines me, makes me with such doubt advance, that I cannot refrain from thought of it.
Thou hast perceived,
said he,
that ancient witch, who henceforth o'er us is alone lamented, and seen how from her one is freed. Let that suffice thee. Strike thy heels upon the ground, and turn thine eyes up toward the calling lure the eternal King whirls with the mighty wheels.
As is the falcon, which at first looks down, then turns around when called, and spreads his wings, keen for the quarry which attracts him. Such was I, and thus as long as ere the rock was cleft, to make a path for those that climb, I went along to where the circling starts. When out upon the 5th ring I had come, people therein I saw who, shedding tears, were lying wholly prone upon its bed.
My soul hath cloven to the trodden ground.
I heard them saying with such heavy sighs, that what they said could hardly be made out.
O ye elect of God, whose sufferings here justice and hope are making less intense, direct us toward the steps that lead on high.
If ye are come exempt from lying down, and wish to find the path with greatest speed, let your right sides be always outward turned.
Thus asked the poet, and not far ahead, thus was the answer given. Hence as he spoke, I noticed where the other speaker hid, and then I turned mine eyes unto my lord, whereat he granted with a cheerful nod that which the looks of my desiring asked. When I was free to act as I inclined, I came and stood above the soul, whose words had made me notice him at first, and said, Spirit, who by thy tears art ripening that without which one cannot return to God, for my sake stay a while thy greater care. Say who thou wast, why ye hold up your backs, and whether thou wouldst have me get thee aught from there whence I, a living man, set forth. And he to me,
Why toward itself the sky is turning here our backs thou'lt know. But first, know thou that I once sat in Peter's chair. 'Tween Siestri and Chiavri there descends a lovely mountain stream, and from its name my race's title takes its greatest boast. For 1 month, and a little more, I felt how much the mighty mantle waits on him who keeps it from the mire, for all loads else seem feathers. My conversion was, alas, delayed. But when Rome's shepherd I was made, I came to know how false the world's life was. I saw that in it hearts can find no rest, nor could one in it higher rise than I. The love of this life, hence, was kindled in me. Till that time I had been a wretched soul, cut off from God, and wholly given to greed. Now, as thou seest, I'm punished for it here. What avarice doth is here made manifest in this purgation of converted souls, nor hath this mount a penalty more bitter. And as our eyes were never upward turned, because intently fixed on earthly things, so justice here hath turned them to the ground. As avarice quenched our love for all good things, until well-doing had completely ceased, so here doth justice hold us in restraint, bound fast and fettered in our hands and feet, and here will stay, stretched out and motionless, as long as it shall please the righteous Lord.
I had knelt down and wished to speak, but just as I began, and he was made aware by listening only of my reverence.
What cause,
said he,
hath bent thee downward thus?
And I to him, because of your high rank my conscience troubled me for standing up.
Straighten thy legs, my brother,
he replied,
and rise. Err not. With thee and with the rest, a fellow servant of one power am I. If thou hast ever fully understood those holy gospel words, they neither marry. Well canst thou see why I am speaking thus. And now begone. I'd have thee stay no more, for, lingering here, thou hinderest the tears, wherewith I ripen that which thou hast said. A niece I have up yonder, called Elijah, good in herself. So be it that our house by its example do not make her bad, and she is all that's left me up there.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 19. Section 54 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 20. Purgatory, the fifth ring. Avarice and prodigality. Instances of liberality and of greed. The earthquake.
A will fights weakly 'gainst a stronger will, was heard in such a way that to delight and sorrow it gave birth. O gentle father, what is that I hear? said I, and he then,
Shades who, moving on, loosen perhaps the knot of what they owe.
as pilgrim travellers do, who lost in thought on meeting unknown people on the road, turn round to look at them, but do not stop. Even so behind us, though more quickly moving, there came a band of souls, who as they passed, devout and silent, gazed at us in wonder. Each was expressionless and hollow-eyed, pale in his face, and lacking so in flesh, that of his bones his skin assumed the shape. I do not think that even Erysichthon became so withered into utter skin, because of fasting, when he feared it most. Thinking within myself, I said, Behold the people who once lost Jerusalem when Mary thrust her beak into her Son. The sockets of their eyes seemed gemless rings, and he that Omo reads in human faces would surely there have recognized the M. Who would believe the perfume of a fruit and odour of a water could so act and cause such craving, if he knew not how? I still was wondering what so famished them, because the reason of their being lean and of their wretched scurf was not yet clear, when lo, a shade from deep within his head, turning his eyes toward me, looked hard, and then cried out aloud,
What grace is this to me?
I never should have known him by his face, but that to me was in his voice revealed, which in itself his aspect had suppressed. That spark rekindled all that I had known of that disfigured countenance, and thus I recognized it as Phorese's face.
Prithee, heed not the dried-up scab,
he pleaded.
which discolours thus my skin, nor any lack of flesh that I may have. But tell the truth about thyself, and who those two souls are who bear thee company. Refrain no longer from addressing me.
I answered him, Thy face, which once as dead I mourned for, gives me now no smaller cause for weeping, that I see it so disfigured. For God's sake tell me then what strips you thus. Make me not talk and wonder too, for ill can he converse who longs for something else.
A virtue from the eternal will,
he said,
comes down into the water and the tree we left behind, whereby I thus grow lean. And all these people who in tears are singing, because of following unchecked love of food, are here re-sanctified in thirst and hunger. The pleasant odour issuing from the fruit, and from the spray which o'er the verdure spreads, kindles in us the wish to eat and drink. And not once only is our pain renewed, as on this floor we move around. Our pain, I say, though solace ought to be my word. For to the tree doth that same longing lead us, which once led Christ in happiness to cry, My God! when with his blood he set us free.
And I to him, Forese, from the day when thou didst for a better life change world, 5 years have not yet rolled away till now. If power of sinning further ended in thee before the coming of that happy hour of sorrow, which re-weddeth us to God, how is it thou art come up here? I thought that I should find thee still below, down there, where time restores itself by means of time, whence he to me.
My Nella, with the tears which streamed from her, enabled me to drink the pleasant wormwood of this pain so soon. She, with her pious prayers and with her sighs, hath drawn me from the hillside where one waits, and freed me from the other lower rings. So much the dearer a delight to God is my poor widow whom I loved so much, the more alone she is in doing right. For far more modest in its women is the wild Barbagia region of Sardinia than the Barbagia which I left her in. O my dear brother, what wouldst have me say? I have, e'en now, a future time in sight, to which this hour will not be very old, when from the pulpits shameless Florence women will be prohibited to go abroad showing their bosoms with the breasts exposed. What Barbary women or what Saracens e'er needed spiritual or other laws to keep them covered up when going out? But if the shameless ones were sure of what a swiftly moving heaven prepares for them, their mouths for howling would be open now. For, if my foresight here deceive me not, they'll grieve, ere that one's cheek grows hair who still is hushed with lullabies. Now, brother, see, I pray, that from me thou no longer hide. Thou seest that not only I, but all these people gaze where thou dost veil the sun.
Hence I to him, If thou recall to mind what thou with me wast once, and with thee I, still grievous will our present memory be. Who goes before me turned me from that life the other day, when that one sister round was seen by you, and at the sun I pointed. Through the deep night hath he conducted me, and from among the truly dead, still clothed in this real flesh, which follows in his steps. Thence his encouragements have drawn me on, as up I climbed, and circled round the mount, which straightens you whom crooked made the world. He says that he will make me his companion, till there I am where Beatrice shall be. Up there without him must I needs remain. Virgil is he who tells me so, at him I pointed, and this other one, the shade, because of whom just now on every slope your realm, which from itself removes him, quaked.
End of Purgatorio, Canto 23. Section 58 of the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Courtney Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purgatorio, Canto 24. Purgatory, the sixth ring. Gluttony. Instances of gluttony. The Angel of Temperance.
Speaking slowed not our gait, nor did our gait our speaking, but still talking we went on apace, as by a fair wind driven, a ship. The shades, meanwhile, who looked like things twice dead, drew wonder through their hollowed eyes at me, when they perceived that I was still alive. And I, continuing my talking, said, He, for another's sake, is going up more slowly than perhaps he else would do. But if thou know, say where Picarda is, and whether I see any here worth noting among these people who so gaze at me.
My sister who, 'tween fair and good, was most, I know not which, on high Olympus triumphs, happy already in the crown she wears.
This he said first, and then,
We're not forbid to name each here, since by our abstinence our aspects are so greatly milked away. This Bonajunta is.
His finger showed him.
The Luca Bonajunta, while the face beyond him, more embroidered than the rest, had in his arms the Holy Church. Of Tours he was, and now, by fasting, expiates Bolsena's eels and rare Vernaccia wine.
And many more he named me one by one, and all, when named, seemed satisfied, hence I, because of this, saw not a gloomy act. Using their teeth through hunger, though in vain, I saw both Ubaldino della Pila and Boniface, who pastured with his crook much folk. I Ser Marchese saw, who once had time to drink less dryly at Forlì, yet such he was, that he did not feel sated. But as one looks, and more of one man thinks than of another, so did I at him of Lucca, who, it seemed, most wished to know me. He murmured, and I heard I know not what about Gentuca, uttered where he felt the wound of justice which consumes them so. O soul, that seem'st so fain to speak to me, said I, so do that I may understand, and with thy words appease thyself and me.
There is a woman born,
he then began,
nor weareth yet a veil, who, howsoever it be reproached, shall cause my town to please thee. With this provision shalt thou now go on, and if by what I murmured thou wast led astray, events shall make it clear to thee. But tell me whether him I here behold, who those new rhymes produced, which thus began, Ye ladies, who well know what loving is.
And him I answered, I am one who heed when love within me breathes, and outwardly express myself as in me love dictates.
O brother, now I see,
said he,
the bar which kept this side of the sweet new style I hear, the notary, Guiton, and myself. I clearly see that your pens closely follow in the dictator's wake, which certainly was not the case with ours, and he who further sets himself most to look between these styles perceives no other difference.
Whereupon, as if content with this, he ceased to speak. As birds that spend the winter along the Nile form in the air at times a flock, and then with greater speed fly on, and in a line advance, so likewise all the people there quickened their steps with faces turned around, since through their leanness light, and through their will. And as a man who wearies of running lets his companions go, and only walks, until the panting of his chest has ceased, even so Forese let the holy flock pass on, and saying,
When shall I again behold thee?
Came along behind with me. I know not, I replied, how long I'll live, but I shall not so soon return that sooner I shall not with my will be on the shore, because the place where I was set to live strips itself further day by day of goodness, and now to dismal ruin seems ordained.
Now go,
said he,
for him I see who most hath blame for this, behind a beast's tail dragged down to the vale, where none e'er frees himself from fault. The beast with every step goes faster, and ever faster, till it hurls him down, and leaves his body in disgraceful plight. Those fears have not much further to revolve.
He raised his eyes toward heaven.
Ere clear to thee will that become which my words can explain no more. Stay now behind, for in this realm so precious is our time, that, coming thus at even pace with thee, I lose too much.
As at a gallop from a riding troop a horseman issues forth at times, and goes to win the honour of the first encounter, so he with longer strides departed from us, and on the road with those two I remained, who of the world such mighty marshals were. When he had gone so far ahead that now mine eyes became such followers of his form, as of his words my mind, the heavy laden and living branches of another tree appeared before me not so far away, since toward it I had only then turned round. Beneath it folk I saw